All right.
Lift up your heads, ye gates of brass, ye bars of iron yield, and let the King of glory pass. The cross is in the field. That banner brighter than the star that leads the train of night shines on their march and guides from far his servants to the fight. A holy war, those servants wage mysteriously at strife. The powers of heaven and hell engage for more than death or life. First rank is soil they see outspread, so thronged it seems within one city of the living dead, dead while alive to sin. The forms of life are everywhere, the spirit nowhere found. Like vapors kindling in the air, then sinking in the ground. No hope have these above the dust, no being but a breath. In vanity and lies they trust, their very life is dead. Ye armies of the living God, his sacramental host, where hallowed footstep never trod, take your appointed post. Follow the cross, the ark of peace, accompany your path. To slaves and rebels bring release from bondage and from wrath. The valley echo through the camp, a Midian 10 by 10, tear mourn the trumpet and the lamb. Through all in triumph went, though China's sons like Midian's fill. As grasshoppers the veil, the sword of God and Gideon still. To conquer cannot fail, as Jericho before the blast of sounding rams' horns fell. Since strongholds here shall be downcast, downcast these gates of hell. Truth errors legions must avail, and China's thickest wall, a wall of darkness round her realm. At your loud summons fall, though few and small and weak your band, strong in your captain's strength. Go to the conquest of all lands, all must be his at length. The closest seal between the poles is open to your toils, where thrice 100 million souls are offered you for spoils. Those spoils at his victorious feet you shall rejoice to lay, and lay yourselves as trophies meet in his great judgment day. No carnal weapons those ye bear to lay the aliens low. Then strike amain and do not spare, there's life in every blow. Life more than life on earth can be, all in this conflict slain. Die but to sin eternally, the crown of life to gain. Oh, fear not, faint not, halt not now, quit you like men, be strong. To Christ shall Buddha's votaries bow, and sing with you this song. Uplifted are the gates of brass, the bars of iron yield. Behold the King of glory pass, the cross hath won the field.
All righty. So we're gonna have tonight's little show on. Hold on, I don't like that setup. There we go. So I'm trying to help some of my atheist friends out. You know what I mean? They're not examining both sides of the evidence. They're only being taught, educated on one side of the story. And this is where we run into a lot of problems. They just don't understand the ego setup of our entire education system. That's why, it's so religious. You know what I mean? They have their little rituals and ceremonies, your graduation ceremony, putting on the little robes and all of the bullshit so that it makes you feel special. That's exactly what the intention is. So let me see here. I'm going to go to. I want to play a little bit of. This is No Intelligence Allowed. Okay. And what this exposes is the corruption of the education system. That they do not want in this education system even the idea floating around of intelligent design. You know what I mean? That's where they want to claim that that's science. So anyway, let me go here. If y'all haven't seen this, it's a very good little documentary that Ben Stein did. You'll recognize him, the teacher from Ferris Bueller. And anyhow, he is a Jewish guy, but anyhow, this brings up a really great point. It exposes the corruption of our whole education system. This fucking thing is rigged. And this is what my atheist brothers and sisters need to wake up to. You're being fucking scammed, and you don't think you're being scammed when you're actually being taught what to think and not how to think. You're not questioning anything. That's why they don't even want to bring up in education the idea of intelligent design. So, this is the only reason why all universities teach evolution. Because there's an agenda, dude. Wake up. This is religious bullshit. Even atheism and evolution is more religious garbage. And I stand against all religious garbage and stand for truth. If anybody wants to debate me, you're welcome to. I will debate anybody. I would love to debate. I've tried to debate Matt Dillahunty several times, and he just hangs up on me or dismisses me. If you want to look it up, I was his Atheist Experience #2, fucking best show they've ever had, whatever. And anyhow, let's see. But yeah, even Matt Dillahunty, he comes up with the weakest fucking rebuttal I've ever heard in my life. If I order a steak and someone brings me a steak, is that prophecy being fulfilled? What the fuck, dude? That's ridiculous. Anyhow, so yeah, tonight I'm gonna spend a little time trying to wake up my atheist friends. That, dude, you got to realize you're being scammed. They want you to believe that you're animals. You don't understand that if you proclaim yourself an animal in the eyes of the law, that's why they're telling us straight up. Klaus Schwab telling you straight up, in 2030, you will own nothing and be happy. What that means in translation in legal language is that property can't own property. That's why in our laws currently, they say in law, men or any other animals. Think about that. That verbiage is proclaiming human beings as animals. And atheists, we are fucking animals. You fucking idiot. You don't even understand that you are playing along with the destruction of liberty. You're proclaiming yourself property in the eyes of the law. You guys are going to vote this shit in. That's why they want a democracy, a real full-on democracy, not a republic. That's why you hear all of our fucking politicians. We got to protect our democracy. We got to protect our democracy. Motherfucker, this is a republic for a good reason. For a damn good reason. So, all roads lead to Rome, gentlemen. And I really hope that you at least hear me out. Let me present my case here. I'm telling you that it is my firm opinion that the entire global education system is absolutely controlled by the Catholic Church. All of us are in Catholic school now. They do not. They hate the Bible. They act like they love it, but they don't. They hate the authority of the Bible. That's why you need to go through the church to get saved. You can't just go through Jesus. You got to go through us before you can talk to Jesus, and he'll talk to God. It's a fucking it's a gatekeeper scam. It's religious garbage, all of it. And this is what got even the Jews in trouble. Jesus rebuked the religious hypocrites, the Pharisees, more than any other people. He had more to say about religious hypocrites than anything. And woe unto you, he said. And when Jesus says woe unto you, that's the pure truth telling you, woe unto you. You're going to bust hell wide open, you religious hypocrite. You honor God with your lips, but your heart is far from him. So you're just playing religious games, pal. So, anyways, but I'm hoping that you guys will start to recognize the scam. If they can get you guys to sit there and get man are animals, you guys are gonna vote this shit right into this one world fucking the one world government system is gonna be totally democratic to give the illusion of freedom. And that's where all they gotta do is convince half of the fucking mob to glom onto an idea, and the rest of us get to suffer along with it. With this bullshit that ain't science, fellas. It ain't fucking science at all. So, anyways, we'll see if they, you let me know if they click this off. That means that they're going to give me a copyright strike. But, this is important information. If you've never seen this documentary, he's proving we got a big time problem in the education system. If we can't have honest dialogue, then we're going to be a fucking nation of retards. This is why our founding fathers said if you want to protect this republic, you need an educated citizenry. Not, you know what I'm saying, proper education. Children need to be taught how to think, not what to think. How to examine ideas instead of just, memorize all this bullshit, take your fucking test. Yay, you won. Now you put on the little robe. We're going to have a little ceremony about how special you are because you graduated. It's all a fucking ego boost. It's, you know what I mean? It's all about self-love, baby. That's why Christianity is all about death to self. And Father, let your will be done. So anyway.
Freedom is the essence of America. We're talking about freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom from fear, freedom of religion. Martin Luther King said, America is essentially a dream. And he said it is a dream of freedom and equality. And freedom is the way to equality. And America simply would not be America without freedom. In every turning point in our history, the decision has always been about freedom. Freedom is what makes this country great. Freedom.
Hold on a second. My university was far from memorization in its courses. I'm just telling you, man. This is how the system is set up. I'm telling you that it's an ego fest, dude. And this is why we have this arrogant attitude in atheists that they want to, like, put themselves above these stupid Christians. We're so stupid because we believe, God showed up and proved that he's real. What are you guys going to do with this man, Jesus Christ? You're going to have to deal with this guy one way or another. And I suggest you do it now while the offer of grace is on the table. Otherwise, in the eyes of justice, you will be cooked, brother. You don't want that. God doesn't want that. That's why he's constantly pleading with mankind through a dumb little schmuck like Brandon Irish. So, y'all don't have any reasonable proof. Okay, well, we'll absolutely go over that. If you guys are willing to pay attention a little bit, here's some of the other side of the story. I'm going to show you lots of proof. There is lots of proof. There is so much proof that God is real. It's fucking unbelievable. And I was on the other. I was taught. I went through the whole public education system too. You know what I mean? Pink Floyd had it going on when hey, teachers, leave them kids alone. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. It's what it is, man. It's no joke. This fucking whole thing is rigged, dude. You guys don't believe there's a God. You don't believe that there's a devil, that there's this conspiracy to deceive the whole world into worshiping him. And it's rolling in that direction perfectly, but you guys can't see it because you don't believe anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't believe, just start at Jesus Christ. This guy claimed to be God. He's not just another Yahoo that showed up claiming to be God. He had prophecies and miracles to back up his claim. That's the whole point of prophecy, and why every time he did a miracle, he pointed back to the Old Testament to show them what it meant. There was a reason and a meaning behind every miracle. So that's why, Jesus wasn't just another Yahoo showing up to, claiming to be God. There's lots of people through history that claim to be God, and God is in all of us. It's all fucking Hinduism, man. You know what I mean? Hinduism is like, probably the oldest and most satanic religion there is. It seems nice on the surface, but has a lot of big philosophical problems. This is technically nagging, Brandon. Okay, motherfuckers, let's get on with it then. Because I'm fucking sick and tired of the atheist arguments. You guys have the most canned up fucking bullshit, and I'm just tired of it. Let's get down to it, man. Let's have us a dust up once and for all. Is God real or not? Or is the so-called science telling us the truth? Or is it just mind control bullshit?
Has allowed us to create, to explore, to overcome every challenge we have faced as a nation. But imagine if these freedoms were taken away. Where would we be? What would we lose? Well, unfortunately, I no longer need to
I
imagine.
absolutely understand Hinduism.
We are losing our freedom in one of the most
totally
important
satanic.
sectors of society.
Let me show you.
Science. I have always...
The science. Let me go like this. Hindu gods. Okay, let's just take a look at this real quick. You know, this doesn't look at all satanic to you. This fucking thing. Mahadeva. Ooh, what was that? Yeah. All right. I had a little power interruption. This fucking elephant thing. Okay. They have thousands of gods. They believe in karma, which is a totally fucked up concept. So if somebody murders you, you're going to come back and murder someone else so that the sin just goes on for eternity. This is, you know what I mean? If Hinduism is totally satanic, guaranteed. Well, I'm just saying, dude, like it's if you have they have millions of gods. They believe, I mean, their society is so filthy because they don't want to step on a cockroach because it might be their aunt or a fellow relative. So, pot meat kettle, huh? That's funny. Well, if you want to compare Hinduism to Christianity, biblical Christianity, not Catholicism, Jehovah's Witnessism, Mormonism, and all this religious garbage, to actual biblical Christianity. So, you know what I mean? There's no comparison. There is reason and rational, logical explanations for everything that the Bible teaches. You know what I'm saying? But you guys, you know, you don't want to, you don't even want to attempt to understand. You know what I mean? That's the problem here.
Always assumed that scientists were free to ask any question, to pursue any line of inquiry without fear of reprisal. But recently, I've been alarmed to discover that this is not the case. It all began when I met evolutionary biologist Richard Sternberg in Washington, D.C. His life was nearly ruined when he strayed from the party line while serving as editor of a scientific journal affiliated with the prestigious.
And just watch the way that the university treats this guy is the same behavior amongst cults. It's very cultish what occurs here in our so-called education system. Like, we can't even talk about ideas. Like, this is fucked up.
Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Your office was over there?
That's correct. This here is the West Wing. Directly ahead of us is the.
But this is the exact point that I'm trying to even show you in the Bible. God is saying, I do not want you guys being teachers over one another. I'm the teacher, not you. This is why, you're free from any man authority when you've made God your authority. Now he's your king, he's your high priest. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any religious authority. It's all this religious garbage that, especially like in fucking, Catholicism and all the Orthodox religion, where a dude puts on some silly little costume in order to present religious authority over people. And the Bible is against that. Says that's a no-no. God's supposed to be your teacher through the Word of God, through the Bible. That's, if you want to know the true living God, you have to go through the Bible to get to know him. There's no other way. Okay? It is the straight gate. Nobody is to exercise religious authority over you. Period. Do you, a Gentile, believe that God is a Jew? Yes, I do. There's a reason that Pontius Pilate put above his head on the cross, King of the Jews. And I mean, if you guys understood the beautiful poetic message here, you know what I mean? That no, I've never seen anything in this world as beautiful as what I've seen in this old book on that old cross. And that's real. You know what I'm saying? God literally went to hell and back to save his bride from the justice of a holy God. You know what I mean? You don't understand how the wonderful thing that was done that reconciled justice and mercy. It's the only way it can be done. Illuminati, the fucking Calvinist, is going to tell me I'm full of it. That's fucking rich. You know, get your doctrine straight before you try to talk smack. Let me say that. So, anyways, we're going to show here how if anybody speaks out against this religion of evolution in our so-called universities, they get treated the same way people do in like a Jehovah's Witness church.
The West Wing of the Natural History Museum.
So now you're not there anymore because you're a bad boy.
No, I'm not. No, I was exiled.
You're a bad boy. You question the powers that be. What was Dr. Sternberg's crime? He dared to publish an article by Dr. Stephen Meyer, one of the leading lights of the intelligent design movement.
Yeah, and I mean, I would love to see you guys argue against Stephen Myers, who was on Joe Rogan's show. If you ever caught that program. So, anyhow.
The paper ignited a firestorm of controversy merely because it suggested intelligent design might be able to explain how life began. As a result, Dr. Sternberg lost his office, his political and religious beliefs were investigated, and
Okay, so hold on, Will. I want to make sure that you understand. The Bible talks about those who call themselves Jews but are not, they are the synagogue of Satan. See, we see this same strategy when God's talking about, the tares amongst the wheat. This is how Satan gets down. God shows us all of his moves, all of his strategies. We know the whole plot. That's why we're sitting here. I am sitting here watching it happen. And you guys are fucking heading, run into the slaughterhouse, dude. You want to declare yourself animals because you evolved from a puddle of mud. And it's fucking nonsense. There's no proof. Oh, let's hear this. Stephen Meyer's really dumb and stupid. Stephen Meyer proposed that scientists and philosophers could turn biblical presupposition to explain the ultimate source of human reason, the existence of a real and uniformly ordered universe, and the ability present in a creative and ordered human intellect to know that universe. That's because God is consistent. He is logical. He is reasonable. That's why, when we study things, that our brains can properly interpret the data. You know what I mean? Because our creator, you know what I'm saying? That's why, again, you guys have this huge problem of, in your theory of evolution, there is some huge span of time where, broccoli was popping out chickens, or, you know what I'm saying? You had completely different species, completely different kinds of animals coming out of, a different one kind giving birth to a different kind, like a lizard laying an egg and a fucking chicken popping out, or a bird, some bird of some sort. It's ridiculous, man. There's no fucking You guys have zero proof for that. Let's see. Critics believe that Sternberg's personal and ideological connections to Myers suggest at least the appearance of a conflict of interest in his approval of Myers' article. Anyway, I'm not sure what you're driving at.
He was pressured to resign.
The questioning of Darwinism was a bridge too far for many. The mentioning of intelligent design that occurs at the end of the paper was over the top. And I think the intelligent design proponents have raised a number of very important questions.
And you wanted to get those questions brought up and discussed.
Placed on the table.
Placed on the table.
People were so upset about it. They were so upset that you could see they had a physical, emotional reaction.
Wow.
They were saying that Stephen C. Meyer is a well-known Christian, that Stephen C. Meyer is an intelligent design proponent, that Stephen C. Meyer is a Republican. It was all...
Stephen C. Meyer's not smart. Motherfucker, he's smart. Okay? And then you got this fucking retard of Skeptic Magazine. You know what I mean? And
two guys couldn't find clothes that fit, so
really
they built a multi-million-dollar brand for shorter men. Stephen and...
You know, it's sort of...
I don't know how this guy became your cool leader. You know what I mean? Like, he's a
3/4 of the way
dork.
toward the nonsense side.
But you think, nevertheless, people should be allowed to speak about it and publish papers about it?
They are free to write and publish and be heard in public
feel
forums
like
and go to
he's a
conferences
total
just like
fucking
everybody
idiot.
else does.
Well, what if a person
Another
published
dumb
something,
schmuck.
say at the
Doesn't
Smithsonian?
like the
in
idea
favor
of people going to hell, so he wants to deny reality, and that's what I feel happens to most people. They don't like this idea, you know what I mean? But and they don't understand justice, and they certainly don't understand how the depths of holy, what that actually means. And that's what sucks, man. You guys don't even want to take the time to understand.
Intelligent design and lost his job over it. And it had been peer reviewed. And published, and then he lost his job over it anyway. What would happen? What do you think about that situation?
I think that particular situation, there was something else going on.
What was going on?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know because I don't know, but I think had to be something. People don't get fired over something like that. You roll up your sleeves, you get to work, you do the research, you get your grants, you get your data, you publish, and you work your butt off, and that's how you get your theories taught.
Well, but wait a minute. What if you try and roll up your sleeves and go to work and work your butt off, and they say, well, we're going to fire you if you even mention the word intelligent design?
I don't think that's happening. Where is that happening?
George Mason University. Throughout its 50-year history, our mission
I don't see
has
that
remained
happening.
clear
Where's that
to
happening?
Prepare a diverse population of students to think and to grow in a climate of unbridled academic freedom.
I would be happy to fucking debate Michael Shermer, Matt Dillahunty. If anybody wants to have a real formal debate, and I'll even, we can even do it like an actual court trial, to where we have disclosure amongst the attorneys. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you everything that I'm going to fucking argue so that you'll have time to prepare, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? So we can really get down to it. What is actually true? Is this evolution shit true? Or was Jesus telling the truth about who he claimed to be? That's what it boils down to. So if you guys want to fucking get down to actual facts instead of, clever little fucking arguments and puns and little cracking jokes and trying to demean a Christian as though you're smarter than us, that shit's fucking hilarious. You know what I mean? Egos are ridiculous. In this world, I grow terribly impatient with all of the fucking fevered egos that you have to deal with on a fucking day-to-day basis. You know what I mean? Nobody but you on the road, sir. You know what I mean? Fucking assholes everywhere that fucking think about nothing but themselves. You know what I mean? Can't wait for the Lord to return.
After Dr. Caroline Crocker simply mentioned intelligent design in her cell biology class at George Mason University, her promising academic career came to an abrupt end.
Okay, and then here we go. Critics point out that Meyer's claims rely on a God of the gaps fallacy, a flawed analogy between human language and DNA, and a misrepresentation. Are you just Googling this shit? You know what I mean? Have you even actually sat down and listened to what Myers has to say? Or are you just going to go off of what other fucking idiots say? Because that's totally how the Catholic Church gets down. You should look up the Simonides affair. It's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? So they claim, what's his name? Constantine von Tischendorf goes to this monastery that's at the so-called Mount Sinai, and this is where they got the Sinaiticus. These are older and better scriptures. Oh, so, it proves that the Catholic Bible, which butchered the actual Bible, you know what I mean? Aha, we have the older and better manuscripts. And then this guy, Greek guy named, something Simonides, pops up and says, "Hey, look, I apologize. I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I wrote this, I made a Bible for my uncle, and, he was there at the monastery, and anyhow, I guess he left it behind, and now you guys found it, and sorry, I didn't mean to fool anybody. It was not, that was not my intention. But yes, those manuscripts are not old at all." And the Catholic Church went on a smear campaign. This same kind of shit. You know what I mean? You should pay attention to criminal behavior. Criminals don't want evidence lying around everywhere. Yeah, that's why the Smithsonian, who just happens to be funded by the fucking Catholic Church, that's one of their biggest donors, got in trouble for having a fire that destroyed a whole bunch of giant bones. Oops. Don't want no evidence laying around. How did the race of giants fit in this theory of evolution? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't. Uh-oh, we got a problem with this fucking bullshit of evolution. Our evolution, our religion of evolution has lots and lots of problems.
Supervisor invited me into his office. He
But give us time, and we'll come up with some bullshit answer.
said, "I'm going to have to discipline you for teaching creationism." And I said, "I mentioned intelligent design on a couple of slides, but I did not teach creationism." He said, "Nonetheless, you have to be disciplined." At the end of the semester, I lost my job.
Not only did this well-loved professor lose her job at George Mason, she suddenly found herself blacklisted, unable to find a job anywhere.
So whenever I interviewed for a job, I would be offered it, usually on the spot. Since this has happened, and since people can Google my name, I'm finding that when I send my credentials, I do get interviews. I get many interviews, but I never get offered a job. I don't tell them about my science sin. I was only...
Do you see, sirs? My science sins. They're treated the same way as, somebody getting fucking excommunicated from the church, dude. I'm trying to tell you, you know what I mean? If you guys understood how the Catholic Church hides behind so many different entities, different LLCs, trusts, corporations, and you know what I mean? And there's no way for me to prove it, but I highly suspect that the Vatican Bank, that they're the real owners of the Fed, of the Federal Reserve. The Bible is very clear. The Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon. And if you pay attention to like Jezebel and Naboth's vineyard, when King Ahab came to Naboth and said, "Hey man, I really like this whole your vineyard here right next to my new castle. I'd like to buy it from you." And in Jewish law, you can't sell an inherited piece of land. So Naboth said, "No, I can't sell you my land. That's against the law, dumbass." And so Ahab went fucking crying like the little bitch that he is and was sniffling when his wife Jezebel came home and said, "What's the matter?" And he, "Oh, Naboth won't give me his vineyard." And his wife was wearing the pants and said, "Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. I'll get you that vineyard." So she had Naboth killed. Because that's what the whore of Babylon's job is to do, is to take power from Jesus and give it to Satan. That's her exact function. And she is a church, the spirit of a church. Just like the bride of the Lamb is a chaste virgin, on the other side of the coin, Satan's bride is a whore. Exact opposite. As above, so below.
Trying to teach what the university stands for, which is academic freedom.
There's nothing to be learned in neurosurgery by assuming an accidental origin for the parts of the brain that we work on.
It wasn't just biologists who were feeling the Darwinist wrath. When neurosurgeon Michael Egnor wrote an essay to high school students saying doctors didn't need to study evolution in order to practice medicine, the Darwinists were quick to try and exterminate this new threat.
A lot of people on a lot of blogs called me unprintable names that were printed. There are a lot of very, very nasty comments. Other people suggested that people call the university.
Wow, that's exactly how a fucking cult behaves. You know what I mean? This is a problem. Yeah, I mean, you guys, even if you're non-believers, you have to admit this is a fucking problem. If in an educational environment, if we can't even talk about ideas, then yeah, that's censorship. That means there's a fucking agenda here. Period.
I work at and suggested perhaps it's time for me to retire. I realized when I kind of went public with my doubts about the adequacy of Darwin's theory, that I would encounter criticism. What has amazed me is the viciousness and the sort of baseness of it.
See, the Bible already makes us hip to the scam. That Satan, when the Antichrist shows up, there's going to be a one world religion, a one world government, and a one world economy before he pops up. And it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Look at digital currency. You know what I mean? You don't see it. You don't know about fucking Bill Gates's 666 patent. I'll show that next, actually. Because maybe you motherfuckers don't know. Hold on. Bill Gates 666 patent. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Let's do this one.
We get to do together. We're, partners in crime.
So in some ways, maybe this was inevitable, but I know my husband is not vaccinating people and putting a microchip in her arm because that technology doesn't even exist, and he's never uttered the words out of his mouth. So
Here, hold on a minute. Claim patents for a cryptocurrency system through here. I'm gonna let this run for a minute. I'll be right back. Woo, it's a hot pile of shit in Arizona today. So, anyways, we go back to, so now you know, as far as, Yeah, Bill Gates is working on this shit. I would highly encourage you to check out Corbett Report. Corbett Report. Oops. Report Bill Gates. Boom. Meet Bill Gates.
Computer whiz kid, talented software developer, shrewd businessman, benevolent philanthropist, global health expert. There can be no doubt that Bill Gates has worn many hats on his remarkable journey from his early life as the privileged son of a Seattle area power couple to his current status as one of the richest and most influential people on the planet. But as we have seen in our exploration of Gates's rise as unelected global health czar and population control advocate, the question of who Bill Gates really is no mere philosophical pursuit. Given that we are currently living through a crisis that has been predicted by Bill Gates, which is triggering a response from the global health organizations that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has bankrolled, and driving us toward a vaccination and biometric ID solution which Bill Gates has been working on for years, the answer to the question, who is Bill Gates, is quickly becoming one of the most important questions of our lives. That answer will...
No, I have not. I'll have to check that out.
not only tell us about the world that we are living in, but about the one that we are being thrust into, and how...
Yeah, you guys think Jesus was all just kidding around. There's no conspiracy to get you to take some mark of the beast. These Christians are crazy, man.
we can avoid it. Today we will attempt to answer that question as we examine the motives, the ideology, and the connections of this man who has been so instrumental in shaping the post-coronavirus world. Meet Bill Gates. You're tuned into the Corbett Report. So who is Bill Gates? Some argue that he's a genius who leveraged his natural computer savvy into a billion-dollar fortune.
You're called a genius, and I will... Well, no, I don't think that embarrassed you at all. They call you a genius. Part of your genius is that you are a computer whiz, and the other is that you did have the business acumen to turn it into a working company. Are you a business genius too?
Well, I wouldn't say genius.
Others insist that he is a visionary who has changed our lives with his foresight and bold imagination.
Bill had a vision, and I understand it went back even then, that computing would be ubiquitous. It would be part of all of our lives. And indeed, as you all know, he executed on that vision, and the world today has changed so dramatically in large part due to the work that Bill has done throughout the years.
He has been hailed as a shrewd executive who built the Microsoft empire with his remarkable talent for business.
When the biographers and historians write the history of the 20th century, Bill Gates is going to go down as the best businessman of our century, and Microsoft is one of the greatest companies of the 20th century.
And he has been praised as a philanthropist who is selflessly devoting his wealth to improving the lives of people around the world.
Bill, even your harshest critic would have to admit that your philanthropy work is, planet-shaking, incredible, and could be, if you make it a second act, so amazing that it would dwarf what you've actually done at Microsoft.
Exactly. See, this is what...
But, like anyone of his status,
this is exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about fevered egos. Little fucking idiots that start believing that they're special. You know what I mean? We all do it. We all have an ego problem, dude. It's what the Bible calls pride. Every one of us have this problem. And if you don't have the kind of discipline to keep your fucking ego in check, keep that devil down in the hole, as Tom Waits would sing, You're gonna fucking destroy your own life. You know what I mean? You'll never be happy. You'll always want more. If you're just gonna live in the ego, dude.
Has his detractors. In the 1990s, he was often portrayed as the greedy head of the evil Microsoft monopoly.
Bill Gates isn't content with his Windows system running just a few PCs. He wants it to run the world, spreading like a computer virus into our faxes, our phones, our TV sets, and yes, even our toasters.
But in the age of the coronavirus crisis, he is most often treated like some sort of epidemiologist or leading health researcher.
Back here with us once again to talk about this, as well as testing, treatments, and more, Bill Gates, co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Bill, thanks so much for being back with us. It's been a little over a month since you were here, and at that time, you said the U.S. had not hit its peak. So at this point, do you think we have peaked, and where do you think we are right now in kind of the arc of the pandemic?
But in truth, none of these perspectives are accurate. Microsoft's big break famously came from a deal to provide software for IBM as they moved into the personal computer market. But the deal was not the result of Gates's technical genius or amazing business acumen. As has been quietly admitted by IBM executives in the years since, Microsoft was given their shot at the chance to work with Big Blue as a result of Gates's mother's relationship with IBM CEO John Opel.
You remember your partnership of IBM and Bill Gates. How did it break up?
I do remember very well, actually. Bill Gates, at the beginning of our relationship with him, was living on pizza and Pepsi-Cola in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And his mother happened to be on the United Way board with our chairman and asked our chairman to help him. And, you know, when the chairman comes in and tells you to go help this kid, 900 people get on the plane Monday morning and they all go down to try to help Bill Gates. So I don't see Bill Gates as this great creative person. I see him as an opportunist. And in fact, in those days, there was a lot of sharing of software code. People gave it away. In Silicon Valley, they would share everything. He came in and he tried to control everything and put a price on it.
Computer historians have long known how the basis for what became MS-DOS
Everybody was into open source until old Bill came along.
was not Bill Gates' brilliant imagination, but QDOS, a quick and dirty operating system that had been thrown together by Tim Patterson, a worker at Seattle Computer Products, as a placeholder until he could sell the proper operating system to his customers. And as even Gates himself admitted, the breakthrough graphical user interface that became the basis for Windows was ripped off from the researchers at the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center.
As Bill would say after Apple unsuccessfully sued Microsoft for copyright infringement over Windows GUI, "Hey, Steve, just because you broke into Xerox's house before I did and took the TV, doesn't mean I can't go in later and take the stereo."
And, as Gates also admits, it is not a spirit of selfless generosity that motivates his interest in vaccines and other lucrative health interventions.
I'd like to talk to you about your approach to vaccinations. You wrote something recently, and like you always do, you kind of looked at the problem from a scientific and business perspective on things. You've invested $10 billion in vaccinations over the last 2 decades, and you figured out the return on investment for that. And it kind of stunned me. Can you walk us through the math?
You know, we see a phenomenal track record. It's been $100 billion overall that the world's put in. Our foundation is a bit more than $10 billion, but we feel there's been over a 20-to-1 return. So if you just look at the economic benefits, that's a pretty strong number compared to anything else.
As we have seen, Gates's philanthropic investment scheme has paid off well, with his $50 billion net worth having ballooned to over $100 billion after his decade of altruism in the vaccine market. As critics of his foundation have repeatedly pointed out, the 9 million people who die every year of hunger would be best served by securing food supplies, running water, and other basic necessities, not costly medical interventions for rare diseases. But there is no return on investment to be made from that kind of charity. No, this is not about charity. It is about control. The population control grid that Gates has been quietly funding into existence for the past decade, a biometric identification system tied to a digital payments infrastructure that will be used to track, catalog, and control every movement, every transaction, and every interaction of every citizen, is just now coming into view.
I mean, atheists, you're not even slightly impressed that the Bible told us about this going down 2,000 years ago? And you think this is just some book written by human beings? Ridiculous. If you knew the Bible, there's no way yet human beings wrote this book, my friend. Not a fucking chance. There are so many areas where I can show you there's no way Moses could have known what he was writing. There's no way Isaiah could have known what he was. They didn't even have a fucking clue what they were writing. That we understand clearly today. Sir Isaac Newton, the most brilliant mathematical mind of all time, the inventor of calculus, or excuse me, he claimed to be the discoverer of it. Because these mathematical laws are already in place for some reason. But anyways, he basically said in his journal, and I'm totally giving you the elevator version, but, in short, that, look, I understand everything in prophecy, but I cannot get my head around how you can stop the world from trade from some mark. Well, now in our day and age, it's fucking obvious how that can be done. Digital currency and everything that Bill Gates and his buddies are building right now, motherfuckers. You know what I mean? We get technologies, 40 or 50 years. We get all the old shit to play with. We're playing with, the old AI. So I can't even imagine what kind of AI they're fucking around with.
But the real question is, why is he doing this? What drives a man like Bill Gates, a man rich beyond the wildest dreams of avarice, to spend his time and invest his fortune in schemes to control the population? To find the answer to that question, we have to examine Gates's family background. Bill Gates, it should not be surprising to learn, was born into money. His great-grandfather, J.W. Maxwell, was the president of National City Bank in Seattle. His grandfather, Willard, was also a banker, and his grandmother, Adele, a prominent Seattle civic leader. Bill Gates' mother, Mary Maxwell Gates, was a scion of the Maxwell banking family and, by all accounts, as hard-driving as her forebears. She served as a director of several companies, including First Interstate Bancorp and KIRO-TV of Seattle. She served as a regent at the University of Washington, and she was appointed to the board of the United Way of America, where, as we have seen, she persuaded IBM CEO John Opel to help her son in his fledgling software development career. Bill's father, William H. Gates Sr., was a prominent Seattle area lawyer. He co-founded a powerful law and lobbying firm, helped Howard Schultz in his bid to buy Starbucks, served on the boards of numerous companies and organizations, and, along the way, had a profound influence on his son's life and career.
My dad was large presence, both physically and in terms of his wisdom. He worked very hard, so he'd leave in the mornings, often before we had breakfast, and get home in time for dinner. I always looked up to my dad in terms of how hard he worked. At the dinner table, my dad would go through various lawsuits and expect us to follow along. He had high expectations.
The young Bill Gates, technically William H. Gates III, although his card-playing family dubbed him Trey, learned much from his parents. From his mother's banking family, he inherited a nose for the dollar, as one childhood friend's father called it. From his hard-driving, legal-minded father, he learned the value of legalizing business arrangements. As a child, he even had a legal contract drawn up to grant him the use of his older sister's baseball mitt. These traits would not earn him many friends, but they served him well as he began to bring order to the anarchic software development community of the 1970s. At that time, software for the brand new personal computer market was the realm of computer hobbyists, people whose excitement about the microcomputer revolution and love of engineering and problem solving led them to develop and share code freely with each
Is there anybody here that ever messed with a Commodore 64?
other. But this was no good for the young Bill Gates, who, even before Microsoft was off the ground, was already dreaming of commoditizing this hobby and turning it into the basis of a business empire. In 1976, with the ink still wet on Microsoft's first contract with Micro Instrumentation and Telemetry Systems of Albuquerque, New Mexico, the then 21-year-old Gates wrote an open letter to hobbyists, excoriating the early computer enthusiasts who represented his main market for sharing Microsoft's code for Altair Basic. As the majority of hobbyists must be aware, most of you steal your software. Hardware must be paid for, but software...
I still remember, what's that, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? And what was the other one? Like the Oregon Trail game? And what was the other, like, fucking... Yeah, my buddy, he was a only child, so he had all the cool toys. My buddy Travis, when I was a kid. He's the only kid that had a fucking Commodore 64 when they first came out. So, anyways. King's Quest was good, yep.
Software is something to share. Who cares if the people who worked on it get paid? Is this fair? The royalty paid to us, the manual, the tape, and the overhead make it a break-even operation. One thing you do is prevent good software from being written. Who can afford to do professional work for nothing? What hobbyist can put 3 man-years into programming, finding all bugs, documenting his product, and distribute for free? The fact is, no one besides us has invested a lot of money in hobby software. We have written 6800 BASIC and are writing 8080 APL and 6800 APL, but there is very little incentive to make this software available to hobbyists. Most directly, the thing you do is theft. The letter was awkward and tone-deaf, as many people have described the young Bill Gates in his social interactions. It heaped vitriol on the very people who would be the customers of any future business, and tried to change an established culture of sharing software code merely by decree. Even Apple computers, which would go on to be one of the prime purveyors of walled garden systems that restrict users' ability to control their own computers, scored an easy marketing victory by responding to Gates's...
Who's the Chomo? Now William is on the Chomo side. What does that mean? Who's the Chomo? Breaking news, William Freeman is a Chomo protector. Who's the Chomo? Oh. Yeah, what do you... Yeah, Will, I certainly hope you don't fucking are starting to buy Smokey's bullshit that he's not Josh Herbel. He absolutely is. No question about it. I even retrieved his fucking phone number on a Zillow listing and called it, and Lo answered the phone. And we even had a little bit of text message exchange, so Smokey knew, fuck yeah, I called this phone, motherfucker. So don't try to play fucking stupid with me and expect me to pretend along with your fucking bullshit, because I'll never do it. All you need to do, Smokey, is man up to your shit and start handling business, and fucking, we can be friends. But no, I'm not ever gonna be fucking, if you can't even fucking accept responsibility and you try to attempt to get me to pretend along with you, I'm gonna get fucking pissed. You know what I mean? I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? I'm into real world, actual business, how to make money, be productive. I'm not at all interested in pretending with fucking anybody, or, you know what I mean? That's like playing with dolls. I've never got into that shit. So I had a cousin that, he was like, I don't know, 9 or 10 years old and still fucking carried around a doll. And I was like, what the fuck, man? His older brothers were we hung out all the time. We were like brothers. So I was like, Look, Nick, what the fuck, dude? You need to grow the fuck up, player. Oh, leave him alone. You fucking big pussies, dude. What do you mean, leave him alone? He's fucking 9 years old carrying around a doll. He looks ridiculous. What the fuck? Bring him into reality, man. And yeah, and then he turned out to be a fucking total chomo. Fucking, gay married now. He's all fucked up.
Angry letter with a reminder that, yes, folks, Apple Basic is free. But the gauntlet was thrown down, and Gates would have his way. Although freeware and other forms of open source software development still exist, the establishment of software code as legally protected intellectual property has led to the rise of billionaires like Gates. A nose for the dollar and a knowledge of how to use the legal system to get...
Yeah, but I'm showing this information in the hopes that some of my atheist friends will start to understand that, dude, there is a scam, there is an agenda going on here, and I hope my atheist friends can understand that you're playing right into the fucking trap. And you guys are claiming on your own that you are animals, that man is an animal. It's not. If you claim you're an animal, you just gave away all of your God-given rights. So you guys are on the side of destroying liberty, and you don't see it. You don't understand it, because you just believe the shit that you were taught in school, and you thought you're smart because you got an A on the test, and you got a fucking certificate, and you got to wear the little gown and cap and do the ceremony to feel extra special. Let me just show you the scam. This right here is the most honest scene, okay, that breaks it down of how Satan uses pride and the ego, vanity. It's my favorite sin. Oh, man, this movie's so honest, it's unbelievable. So I'm going to try to let it rock.
I'm a Cochise County farmer.
I'm
Our
a
problem was
Cochise
water.
County
We were
farmer.
losing. Governor Hobbs came in and gave us help. She has been the most bipartisan governor that I've been able to work with ever. We need Katie Hobbs another 4 years.
I disagree. Strongly disagree.
Hey, Kevin.
Eddie.
Hold on, I'm going to fast forward past this part and go right to the bomb.
He was going running. What the hell was he talking about?
Eddie's got himself in trouble again. And he wants me to save him. Only this time I can't.
Well, why does he think I'm after his job?
You ever have any experience with manic depression?
Not directly, no.
Oh, you do now. 346. It's me. Get Eddie Barzoon. He may be out running, so you might have to page him. It's an emergency. Yes, sir. You look like you could use a drink.
Yes. Yes, thanks.
Eddie Barzoon, Eddie Barzoon. I nursed him through 2 divorces, a cocaine rehab, and a pregnant receptionist. God's creature, right? God's special creature. And I've warned him, Kevin. I've warned him every step of the way. Watching him bounce around like a fucking game, like a wind-up toy, like 250 pounds of self-serving greed on wheels. The next 1,000 years is right around the corner, Kevin, and Eddie Barzoon. Take a good look. Excuse me. Because he's the poster child for the next millennium.
He's the poster child for the next millennium. 250 pounds of self-serving greed on wheels. So here it comes. This is where he's going to drop a major truth bomb in this film, because they love to hide it in your face. It's the magic of Hollywood.
These people, it's no mystery where they come from. You sharpen the human appetite to the point where it can split atoms with its desire You build egos the size of cathedrals, fiber optically connect the world to every eager impulse, grease even the dullest dreams with these dollar green, gold-plated fantasies until every human becomes an aspiring emperor, becomes his own god. And where can you go from there?
We're all kings and queens. Wrong.
Hey, wrong way. Yeah. Fuck you.
Hey, wrong way.
And as we're scrambling from one deal to the next, who's got his eye on the planet? As the air thickens, the water sours, even the bee's honey takes on the metallic taste of radioactivity. And it just keeps coming, faster and faster. There's no chance to think, to prepare. It's buy futures, sell futures, when there is no future. We got a runaway train, boy. We got $1 billion, Eddie.
Buy futures, sell futures when there is no future. Oh, man. If that doesn't explain our fucking economic system in a nutshell.
Barzoons all jogging into the future. Every one of them getting ready to fist fuck God's ex-planet, lick their fingers clean as they reach out toward their pristine kybernetic keyboards to tote up their fucking billable hours. And then it hits home. You gotta pay your own way, Eddie. It's a little...
Oh, you gotta pay your own way now. That all them silly Christians kept telling you, look, dude, you better go make peace with God before your court date, dude. Consider me a pretrial attorney that's just going to... let me tell you about this judge. I know the judge. You do not want to try to get... You don't want to even blurt any, even in the direction of an excuse. Okay? Because he's not going to accept any excuse because he witnessed everything you've done. He knows for a fact every single sin you've ever committed. So there's no way that you can plead innocent here. You need to, before your court date, you need to go ahead and throw yourself on the mercy of the court to make sure your fine is paid before your court date. Either you're going to pay the fine by your own blood, or you're going to allow the Lord Jesus to pay for your crimes by his blood. His blood cleanses every single crime ever committed, every sin ever committed. Now God can uphold justice, yet still be merciful. And there's no other way that this can be done. That's why when Jesus was, in the garden, his humanity, he was bleeding, he was bleeding or sweating blood. He was so stressed out over what was about to occur because he knew, I'm about to get beaten ruthlessly. The Bible says he was beaten beyond recognition. Nobody's ever taken a beating like that in history. Then he goes and then he has to carry his own cross, like a 300-pound cross, up the mountain, to get crucified. He's showing you his passion as far as like his absolute determination to save his bride. His bride is Israel. This is why you need to get born again and adopted into Israel to inherit all of the promises that God has given about this wonderful place called heaven, the kingdom of heaven that will be here on earth. And it's going to be a lawful kingdom. It's why it's called the perfect law of liberty, so that it's complete peace and happiness, even living amongst billions of people. You'll have a whole bunch of people that genuinely treat each other with honor and respect and not selfish fucking narcissistic bullshit behavior. Men and women of honor, that will be the society that we get to live in. And you guys are against it. It's fucking crazy.
Late in the game to buy out now. Give me your watch. What? I like this watch.
Yeah, okay. So anyhow, Now we'll go back to the Bill Gates thing so that you guys can quit, thinking that we just believe in this Bible and it's just a bunch of conspiracy theories. This shit's really going down, folks. This mark of the beast is coming. And the Bible is super duper clear on this issue. If you take that mark of the beast, you're done. The wrath of God will be poured out on you for fucking eternity, dude. That's the deal. The Bible says that death is the last enemy to be cast into the lake of fire, and that death is a cruel master. It delights in your pain. And that's who you want to go with? Okay, God will. Okay, you don't want to be with me? You want the alternative? Okay, then your will be done. That's what God's going to say to you. You want the alternative? Here you go. Here's your master now. When you could have a master that, is willing to lay down his life willingly so that we won't be handed over to this cruel master called death. That's my king. You know what I'm saying? That's my king. That is the only person that this knee will ever bow to. Period. I've always been that way. Believe me. I had the ultimate ego trip, making tons of money, had the penthouse floor of the baddest, the most beautiful building in Dallas. You know what I mean? My office was pimped out. I had a barber shop in my office so that every Friday a barber would come up and cut all my sales guys' hair and everything. So we all looked fucking dope for the weekend to go, party with beautiful women. So I had my fun.
What you want were not the only things to emerge from Bill Gates' childhood, however. His parents also encouraged discussion about the family's charity work and the causes they held close to their heart. As Gates revealed to Bill Moyers in 2003, those causes included
So JG, this is my theory. I think the next scamdemic that's gonna pop they're gonna call it a foodborne virus. And this is gonna be the reason why now it's against the law for anybody to have cows or pigs or chickens or raise any kind of animals. Because they want full control of the food system. You know what I mean? That's exactly what they want. So anyways, they're going to call it a foodborne virus, and it's going to be some super scary shit because of all of this factory farming. They're loading these animals up with antibiotics, so this quote-unquote virus will not respond to antibiotics. And everybody's going to, people are going to be dying horrible deaths. So then, most people will be like, yeah, dude, get rid of your animals. You know what I mean? They're going to be part of enforcement because it's all a big misdiagnosis when in reality, it's actually a bacteria, not a virus. It'll be a toxic bacteria. And this is, that's why, if everybody's thinking it's a virus, and people are, then they think that's the reason why people are getting sick. You know what I mean? When there's simple things that can make sure that your meat is clean and stuff. And number one, this is why we also need to get rid of big corporate farming that has a monopoly on the situation. I'll show you what's going on in the cattle industry if you don't believe me. They're out to control food, dude. And you know what I mean? And then that way, if you're in poor health, then you're a slave to the medical system. You better keep on working to pay them fucking medical bills, buddy. You're in debt. And that's how God's law works. If you're in debt, That's what puts you in bondage. That's why God told Israel, don't ever be in debt. You be the lenders and be fair and kind to people. Because, yes, that's why the Bible says someone that's in debt, that is that man's money. So if you're in bondage, it means you have a bond. You put yourself up as a bond. That's why, this all started. And don't think Team Evil doesn't know what the Bible says about how Joseph, interpreted Pharaoh's dream and prepared for the 7-year famine. And that's when all of Egypt and all of Israel came to Joseph and sold themselves into slavery, basically, into bondage, because they had no more money and they needed food. That's exactly what they're teeing up, dude.
Population issue, which sparked a lifelong interest in reproductive health.
One issue that really grabbed me as urgent were issues related to population.
I got to go feed my dog.
Reproductive
so
health.
Be right back.
But did you come to reproductive issues as an intellectual?
When I was growing up, my parents were always involved in various volunteer things. My dad was head of Planned Parenthood, and it was very controversial to be involved with that.
Gates tips his hand when he equates issues related to population with reproductive health. The topic is particularly controversial because population control and reproductive health have been used for half a century as a euphemism for eugenics, the discredited pseudoscience that holds that certain families are fit to be leaders of society by virtue of their superior genes. As we saw in Why Big Oil Conquered the World, eugenics was a field named and codified by Francis Galton, cousin of Charles Darwin. Ostensibly concerned with heredity and what would later be known as genetics, the eugenicists believed that the rich and powerful were rich and powerful not because of luck or chance or happenstance, and certainly not from the deployment of cutthroat business tactics and underhanded dealings. No, the rich and powerful had attained their status because they came from better stock. Conversely, the poor were poor because of their defective germplasm. As transparent as it seems to us today that this ideology was a self-serving self-justification for the ruling class, it was quickly taken up as the great social crusade of the early 20th century. From Teddy Roosevelt to H.G. Wells to Julian Huxley to Winston Churchill, there was widespread support for the eugenicist notion that society must strive to make sure that the rich and well-born breed as much as possible, and the poor, infirm, and feeble-minded be prevented from having children. A common eugenicist argument was that the scarce resources of society should not be used to support the lower classes, as that only encouraged more of their kind. Instead, life-saving medical care and intervention should be rationed so that those resources can be best put to use elsewhere. So-called negative eugenicists even took things further, with some, like famed playwright George Bernard Shaw, calling for people to be called before a state-appointed board to justify their existence or be put to death.
But there are an extraordinary number of people whom I want to kill. Not in any unkind or personal spirit, but it must be evident to all of you, you must all know half a dozen people at least, who are no use in this world, who are more trouble than they are worth. And I think it would be a good thing to make everybody come before a properly appointed board, just as he might come before the income tax commissioners, and say every 5 years or every 7 years, just put him there and say, sir or madam, now will you be kind enough to justify your existence?
But in the post-World War II era, as the name of eugenics became tarred by association with the Nazi atrocities, the talk of death panels and other harsh eugenicist notions was dropped from public conversation. Now, the quest to reduce the size of the poor population was spoken of as population control and reproductive health. Still, occasionally, these old negative eugenics ideas are revisited in moments of candor.
You're raising tuitions at the University of California as rapidly as they can, and so the access that used to be available
to the middle class or whatever is just rapidly going away. That's a trade-off society is making because of very, very high medical costs and a lack of willingness to say, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
It is worth questioning why this man, who openly muses about death panels and the trade-offs of providing healthcare to the elderly, is to be taken completely at face value in his attempts to slow population growth in the third world, or to handle a coronavirus health crisis that primarily affects the elderly. That the Gates agenda is being driven by a eugenicist ideology is suggested by multiple lines of evidence, both historical and current. As we have also seen in Why Big Oil Conquered the World, the Rockefeller family was instrumental in funding and promoting eugenics, both in America and overseas. The Rockefellers helped fund the Eugenics Record Office. The founding director of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, William Welch, sat on the ERO's board and helped direct its activities. The Rockefellers sponsored the studies of the eugenics researchers at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes in Germany, including Ernst Rudin, who would go on to draft Nazi Germany's forced sterilization law. And, when the American Eugenics Society became embarrassed of its own name, its longtime director, Frederick Osborne, merely took over as president of the Rockefeller-founded Population Council. This dedication to the cause of public health did not escape the approving gaze of Bill Gates Sr. In a chapter of his 2009 book, Showing Up for Life, called Walking with Giants, he writes admiringly of the Rockefellers and their influence in the field. Every corner we've turned in the field of global health, we've found that the Rockefellers were already there and had been there for years. When we committed to childhood immunization, we found ourselves building on efforts the Rockefeller Foundation had helped launch and fund in the 1980s. When we became interested in fighting malaria and tuberculosis, we learned that the Rockefellers had been studying the prevention and treatment of such diseases around the globe for, in some cases, as long as 100 years. A similar dynamic held true in the case of HIV/AIDS. A lesson we learned from studying and working with the Rockefellers is that to succeed in pursuing audacious goals, you need like-minded partners with whom to collaborate. And we learned that such goals are not prizes claimed by the short-winded. The Rockefellers stay with tough problems for generations. As Gates Sr. suggests, it is by working with like-minded partners that such great achievements in the field of global health can be made. For the Gates, these like-minded partners include the Rockefellers themselves. Bill Gates Sr. got to discuss global health, agriculture, and environment with the likes of David Rockefeller Sr. and David Rockefeller Jr. at a meeting on Philanthropy in a Global Century at Rockefeller University campus in 2000. And Bill Gates, as we have seen, co-hosted a meeting on reducing the population with David Rockefeller in 2009. But the most salacious hints of a deeper agenda are not to be found in the Gates' public associations, but in the associations that they have tried to hide from the public.
Jeffrey Epstein may be dead, but this story isn't. A shocking new report from the New York Times sheds light on the connection between Microsoft founder Bill Gates and the late Jeffrey Epstein. After Gates' name came up in connection with Epstein and MIT Media Lab, Gates gave a statement to the Wall Street Journal where he insisted he did not have any business relationship or friendship with Epstein. But new reporting from the New York Times outlines numerous meetings between Gates and Epstein and a conversation with Bill and Melinda Gates' foundation, a connection between their foundation and JP Morgan to set up a charitable fund that would financially benefit Epstein. You know what I want to know? Why?
Beginning in August of last year, a string of information connecting Bill Gates to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein began to emerge. Flight logs revealed that Gates had flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet. An email surfaced showing disgraced MIT Media Lab director Joy Ito, who resigned from...
What up?
What's up? We got breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. William Freeman is officially a Chomo protector.
Chomo protector, huh? How's that going?
Not good for the guy. He's over there kissing Smokey's ass like none other. He's like, I don't see what there's any problem here. I'm not seeing any kind of like chomo behavior. It seems like Lo is happy with her life, and he's not understanding that this chomo is calling everybody in the Christian community a bunch of fucking dumb lying pieces of shit if we don't go along with his lie.
If we don't
I just don't
pretend that he's, not Josh Bell and he didn't, at 21 or 22 years old have sex with a 13-year-old.
That he drove clear across the fucking country to
bone
fucking
with sex toys and shit,
Yeah, I mean, it's like the weirdest fucking shit. It's like what we see on Chris Hansen show a million times. These fucking weirdos that show up with a bag of fucking sex toys for a fucking child. And I'm not even a Christian. And then the Christian community, they're just a bunch of fucking horrible, terrible, disgusting, pathetic individuals is what Lowe and Smokey says about the Christian community, because they will not bow down to the fucking chomo's knees like Boki and Isaac, and now William Freeman's fucking down there on his fucking knees giving Smokey the 2 lips challenge. It's fucking crazy.
Hold on. Let me see this. Hold on. It's on Eastmax channel?
Yeah, it's on Eastmax channel. I told everybody that since Rob left and we've heard this a million times, I'm gonna go hang out over at Brandon's.
Right. So is this I guess this is it, huh?
I haven't said that.
They called you a freaking called you freaking Rambo or for some reason or some shit like that.
This doesn't matter. To my point, this doesn't matter. I didn't say any of that. Hold on.
Yeah, I can already tell I don't want to watch this shit.
Right. Exactly. That's what I was like. I got it.
I can tell in less than 30 seconds I'm already bored.
Exactly. And then Rob Reed is literally been a Christian for I don't know how long. He's been an attorney, highly successful for 30 years. He's a Christian man, but he's a piece of shit, is a terrible attorney. Isaac and Smokey and these people fucking say about him because he won't bow down to the chomo. I mean, it's just crazy. It's like, if you just bow down to the chomo, then you're okay. But if you don't, you are a fucking lying scumbag piece of shit. And William Freeman's like, I'm going to go along with that theory, Smokey. These people are lying pieces of shit. Everything that you're doing is actually okay. I wanted to just ask you. I keep telling him that we called fucking Josh Bell's phone number that we found on Zillow. Okay, we called it. Lo answered the phone. We both fucking heard it. We couldn't believe that she actually answered the phone. No, we did not record it. But I want to say I've been calling Josh for a few days now. It's this realtor named Josh Bell on the fucking internet. Active phone number, is an active realtor. Why wouldn't the realtor call me back? And then I text messaged the realtor, Josh Bell. And you know how you can see in the text messages if they've read the text? Well, they've read the text and they never called me back. What realtor wouldn't call somebody back? Is what I want to know.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe you should just go ahead and pull up the Zillow phone number on the screen, because I mean, they would say, oh, well, this is doxing. Well, I mean, if it's not Josh Bell, I mean, like, who are we doxing? If it's not Smokey, who are we doxing here?
Hold on.
Everybody can have the phone number. They can call the realtor themselves. You would think that the fucking realtor.
Here's all that I did. I put in Josh Herbell, California, Zillow. Then you click on here where it says Josh Herbell, real estate agent in Desert Hot Springs, California.
And we all know that he lives in Desert Hot Springs.
We sure do.
But it's a different person.
Yeah. Let's see. There we go. That's all you got to do to get the phone number.
It's pretty simple. And it's fascinating that a realtor that they're fucking dying to fucking sell houses to make money does not return a phone call. The phone is active. It rings and rings. Oh, did they fucking actually have Josh's fucking voice at the voicemail? Like, leave a message. It was totally Josh. Now the voicemail's changed. There's no leave a message there.
Sure.
But an active fucking realtor doesn't answer the phone. Text messages read, no text back. That's pretty suspicious, right?
Well, we texted back and forth, if you remember, because I said,
I do. I remember that, but I'm just saying they're not returning the text now, but I can see that the text has been read, so I know the phone is active. Why wouldn't the fucking realtor call me back?
Exactly. But anyhow, that's all you got to do, folks. Yeah, fuck Josh. I'll never fucking bow down and be like, fucking, yeah, it's okay. And then these fucking idiots want to turn. They want to try to turn my situation into their situation, which is fucking ridiculous. Oh, Brandon's okay with sexualizing children. No, I'm not. You don't even know, dude. I grew up, I had a little sister 4 years younger than me. So anybody that was 4 years younger than me, any girl, it would be weird. You know what I mean? For me, that was weird. You don't even know how many of my little sister's friends were all googly-eyed over me and shit. Never. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, when you're 13 years old, when you're 13 years old, when you're an adult, you don't actively seek to fuck kids. Josh Herbell is a kid fucker, and he's mad that the Christian community will not cover up his lies like the Catholic Church covers up the chomos that fuck little boys.
Right.
He's mad.
Well, and the funniest part about it is Ryan is the one who let the Christian community know about it.
It's so fucking weird. What did he do? Just like call up Josh and be like, hey, man, I'm going to stop telling people that you're a chomo because we have a mutual hatred for the Praise I Am channel. So it's all of a sudden, Ryan, he's okay with what Smokey's done. And now he's like erased the Smokey archive. Probably. But he has it on standby until Smokey fucks him over again. Then he'll be right back to it. It's pretty fucking...
Watch. If they ever turn on Ryan, he'll fuck them up. Watch.
But they won't. They're going to fucking... Smokey is so desperate to have anybody on his side that he's got Ryan and fucking Isaac. And then Dave, he is so desperately attached to fucking Smokey that he has called himself a pedophile. He said it on when he was talking to you. He said it when he was on his own channel. I fucking talked to him on the phone one day, and he was telling me that he's okay with fucking grown-ass men fucking little kids. He literally said that he's okay with it to me. Actually, he said it that day when you were on the you were talking to him. He's like, I'm okay with it. It happens every day, everywhere. It's fine.
Well, it's definitely not fine, dude. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's completely fucked up. You know, like I seen a fucking girl that was like 12, 13 years old that her parents went ahead and convinced her to cut off her tits, okay? And now she's a grown woman now because they were convincing her to be a boy. And they fucking literally cut off her fucking tits. We're giving her all the hormones. She's now an adult, has transitioned back to being a woman, but her tits have fucking been cut off by her crazy fucking parents and the crazy doctor. You know, a 13-year-old girl does not have any she cannot think rationally saying that, yeah, this guy, it's okay for you to fuck me. It's completely okay. They grow the fuck up and realize that they are completely fucked up because of this shit that these guys were trying to do to them, just like that family member is trying to got that woman to cut off her fucking tits. I mean, they grow up and they're fucking absolutely traumatized by what happened to them when they were a fucking kid because they were brainwashed by these adults.
Exactly. That's why, why the fuck would you trust the science? Give me a break.
In that situation, I don't think there is anything scientific about it. It's a bunch of bullshit.
And there's nothing scientific about evolution either.
Okay. I mean, you wouldn't go and type in the words, the evolution of the woodpecker. You would never do that. You're just going to fucking pull up.
Here, I'll do it right now. What do you mean?
All right, well, let's do it.
Can you show me the evolution of the woodpecker?
Did you Google it or Chat GPT it?
I Googled it.
Okay.
So isn't it showing? Oh, no.
No.
All right.
But I love how you get off topic and start talking about evolution when we're talking about the Chomo shit. Science and evolution. It's kind of fucking lame that you did that, but oh well.
Whatever, man, because that's the topic of the fucking discussion tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no fucking evolution of the woodpecker. So
go to the all. Don't click. You got images up. Go to the all. Up at the top. All. Oh, what the fuck? It doesn't pull up the same thing as like but you're on your desktop. Yeah, scroll down. 45 million years. Right there. Right where it says 45 million years. Read that and scroll down. Show more. Read that.
You read it. I'm eating.
I can't see it all the way. And I fucking literally don't have my glasses.
All right, hold on. Let me finish chewing. Hold on. Fuck, now I'm going to get the hiccups. Woodpeckers evolved around 45 million years ago in the tropical forests of Eurasia, splitting from an ancestor shared with modern honeyguides. Gradual nature selection optimized their unique traits, including specialized feet, stiff tail
Why don't you quit
feathers,
being a jackass and just read it?
and elongated tongues for arboreal insect hunting niche. Because this is bullshit. Anyway, that's why I got to mock it. There's no proof for 45 million years. That's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, timeline and origins. 45 million years ago, the core woodpecker lineage split from the African and Southeast Asian honey guides in Eurasian tropical forests. Let me see what a honey guide is. Do you know what a honey guide is?
I think it's a bird.
So this is where the woodpecker came from, according to their bullshit.
Yeah, don't believe the fucking people that actually research this as their life's work. Just listen to some fucking dumb Christian that spent a fucking day looking something up to try to make it fit his narrative.
So, again, it's not just some dumb Christian talking. So if you want to get real with shit,
you want to call this dumb, I can call the Christian dumb.
All right. Let's go here. Let's talk to somebody that's actually qualified to talk on the subject.
You didn't even finish reading it. You're already jumping on to some fucking dumb Christian.
Some dumb Christian who has
some dumb fucking idiot Christian
that
will not go along with this guy. Won't even go along with Smokey's fucking chomo lies.
Yeah, he's not even. Nobody's gonna. It's not okay to sexualize children. We all know that.
It's not okay to be a kid fucker.
No. It definitely is not. Oh shit, no wonder my fucking thing tripped out.
And William Freeman is now a supporter of a kid fucker.
Well, I don't know what the situation is as far as I would be surprised by that. But
he was over
talking
there
about Lowe. It sounds to me like Will was talking about Lowe.
He was saying Lowe's happy. So I don't believe that there's this conspiracy that Smokey is a secret chomo.
Oh no, we've shown all of the proof. You're welcome to fucking look at all of the Smokey fucking live streams I've done. There's tons of evidence. So his claim
there's
that
zero evidence.
No evidence.
Zero.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And that's where I'll pay for the lawyer to sue your lawyer that represented you and got you fucking popped for
zero evidence.
With zero evidence.
Hey, let me ask you this, Brandon. So, say the DA, so basically, Smokey's got all the access to the DA's evidence. Is that what he's trying to say? That he knows the DA has absolutely zero evidence because he's got all the information from
Maryland,
the DA.
We need the ratings to go up. It's been a little slow tonight. So, anyways, glad to see you.
Marilyn, are you a Chomo supporter?
Why was she over there listening to Smokey?
No, she wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
And then what's funny about what they were doing, Rob was like, how do you know that this guy right over here in the mugshot is actually smoking? He's like, I don't know. He fucking turned on his camera.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We've all seen
That's not
Smokey.
evidence. That is not evidence.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, his claims that there's zero evidence are just ridiculous. So
that's what I'm trying to say. Is Smokey's got all of the evidence from the DA and it's actually zero evidence. So since there was absolutely zero fucking evidence, I'm going to go ahead and plead guilty. What in the fuck kind of world does he think we live in? Who the fuck would plead guilty to something with zero evidence?
I know.
He keeps saying zero evidence. Like, if he keeps saying it
Well,
enough,
that's why I checkmated his ass with, look, then, let's sue the attorney that represented you. There's millions to be made because that's caused major damages. If you wound up on the sex offenders list with zero evidence, I'd be suing the fuck out of everybody. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna just, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna. I don't mind that I'm on the sex offenders list. Whatever, dude. Fuck that. I'd be pissed.
I am glad I did not take that bet earlier.
I know, huh? Kind of wish you would have.
I knew that one you was gonna win.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the odds were way in your favor.
Whatever, dude. I still owe you 20. I still owe you 20.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make it 40.
I know you do.
But I was like, this one ain't gonna work for me.
Well,
Plus, I was like, we didn't have a time limit.
Are there UFC fights tomorrow?
Probably. There's usually UFC fights every Saturday. It seems like. We'll check you real quick. Just Google UFC, and then it should just pop right up the list, the card.
UFC cards Saturday. Yeah.
You're on images.
I know, Dick. Hold on.
Oh, so you're on a desktop, so it doesn't pop up like mine. You might actually have to click on
Here
UFC.
comes trouble.
No, I came to the right place. I came where the
You might have to click on the actual UFC.
I wanted to go to the right place. I want to go where everything's being taught correctly, and I learn about the contract, and I learn about the serpent seed, and I can get everything straightened out. I'm here to submit myself now.
Oh, you're so full of shit, Dave.
Why would I
think
be
you're
full of
being a
shit?
clever little slick troll?
I mean, I figure what I'm going to get here is going to be
He thinks
worthwhile.
we're going to pretend along with him too, and pretend.
Who are you? Who's the we? You and your brother over
Dave
here in
is
Christ?
the ultimate pedophile.
Are you fellowshipping
protector.
with Belial, or are you fellowshipping with Dr. Spider here?
Hey,
or how's it
Dave.
work?
So
you
Dave,
are right on time, Dave.
Are you okay,
Right
Dave,
on
with
time.
you're
Why is
okay with
Dave
adults
right on
fucking
time?
kids, right? Dave, you're okay with kids getting fucked by adults, right?
What are you
You're okay
talking about? You got pedophilia on your mind again, or what?
Yeah, we did. We just got done talking to
You're always
Snooki
thinking about that.
all
You
about
know,
it.
I don't think a bit
Shomos.
about it, and then you
Show-
bring it up all the time.
Dave, I'm
What
just
are you
asking
always
a
thinking
question.
about?
Just
You might as
answer
well
the
just.
question,
Why don't
Dave.
you just go to
You're okay
the
with it.
island? Why don't you just
Are
go to
you
the island
okay
where the
with it,
politicians
Dave?
go? What's the name of
Just
that
tell
island?
us.
Go to that island
Just
where all
tell
the
us.
politicians
Epstein
go.
Island.
And what is the name of it, Brandon?
Epstein Island.
Yeah, just go there. Just take a fucking flight over there. Go.
You
Get all you
go.
want.
You're
Don't
the
talk
one
to
that
me
said
about
that
it.
you were okay with with Smokey fucking little kids.
I
You were
don't
like,
know
I'm
what
okay
the
with
fuck
it. It
your
happens every
problem is.
day.
Y'all
You know,
have to
you know
drama
something. Let
farm.
me just tell you something.
I know.
Let me just tell you something.
Let me
If
just tell
you
you
ever
something.
say, if
Let
you
me
ever
tell
think
you
you're,
something.
you know, I dare
No,
you
let me
and
tell you
Sammy,
something.
you and your pal
Let me
Sammy
tell you
can come
about-
here with a bunch of beer
You're
cans and
coming
say that.
over there
Hey,
with
fucking
your
smart ass. Let me
Hey.
finish my sentence, Brandon. Could you let me finish this, please,
Yes.
without interruption?
Yes, go ahead.
You and Sammy, I dare you both to come to my house with all your goddamn beer cans. You know what I'll do? I'll crush them on your fucking head and beat the hell out of both of you for the pedophile talk. And I'm sick and tired coming out of your mouth, and you'll never say it again.
What do you think
That
about
was
that,
a threat,
Spider?
Dave. That was
That
a
is a
threat,
fucking
Dave.
promise. It's not a threat. Go call the cops.
Oh, I'm not a pussy.
So
You told me you're going to hunt me down and fucking kill me multiple times. I'm not crying about it. You are a fucking
I'll
pussy,
bet you
Dave.
Ryan has that recorded, Dave.
I don't care who's got what recorded.
I don't give a fuck who's got that recorded.
really
I'm in here
I don't
fucking
give
making
a
a
fuck
goddamn
about it.
omelet.
One fucking damn about it.
Until he calls the cops on you.
I don't care who the hell shows up here tonight. or
Hey, Dave,
tomorrow
can I
or-
just ask you a serious question? Do you want to shoot up a church? Because you were talking about it the other day. Pretty crazy. How you wanted to bring all those guns and
didn't
ammunition and
actually
body
say some
armor to the
stupid
church?
shit like that, did you, Dave? In the midst of Spider just getting out of jail because
I'll tell you
Ryan
what,
calling
you
the cops
figure it
on
out.
him.
You go figure it out.
Well, I'm just wondering, Dave, do you want to shoot up a church or not?
Go call
Because
the
that's
sheriff
what you
and have him
said.
come over
You
here and
want to
question me
go.
about it.
You said
I dare
you
you.
want to go to that church with a fucking
Boy,
automatic
you people are
weapon,
really out of your mind.
a bunch of ammo, a full body armor, and a fucking T-shirt that says the KJB only police.
Who was playing that video?
I'm just asking, Dave, do you want to shoot up a church or not? Just tell us,
I'm
because
at
you're not
least going to
answering the
give the
question.
guys some scenery.
You know
while
what?
these two
I'll
fucking-
save it for the court of law, and I'll take the ladies just in case. How's that?
I think you should go turn yourself in, Dave. That's probably the best option.
I dare one of you motherfuckers to call the sheriff right now. Call
I
him.
dare
Call him out.
you to go
Neither one
down
of
to the
us are little
sheriff's
fucking
office.
pussies like your boyfriend Ryan.
Hey, Dave, I dare you to go down to the sheriff's office and fucking tell him what you fucking said. And ask him, is this illegal?
Is one of you an atheist and one of you a Christian? One of you hate God or doesn't know God, and one of you is Christian? Is that what's happening right here?
Dave and I are Christians.
You're both Christians?
Spider is an atheist. And
Okay.
anyhow, but me and Spider are bagging on Dave right now because he supports Smokey, who basically, when he was 21, he drove all the way across the country to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. Yep.
Oh my, no. How old was he? Wait, it doesn't even matter.
Yep, he was 21 or 22, and he sits there and tries to tell everybody in YouTube land that he's not Josh Herbell, and it's just a bunch of fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? And if Smokey would just man up and say, yeah, you know what? I fucked up. I was a nerdy dork that never slayed pussy, and, you know, somebody finally was going to give me some, and she was only 13 years old that I met in a fucking little child chat room. Like, what a fucking, you know what I mean?
Which one's the atheist? Not Spider. Spider isn't even
Spider
involved.
is the atheist.
He's
Dave
not even
and I are
involved, so it's two
Why do
Christians.
you keep putting us in the back like that? What's up with that?
I need to get the rundown.
Yeah.
Who the hell are you?
The rundown.
We got to put your ass in the back because you won't fucking behave
I'm-
correctly. You literally
I'm
said you
God.
wanted to suck Smokey's
Who the hell are
dick
you? Some
balls
fucking
deep.
flimsy bitch? Some little
I'm
floozy?
God. I'm God.
Yeah,
Hi.
she's a little wacky. We're gonna try to straighten her out though.
Well, you go right ahead and waste your fucking night. I'm out of here.
Oh, Dave.
He ran.
Aw.
He ran. He ran.
Well,
I was gonna just ask him why he fucking protects pedophiles.
Well, that has been the question. 'Cause,
no.
you know, here we go. I can show.
Wait a
everybody-
minute.
Let me show
He
you. We'll
he
go to
doesn't protect them,
North
does he?
Carolina.
He
sex
does.
Offender.
He's saying it's completely okay what Smokey did, and that Smokey is not Josh Herbell. That everybody's a lying
13,
fucking
bro.
piece of shit. And then, hey, Marilyn, hear me out on this. Smokey's is like 42 years old. He's got like a fucking 22-year-old girlfriend that completely tells everybody that she has had sexual assault happen to her when she was like 13, so she would never be with a guy. And everybody everyone is a lying, disgusting piece of shit.
We're all guys like me is a lying piece of shit because there's no evidence that we have no evidence.
He
of this.
ran.
Okay, can you see the screen, Marilyn?
Yeah, I can see this.
Okay, this is a picture of Smokey Saint, and this is where it says the victim's age was 13, the offender's age was 21.
In 2022, wait a minute. Oh,
Yeah.
offense date was 2004. He was convicted. Why did it take so long?
Because she grew up and went, you know what? There's no statute of limitations on child sex offenses.
Oh
And
my
she realized how
God.
much this guy fucked her up because, you know, and he gets all, you know, I'm sure he gets all puffed up when I say he turned her out. I mean, we listened to the girl's whole interview that this guy named Thick Shades in YouTube land had an interview with the actual girl, and she explained how, like, she truly loves her husband, but they had to get a divorce because they weren't really compatible behind closed doors. That's because a 21-year-old man came with sex toys and shit to have sex
Clear across
with
the country.
Yep.
From
To have sex-
California to North Carolina.
Oh no.
It's just like a Chris Hansen episode.
No,
And
that's what
Dave,
happened. No, listen, that's what happened to me too. Like seriously, but I didn't like have sex with a dude, but he totally tried. But he
he was grooming you.
maybe he was in 2021 in the military in the Navy, and I was 16. Yeah, I was
Yep.
16. And
Still
he
fucked up.
totally was a monster, and he would drop me off on the side of the road all the time and leave me there, and he would like just all kinds of crazy stuff. But somehow I had this slam book with 3 girlfriends in my school, and somehow by the grace of God, one of those girls out of those 3 girls, her dad was like the head like tenant of over him, and found out, and she showed her dad like these emails and all this stuff, and called my dad, who was a retired Navy, and he got in so much trouble and had to stop seeing me and everything. But yeah,
And
it
he was
happened.
how old though? And you were
He
16?
was like, yeah, he was like 20, 21. He shot me with a paintball gun before. Like, he was really, like, really a bad dude. Really a bad dude. Like, he was, yeah. And he was the first guy to ever find me attractive or whatever. But I was like 16. So,
So
like,
wait a minute. The
I
first
wasn't
guy to
even,
ever find you attractive. How
I
old
mean,
were you?
yeah.
How old were you in
Yeah.
this photo?
I was pretty. Oh gosh, I'm 20s. I'm in my 20s there. I'm in my 30s now, but probably 20s.
You were hot. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still hot. I'm still hot. I'm
You
still
were
hot.
hot.
I'm still hot. I mean, I grew into being gorgeous, but when I was younger, I mean, I was like probably an ugly duckling until I got out of. I mean, I did no until high school, I guess, middle school, high school, like yeah. So I just never had any boyfriends or dated or anything until like I got to 16, and then I was like super hot and didn't even know it, and totally got
Those are
taken
the best
advantage of
times, dude.
in every way.
Well, you
And
know.
so if anybody's listening out there, you 16-year-old getting, messed around with by 21-year-old man, still highly illegal, still completely fucked up. You get in big fucking trouble, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Spider, we have no evidence.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Actually, there's zero
There's
evidence.
no evidence.
Smokey
So
took a plea
somehow-
deal, pleaded guilty for zero evidence.
He got put on the sex offenders.
But like, do you feel like these people can be rehabilitated, or do you feel like they need to be on trial forever? Like
On trial forever.
I think no. My position is, if Josh would just fucking fess up, don't try to make me pretend that you're not Josh. Spider and I looked your shit up on fucking Zillow because you used to be a real estate agent. I called the phone. Lo, his girlfriend or wife or whatever she is, answered the phone. So I knew, and I even made some funny little text messages, and so Smokey
And
knows
we're
that
lying.
we know he is absolutely Josh Herbel. So don't sit there and expect me to pretend that you're not. Just admit it, dude. You fucked up. You were a fucking sexual deviant. You fucked up.
Who is?
It's not okay to sexualize children ever. And that's it. Then we can all move on. But when he sits there and tries to force me to pretend that he's not Josh, it's like, fuck you, dude. I'm not doing that.
Like, you
Hey,
can't
Brandon.
lie forever.
Brandon, I really think that the reason why he desperately wants Lo and to be married to her is so he can get her last name so he can officially change his last name and maybe even his first name.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I mean,
I don't know. I doubt that Lo's going to take the Her Bell last name. Do you really think that?
well, I think that, you know, and then based off of his that second interview with the heroin addict girlfriend that Smokey had, where she dropped a whole lot of fucking details about the dude. That, you know, yeah, he's freaky. You know what I mean? As far as like, you know, and that's probably why Lo likes him. He turned
Who's
her out.
not freaky? Everybody's freaky. We've got to
Everybody.
somehow, because you don't understand. If you don't end up forgiving these people will never change. Like, it goes both ways. Like, you want them to change, they want to be forgiven. But if you're not going to forgive them, they're not going to change. And if they don't change, you're not going to forgive them.
I
It's
am
sick.
absolutely waiting to forgive, but you know what I mean? That's why I'm not going to pretend with anybody. I'm not going to pretend with you that you're not Josh. I called the number, and see, Smokey brings this shit on himself because he'll bust into some fucking chat room and verbally assault people like no other. Like, he's pretty talented at his verbal assault, to where, I mean, I have super thick skin, and this guy pissed me off enough to even give a shit about this fucking situation.
I don't see any talent by calling somebody a gutter rat piece of trash when they are the gutter rat piece of trash. There's no talent there, and no chomo ever deserves to sit at the table ever again and have a fucking normal life.
Okay. Are
In my
you both
opinion,
are you both Christians?
Spider is
I
not.
am not a Christian.
Yeah, you both come to the same analysis. That's crazy.
Well, we
That's
didn't come
crazy.
quite to the same analysis. I said I'm willing. You know, I want to forgive, but you know, he's the one that has to fess up to the situation in order to be forgiven. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and what do you believe, Spider?
I believe that he belongs in a wood chipper, and that's it.
Okay.
He's got to put his nut sack on the fucking wood chipper, huh?
So basically, there's wood
Wood chipper,
chipper.
feet first. Feet first.
Oh man, gruesome. And then the Christian believes that yes, you should be punished, but if you can rehabilitate and be forgiven and choose Christ, then all will be well.
Yeah, he's
Well,
already been punished and everything. He's going to spend 20 years on the fucking sex registry. That's why he got, you know, he can't be a realtor anymore. You know, in order to be a realtor or have any fiduciary duty whatsoever, you have to pass a background check. I'm
and
a
he's
licensed.
already
Yeah.
over 40.
I don't
Yeah,
know
so
if that
he'll
20
never
years on
be
the
able to get a
registry is actually
professional job.
correct.
Yeah, he'll never be able to get a professional, good paying job. He's stuck at the blue collar level no matter what. That's as high as he's going to get.
The literal kid fucker is going around telling all the other Christians that they are fucking lying, disgusting, gutter rat, trash clown pieces of shit.
That's where that's where I get a little bit heated. You know what I mean? It's like,
There
listen,
is no forgiving
fuck
this
you
guy.
and your fucking moral high horse, motherfucker. You're
And
a
then this
fucking
fucking
registered
Lo,
sex offender.
his girlfriend, is calling everybody a lying piece of shit, trash clown, gutter rat, fucking degenerate piece of shit because we won't fucking go along with Smokey's lies like she is.
Well,
It's fucking
I just
crazy.
I just expect a man to act like a man up, take responsibility for what you did. You know, you should feel bad what you did to this girl. If you listen, I'm going to find the interview real quick now. Hold on. No, hold on. That's not the one I want to use.
I don't even think
Brutal.
that the
Hold
20
on.
years on the registry is actually correct.
Thick Shades channel. Thick Shades.
Are you trying to look up where the girl's talking?
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking hear that, dude.
You don't want to hear it again?
No.
Well, Marilyn's never heard it. So
It
anyway,
doesn't matter.
in the
It doesn't
interview,
matter.
the girl is
We
basically,
don't have to hear it if you don't. I mean, I'm sure it's lots of lore.
well, I don't think so. I mean, it's, the girl sitting there talking about how she truly loved her husband, but, they were incompatible behind closed doors because he treated her with respect. You know what I'm saying? He was too nice, and she, you know what I mean? So
She was
that's why,
too nice, so they were incompatible. What?
yeah, I mean, that's basically what she says. So let me find this now. I gotta find it.
Did he pay all the bills too?
Did who pay all the bills?
Did he
Her
pay all the
husband?
bill? Did he pay all the bills? Andy was too nice.
No, I
Probably.
don't. I'm
I
not sure.
doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. That's either one or the other. You either pay all the bills or you're really nice. One or the other. It don't go.
I got some update on Numi. Numi said that his ex-wife came back over in her pajamas tonight to like hang out, maybe stay the night or something. Guess what Numi fucking did? He brought up the fucking water bill again and they got in a big old fight.
Dumbass.
Oh
This
my
is not
god.
the right channel. What is Thick Shades channel? Now I can't remember.
Who cares?
I know you don't care, but I want
Can
her
you just tell him you don't care, Marilyn?
Just tell me what it's about and I'll be
We
good.
told you already.
Okay, then we're good.
Yeah, Brandon.
It was about her. It was about her saying she wanted her, like she liked being a wife or whatever with this dude. But
The dude fucking went to court. He fucking pleaded guilty, and he's a fucking registered sex offender now. And he's just lying about it, saying it's not him. And we're all
so
fucking gutter trash.
So wait a minute. He was married when no. Hold on. This happened way in 2004, and then she said there's no statute of limitations. So he was married by the
He
time
wasn't
she came
married.
out about this. What?
No, he wasn't married. He just got this fucking new fucking mind control tool just a couple of years ago.
Oh,
You're talking about Lowe?
Yeah.
Fuck, man. How come I can't find this fucking thing now? This pisses me off.
And Lowe used to be one of those LGBTQs when she almost cut off her fucking tits. She cut off all of her hair.
What?
She fucking was bald. If you just go to her channel, she's got it in her community post. She thinks like for some reason she like looks different because she grew out her fucking hair. She looks just as terrible in the fucking photo as she does when she had all of her hair cut off. She doesn't realize. She thinks she's hot. She is not hot at all. That's why she's with a piece of shit trash clown, and then she goes on these channels where all these fucking old guys are at, and they're like, "Oh, you're hot," so she believes it. So she thinks she's all fucking hot and shit.
Here it is. I found it. All right.
All right. Well, if you're gonna play this video, I'm gonna jump off.
You're a fucking fag, dude. Just chill out. I'm just gonna fast forward to the part. I got this fucking video down, dude. Just relax. All right.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
That wouldn't surprise
Oh,
me from his,
Jesus.
rapper base. Obviously.
So the girl goes by the name Satori Tenchi. This is the girl that was the 13-year-old at the time.
I don't know why Christopher, aka Will, I don't know why he is just standing up for that pedo. I just don't understand that at all. I mean, I don't know how much money that Josh has been giving him, but certainly it's not even worth it. It's like he's selling off his soul or something.
Transcript. F.
I mean, 13 is obviously.
She was in the 8th
So
grade.
how was it? How was the you know the okay? So you discovered me. You discovered my channel. How did you feel? Like I remember, like when you the first day when yeah, most of times that's how this sort of thing happens. You know this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
a lot of people who have this happen when they're younger don't press charges until they're older because it takes a long time before they work up the courage and before they're able to do it. And honestly, I thought the statute of limitations had passed. I did not know that there's not a statute of limitations for sexual crimes against children. There's not. If anybody's listening and that applies to them, guess what? There's not a statute of limitations. You can report the crime. If it's happened to you, you can contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. You can do it online. You can call the phone number. They're wonderful. They're great. You just have to call them, contact them, let them know what's happened to you. They can get you in contact with resources to report the crime that's happened to you. No statute of limitations. That's what I did.
is that like 1-800 number? Do you have a number with you in handy, or does it only like?
I can get it. Give me just a second.
Okay. Yeah, if
This
you
is
have that, that would be
crazy.
great because I mean,
Okay.
yeah, Josh has been doing this not just to you. He has been doing that to other people, obviously, and he's been threatening, for example, like Blaze. Go ahead, bro. Any questions out there? Because I'm missing.
Fine. Okay, wait.
So
The comments are going down so quickly. So
was he friends with you before you found all this out?
No, me and fucking Smokey in the first 10 minutes of meeting each other were immediately screaming, fuck you, to each other.
Oh my God.
We didn't like each other from the moment we met.
What does he believe? Like, what's his stand on like just like normal stuff that doesn't have to do with obviously?
He went to some Bible college, some whacked out Bible college, and so he was taught. So he believes that the King James Bible is the most corrupt version, and he also believes in old Earth, not young Earth creation. And but anyways, our big immediate bashing of the heads was because I'm King James only. I believe it's the only actual real Bible, and there is a conspiracy. If you read the back of a New King James Bible, it says this is the perfect transition Bible to move you to these modern versions. So away from the Word of God into these modern Bible versions that have all kinds of doctrinal differences. So that's why we have 20 to 40,000 different denominations of so-called Christians that all claim to follow Jesus, follow the Bible, yet none can agree on doctrine because we have 450 different Bible versions that don't agree on doctrine.
Well, I'm torn because I do, as much as I do like the King James version because it is softer and nicer and sweeter. There's a lot of things they do get wrong rather than like in the Greek, which is much more palatable, like almost 180-degree difference. Maybe not 360, but definitely a huge difference in interpretation. And King James also wrote that demon book. Like I feel like he was
it's called
in the dark
demonology.
arts, dark
Oh,
arts.
have you ever read it?
No, unless he was against the Jews or something when he wrote it. I can't determine.
See, what that book revealed, though, because it was published in 1592, King James didn't even commission the whole translation project until
Well,
1604.
well, we didn't have the printing press until the 1500s, and before that, nobody, like normal people, didn't even have Bibles
Well, that's
before
why
the
the King
printing
James
press.
Bible was such a big deal, because that's King James made it available to buy in a bookstore. The King
Right.
James New Testament was
Mhm.
available for everyone to buy. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
that's why it was a big deal. And this is where, when you study the whole history, because you have to come back over to, let me just show you real quick. Come over here to Psalms. Where's Psalms 12? Verses 6 and 7. Okay. And if you understand this verse in context, God's talking about all of these false Bible teachers. Okay, that they speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor, with flattering lips, and with a double heart do they speak. The Lord shall cut off all flattering lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things. Who have said, with our tongue we will prevail, our lips are our own, who is Lord over us? For the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now I will arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth up. That's religious hypocrites that get all puffed up. The words, and now here's King David. This is a prophecy. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever. So this is saying, thou is the Lord. He's going to preserve his word. It's not up to men. Okay, he's promising that his word, which is a covenant, a contract, will be preserved. So now we know in history that the original writings from Paul and from Peter, those parchments do not exist. So what happened is that when Paul would write a letter, anybody that had money could hire a scribe to make them a copy of whatever epistle. So this is how God starts preserving his word, through multiplication. And now, because all of these thousands of copies that we have, that's what forms the majority text, which is what Desiderius Erasmus, he made the Textus Receptus. So that Textus Receptus, which means the received text, is what sparked the whole Reformation movement, when people started comparing side by side the Latin Vulgate of the Catholic Church versus the actual original Greek. And everyone went, hey, you've been lying to us about what the Bible says. And that's
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
Have you studied the Greek words and what a lot of the main, like, big power words, mean, like sin, repentance, I am who I am, or these big words, the prayer, these things, if you look at them in the Greek, they're totally different than what we are translated in English. Like, it is a huge
So hold on. But
contrast.
here's something you got to understand. Okay. Desiderius Erasmus was a super smart dude. He was like, a total genius. And the Catholic Church used him as a trophy to be like, Erasmus is a Catholic. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? So we're obviously the true church. Little did they know, Erasmus despised the Catholic Church saw the Pope as the Antichrist. So, anyways, he had it on his heart to just get God's word out to normal, everyday people so that they could read it for themselves. That's what was on his heart. Now, the next guy that comes along is William Tyndale. William Tyndale is responsible for about 85% of the King James Bible. He's known as the father of modern English, and he just happened to speak 7 different languages that forms what we now know as modern English today. So what we speak now with all of our slang is contemporary English. That's why, the word gay doesn't mean the same thing that it did in modern English. You know what I'm saying? So anyhow, William Tyndale, he comes along and he has the same thing on his heart, that he just wants the average everyday plowboy to be able to know the Bible as well as any priest. And that's why the Catholic Church burned him at the stake, because he was translating the Bible into English. And so anyhow, and this is where William Tyndale, because he died at the stake, that's when Miles Coverdale came in and finished the translation. So that's why it's known as the Coverdale Bible. So that's the second time that the Word of God gets purified in a furnace of earth. So now, then you have the Great Bible with King Henry when he divorced the Catholic Church. That's the 4th time. And anyhow, I'm going to botch this up. I can pull the video. So then you have the Geneva Bible, which it was all of the reformers. They went through and meticulously translated it from the Greek and the Hebrew into English. So, I mean, these are all very highly qualified linguists. And then finally, we arrive at the 7th purification, which happens to be the Committee of the King James Bible of 54 scholars, the top brains of the kingdom in England at the time, comes together like Sir Lancelot Andrews, the head of the whole translation committee, spoke 17 different languages fluently. And there were guys on the committee that spoke like 34 different languages. So there's nobody more qualified than these guys to translate it from Greek and Hebrew into English.
I think King James was a Mason.
No.
Mason, yes, he was definitely a Mason and tied to the Illuminati and the spiritual witchcraft. I don't believe that he was translating it correctly from Greek. I'm not saying.
Just so you know, he didn't do any of the translating at all. There were 54 translators.
I'm sure there were.
Yeah, and
I'm sure
they split. They split into 7 groups so that every single verse was checked 7 times. And you think this is a coincidence? And then we go over to Zephaniah chapter 3, verses 8 and 9. Okay, verse 8 is clearly talking about the end times.
Okay. Even this is getting foggy and confusion, and God is not the God of confusion. This is not confusing. This shouldn't be confusing. When it gets like this, when it gets from the original disciples and apostles in this one ecclesia, rather than Curicon, like a temple built for God, but actually ecclesia. When it breaks off from that in any form, ecclesia is a governing body. When it breaks off from the people, a part of the governing body that all come and gather and make decisions on what happens with the community, or everything, everyone should be a part of ecclesia. It should not be some person breaking off like the Pope or Greek Orthodox or anyone who says, hey, look at me, listen to me, follow me, I have the right way, because it's always one body of people. It is not someone with some hierarchy saying that they have some kind of revelation that they can give you that comes through them that is from God, that you can't get individually from God.
Yeah, there's no
That's where the
special.
break happens,
Well, and if you pay attention to this verse,
regardless of the translations.
well, for then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. So a pure language is singular. So that means that Hebrew and Greek, it's not Hebrew and Greek anymore. It's going to be put into a pure language. Now, the Bible doesn't say, oh, it's going to be modern English. No, but now by looking at history, we can see clearly that modern English was the fulfillment of this verse and Psalms 12, 6, and 7.
I don't believe that, because I believe in the past, just like a King James version is much lighter and softer and lovelier, until like all these new versions came that just get harder and more stricter and more alienated. Even before King James version, they were purer and sweeter and kinder and didn't understand as much corruption. I'm telling you, the Greek version leaves a lot more malleability in what the Bible and God and Jesus is saying than the King James version. I just know this from research on a lot of different things. James version really puts things in categories and compartmentalizes sin and compartmentalizes repentance and things like this, when the Greek versions are very different. Like sin is hermatia in Greek, which is to miss your target. In English, it's like, this is evil, this is bad, this is what you should not do, which we know this is not something you should not do, but it's not, it doesn't show God's covering over the situation with that type of verbiage. That's what I'm trying to point out, I guess.
So do you speak Greek?
I don't speak Greek, but I do look into specific words that people struggle with and use, a lot, and look at the Greek word and refer to it. And there's a lot of indiscrepancies that I find in the English translations than I do.
That's what I'm saying, though, that, believe me, you're not, you don't know Greek and Hebrew like these guys that were assembled to do the King James translation.
I think they were Masons, and Masons are Jewish, of Jewish authority.
They were
It's
not
all a
Masons,
cult.
they were Anglicans.
I am convinced that Jews are making Christians into rabbis for centuries, and with under their nose. And people are,
rabbis. What do you mean?
turning Christians into rabbis, as in taking the covenant, slowly stripping chipping away at the covenant that Jesus put into place, and reverting it back to the same thing as Jews do. Jews repent. They sure do. Jews ask for deliverance. They also have their water ritual for leaders that come into power, and for their own purification rituals, just like baptism. They're turning y'all into rabbis, and you do not realize it. You don't realize Jesus is justice. Jesus is salvation. Jesus is the answer and the good news. He did win. He has the victory. He holds the keys to Hades. There is something going wrong with the Christians, that the Jews are like pushing your arrow just slightly to the right or left, a little more all the time, rather than fully hitting the mark. I'm telling you, there's a
I
indiscrepancy
honestly
happening.
don't know where you get this shit from. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of this is Bible. I'm just going to let you know what I believe.
Okay.
I believe that when God, because it is impossible for God to lie, when he promises that he's going to preserve his word, and his exact words was, from this generation, from these fucking religious hypocrites, I'm going to preserve my word from these motherfuckers. So this this is why the fulfillment has to be in a pure language. And because God knew, now hold on, because God knew that the whole world today, every single nation on this planet has to, in order to participate in global trade and in order to have, airports and shit, they all have to speak English. So this is how the gospel is going to go out to every nation in the whole planet. This is all of the old Jewish prophecies. They know.
No, okay. English might be the language that is the most whatever you want to say, purified, most articulate, most
what
pushing
language
forward to
produced
God.
more poetry?
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I understand English is probably the language of the gods. However, and therefore, there were languages that came before English that give a whole lot of gifts that need to be put into English that are not quite there yet. Like, English is the language. I understand that. But there is lots of things that have not quite been revelation into English that are much more deep and saturated, that hasn't fully come full circle with the English language. I understand the English language is what everyone should speak, and it is the purest kind of language. However, there is still an hour for us to get mature in the English, and we don't quite hit the mark as they did it back in the day in lots of areas. I'm not saying in every area they were right. I'm saying in lots of different areas in different languages, we haven't quite mastered the substance of what they're fully trying to express in English.
Okay, now let me just point you at this, brothers. I love this guy. I've had a Zoom meeting with Christopher Johnson.
I also want to say, before you show him, it doesn't matter what language you speak. God, from the creation of the world, his invisible qualities, his divine nature, his characteristics, identities, nature, it's all been clearly seen from what has been made. So men are without excuse. Like, we're without excuse no matter what translation. We know who God is and how good he is and how unconditionally loving he is. And then we know when it starts to slide off from that and go into a lie.
Yeah.
We know this.
Yeah, there's no such thing as unconditional love.
What?
Yeah,
that is a lie from the devil. That's a lie.
No. There's always conditions.
No.
Even God, the condition is that you have to believe on Jesus Christ. Otherwise, yeah, you're at odds. He hates you, you hate him. That's why the relationship is in shambles, and you need to restore that relationship and make peace with God, or you'll never have peace in your
But
heart.
Jesus already restored that. Don't you understand? I
Of
think your
course, I
problem is
understand that. Yes,
you
his act
don't
on the
want people like this dude that you were just talking about with the 13-year-old. You don't want these people to just get forgiven with no questions asked without them having to do something. Like, that's a Christian
Okay, but
problem.
repentance means is to genuinely grieve and sorrow in your heart for the wrong
It's
that you've done.
not like he doesn't already know he fucked up and did wrong. It's not like he doesn't already know that. Like, no matter what he does to apologize,
No, he doesn't
nothing
know
will.
that. You don't
He
understand the
does
situation. I'm
know
telling
this.
you.
He does know it, or he wouldn't be reaping the repercussions of it and getting
No,
punished for it.
the only reason why is because his so-called buddy leaked to the Christian community that he had been that this event
You
occurred.
are getting away that easily, William.
What did you do, Will?
I don't know what Spider's upset about. I love Spider, but Mr. Apples is getting his ass kicked in.
Who's Mr. Apples?
Yes, Spider, where's this Mr. Apples guy that's been using your avatar around places? You're using his avatar, actually.
Listen, guys, you know what? I'm going to be honest.
Why are you using Mr. Apples' avatar, Spider?
I am Mr. Apples, guys. I've been lying this whole time.
Oh my God.
I can't keep this lie going anymore. I have to be honest now. I am Mr. Apples. God.
I don't know what to say. My heart is broken,
I
Spider.
have no clue what the fuck you guys are talking about. How are you doing, Halsey?
I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
Hey, William, I want to just let you know that I was over here telling Brandon how you're a fucking pedophile fucking protector now, and that you're like, I don't think there's any kind of like weird conspiracy going on that Smokey's a some kind of secret fucking chomo or anything, and she loves him, so I think everything's just fine.
Was that what you were telling him?
That's what he told
I
me.
told him that. So you want to elaborate on that?
Elaborate on what?
I mean, am I lying, or is it the truth?
What are you asking me?
Okay,
So
so let me state the point here, because fucking Spider will take 20 minutes to get to the point. So, anyways, Spider pops over here and tells me that you're protecting Smokey, that he's not really a pedophile or whatever, but he is. He when he was 21 years old.
Okay, so hold on. So the accusation is that I'm protecting him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying that you're protecting him by
explain
saying
how I'm
that.
Okay.
I'm saying you're protecting him by saying that I don't believe that Smokey is some weird pedophile, that he's keeping this a secret, and Lo loves him, so everything's just fine.
Is that all that I
You
said?
love having like theological debates.
Do you want to know what I think? Or do you just want to tell everyone what you think I think?
Come on, tell us.
Okay. So I believe that it went to court. I believe that a jury of his peers said this and that about his punishment and whatever they thought was just. I do see that Lo seems to feel pretty safe and confident that he didn't do that shit. So if she's wrong, that's on her. I just don't think any of us should be talking about doing anything to go beyond what the law has already done to punish him.
Okay,
I mean, what do you want to get the torches and pitchforks and go burn him at the stake?
Now hold on, let me say this, because me and Smokey have butted heads, and
You're lucky I'm not talking right now, William.
Yeah, I didn't care to even know about all of this shit, and it's when Smokey comes on jumps up on his moral high horse and starts verbally assaulting me. That's what piss me off enough to find out that, and then come to find out this guy's an actual on the sex offenders registry as a fucking pedophile.
Are you saying that when you weren't interested in it until you were having friction with him, and you already had an idea that you needed to find out, how evil he really was.
No.
It sounds like you entered into it with a bias.
No. What I'm
Who gives
saying,
a fuck, William?
no.
Well,
What
that's
I'm
what I'm trying to say. Who gives a fuck is exactly my point. Who gives a fuck?
No,
I give a fuck.
A couple of times.
I gotta go, but I'll try to be back. I gotta go.
Okay. So, anyways,
Damn it, William, you fucking ran off Maryland.
I have that effect
Brandon
on
was
women.
trying to get some.
Whatever.
He will. Eventually, he will.
Don't be a dick, Spider. But anyways,
I believe in you, Brandon.
So I basically was, trying to have just a normal discussion with Smokey. He went on his got up on his high horse and started talking down to me and shit. So, and then I come to find out, that he's a fucking pedophile. So again, now I'm sitting there after I found this out and listening to him sit there and pretend that he's not Josh Herbell and all of this shit. And that's where I draw the line. I'm not going to fucking pretend with you.
Brandon, will you remind me very quickly, who does vengeance belong to?
To God, absolutely. I don't
So
want,
where the fuck why are we pretending that we're God on this? What exactly do you think that you're going to accomplish by going after the man after he's already been to court?
Listen here, buddy. That's not him. He didn't go to court at all.
That's the thing, Will. As far as, he's claiming he's not Josh.
And we're just
So you want him to be
clowns.
honest. Hold on.
Yes.
So you want him to be honest and confess to you.
No.
Who do you want him to confess to?
Everyone.
Yeah, just
why?
Be honest.
Hold on.
I'll
Whose
tell you why.
forgiveness? No, Spider. Whose forgiveness
William.
Whose forgiveness does he actually need?
See, this is ridiculous. William is talking to a fucking Christian. Brandon, can you put yourself in the back, please, so we can have like a normal conversation here without
Brandon, you're
theology?
Don't leave me here with this imposter.
Come on. Listen,
You're a shape-shifting
fucking
liar. You told me you were
telling-
Mr. Apples, you son of a bitch.
When you tell everybody that they are a fucking lying trash clown, disgusting human, Lowe says this, fucking Smokey says it. No, this is even worse. Lowe is like, all right,
You
listen
said
here,
that Dave News
motherfuckers.
Unit reads the Bible and eats
God
his
damn
jizz.
it.
You said
He
that.
does.
Do you?
He said
You
that.
don't have any evidence of that at all.
So
Hey, Brandon, tell him.
It's true,
No,
though,
don't-
Will.
What?
Dave said it.
Dave,
Hold
we
on.
didn't make this up.
Are you telling me that Dave made a confession to all of you people
Yes.
that
He
he
said
eats his
it
own jizz?
multiple times.
I need to see a
Just
clip. I need
randomly.
evidence.
No, we
I
don't
can't- I
even
can't-
want to see the clip.
I need evidence before I just believe hearsay, guys.
This
Come
wasn't. You're getting off track here. You're trying to talk about Dave eating jizz. He's the one that fucking. We didn't just make this up. He
Okay,
said
okay,
it.
I
Okay, so,
recant.
but we're
If
not
he
talking
actually-
about that.
Hey, let
We're
me
not
give you
talking
credit.
about that, William.
Shut up.
Hello,
Let me just
shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna get you. Shut up. You
William.
shut up. You
Hello,
Okay,
imposter.
go ahead, Will.
Hi, Will.
Okay. Hi.
Did I
Hi,
add you to
Maxwell.
this picture too?
Hold
I don't
on.
give a fuck what you do, bro.
Okay.
So anyway,
Stop talking to my friend Carl like that, okay?
that's not who's Carl.
That was Carl. He was just here.
That was Mr. Spider.
No, that was Carl. We're
I
all
mean,
I'm Carl.
Dr. Apples.
I'm Carl
I mean,
too.
Dr.
No,
Carl.
No,
I
we're all
can't-
Carl. We all get to
So-
pretend to be Carl.
Okay, I'm getting distracted. What were we talking about?
I don't know. Focus on me.
That Smokey
Max.
is a fucking chomo, and that how Lowe is sitting there talking about how that she was sexually assaulted when she was like 13 by an adult, and that she would never be with a fucking guy that did that to a child. But
So you're calling her a
if
liar.
we're all just
She
a
is a
bunch of
liar.
fucking lying
Maybe.
trash
She's a
clowns.
liar. Okay.
Maybe she's a liar. She could be a liar, right? I'm Dr. Spider.
Look, man, I mean,
No, he
I
was
will,
much heavier in that picture.
I will hand it to Lowe that she is absolutely loyal to Smokey.
I don't falter for that, man. She's doing the
Yeah,
Christian
I
thing.
commend her for
I
that.
do.
Christian thing,
But-
yep. Christian thing.
Yeah,
Well, you're an atheist, Spider. You can make that
Well,
judgment.
I'm just
I can't.
saying, how am I disgusting because I won't go along with their lies? And
Because
she's
you're
saying
Mr.
that she was
Apples.
sexually
Oh, I don't think-
assaulted when she was 13, and that she would never be with a fucking child molester. But she is
Oh, I don't
with
think
one.
I don't think you're wrong for that, Spider. Eastmax does not think you're wrong for that
So
position.
let me grant you, Spider, that he is all the things that you say he is. All of
Hey,
them.
hey,
Steel
Brandon,
Man.
pull up the fucking mugshot because he
No, hold on.
obviously has.
Oh, I
just
will.
granted it.
I'll do
Did
it.
you
I
just
got it
hear
right
me
here on my
grant it?
desktop. I got my desktop.
Okay, fine, fantastic. That is
I got
nothing further.
There it is.
That
What do
doesn't
you-
change
I got
my
the
argument.
California
buddy?
one though. I got the California one though.
So let's just say that is him, and he did all of those things. Now,
We're not going to say. Let's just say that is him. That is him. That's what you
Oh,
guys
yeah,
keep
I
doing.
just granted you that. I just
You
granted you
guys
that, didn't
just
I?
constantly try to tell us that it's
what's-
not
Hey,
him.
Spider, he granted you a fact.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
an absolute fact. How nice.
So what is our next? What is our next step? What do you do to this man now that you're certain that he's this monster?
Here's the California one too.
Yes, that he should basically. This is where, as a
No,
Christian,
what do you do? I'm asking you, what do you do?
I just right now, because if he's just going to sit there and not give a shit of the damage that he's done to this girl, then yeah, I have no respect for that type of behavior. So I just
Okay, so you're going to remove your respect. That's how you're going to punish him.
That's not somebody I choose to hang out with.
Same.
Well, that'll probably change his life once you remove your respect.
Well, hey, that's between him and God. You know what I mean? If you're not,
Hey, man, we're not
So
trying to
when I
double
say
jeopardize
that,
them,
hold
man.
on. When I say that there's nothing I can do about it, that's between him and whoever the fuck he needs to ask forgiveness from. Where do I fall into having to? What do I need to do to punish him? Do I need to drive to his house and skin him?
you withdraw support.
What do I got to do?
Stop supporting the man.
How am I supporting him?
Well, you're defending him.
I want to have arguments with Christians. I don't give a fuck about
Then why do you care
his
about
legal
Carl?
problems.
Then why you care
Because
about
he has
Carl?
a good platform and he makes good arguments.
He does make good arguments.
Cool. Then let's just leave it at that. Well, who cares about the rest from your point of view?
I
bro?
didn't bring that shit up. You guys do. I don't give
Yeah,
a
but
fuck
why?
about
But why you argue with my buddy Carl about it?
who's trying to make me look at this mugshot. Who's doing it? Brandon. So
sorry.
So you want me to see it? I've seen it. Now
Fuck, I forgot my
what do you want
cigarette.
me to do, guys? Because I'm going to continue to talk to Carl.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because Carl was honest. Hold
You
on,
can't
Carl
play
was
ignorant. You can't
because
play
Carl-
ignorant now.
I am ignorant.
Okay, then that's your defense.
How?
I don't.
How are
I'm
you a
ignorant.
Christian? How are you a Christian if you are a registered sex offender and you're fucking lying about it every single fucking second of
How is that
your
not
life?
common for Christians?
I mean,
What
god
are you
damn it.
talking
See,
about?
Brandon, this is what fucking happens. He is using your fucking religion against you in a reality situation.
So yeah, as a Christian, we
What does
don't.
that mean?
Yeah, we don't participate in fucking delusion. I'm
Well,
not going to sit around
Christianity
with Smokey.
is not reality.
But what are you going to
That's
do?
what I'm saying.
Okay, so let's say you do what you do. You pull your respect or whatever. What is the expectation on me? Why do I have to do anything about this? I mean, when did I
it's
become
just
the
kinda
caretaker of the community?
disappointing. It's just kind of disappointing that you're like, I don't think you did say, I don't think there is some kind of Smokey has got some
I
kind
didn't
of
go to court with him. Somebody else did. I don't know anything about the details of that. And you know
that
what?
he's
There's
some
nothing I
kind
can do
of
about it. Why the
Okay,
fuck would I
hiding
care
some
about it?
Let me
secret.
ask you
You
this,
said-
then, Will. Let me ask you this, Will. Do you think that hypocrisy is disgusting behavior?
I do, but as a matter of fact, I'd say that every single one of you have shit in your closet you wouldn't want anyone to know about. You'll take it to your
Of
fucking
course,
grave.
Of course.
Well,
Right.
we didn't get
So
busted.
and I don't want to know about it because you know what? There's nothing I can do about it. That's between you and your fucking creator. I don't care what you've done.
Yeah.
See, Smokey's just mad that he got busted. And
Yeah,
you're over
that's-
here fucking sticking up for him.
It's
What do you want me to do? Beat him up? What do you want?
Well,
We
you know,
want
you're
to
fucking
shun
you're,
him. No, that's what Spider.
I leave
over here.
that shit to Christians.
Yeah.
You want to fucking argue with Christians? Well, how is Smokey a
Yeah.
Christian? Well, I guess it is technically that's what Christians will do. God damn it.
But Will,
His
you're arguing with an
platform.
atheist right now. You're harming your own kind. Stop it. You.
Who's
You're
the
arguing with Dr.
atheist?
Spider.
Hey, listen. Hey,
Spider's not
E-Smash,
an atheist. He
you're
thinks
a
I'm God.
Catholic. You're
I'm
a
Calvinist.
Catholic. Brandon, you're a Catholic. No, Brandon, you're a Calvinist.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm not
He
a
is.
Calvinist.
You are.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
How am I a Calvinist?
That's like
Matt,
calling
you
I'm
were
an
a Calvinist
atheist.
yesterday.
that's
You're
like
a
calling
Calvinist.
that's like calling him a queer at the same time in his mind.
We could just ask him 2 fundamental questions that would address that.
Ooh, who's this guy? I like your voice.
Yeah, hostile
Thanks,
hyperbole.
man.
Or what is it? Hyper.
Yeah. Do you believe that you were born a sinner, hereditary?
Be careful.
Oh
He's a
my
Berean. He's good.
fucking god!
Well, no, I'm
Are
just.
you? Do you
This isn't
believe
my.
that you were
This isn't
born
my
a sinner?
Wait,
This isn't
You know
address
what? I'm going to jump on this
Can
panel
he
so I
ask
can
his
ask these
question?
people if
children.
they're.
Let him address whoever he's talking to and
Well,
calm
no,
the
he-
fuck down.
Instead of like bickering back and forth, if you want to call somebody a Calvinist, right? Like just have them answer two fundamental questions, right? Are you a sinner, and do you believe in predeterminism?
I do not believe in predeterminism.
Then you're not a Calvinist. So that's done, right? So we move forward.
Well, wouldn't you
No,
be able to
he's
accomplish
a
that by
fucking
asking if
goddamn Calvinist. I said it.
Could you
If I say
accomplish the
he's a
same
Calvinist,
thing?
that's what it is.
Max, or Spider, or whoever the fuck you are. Could you hold on a
Spider.
second? Okay, so couldn't you accomplish the same thing by asking if they believe in the Omni God?
No, because that encompasses multiple denominations, not just Calvinism.
But doesn't it entail a predetermination if an all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent God who cannot be wrong about anything he thinks about?
That's not the issue. It's those are the requirements for Calvinism. If he doesn't believe one of those, then he doesn't fall within the Calvinist doctrine.
I said he's a Calvinist.
Yeah, I'm saying that he just said he's not, right?
I don't care. I'm going to say that he's a Calvinist, even though he says he's not.
Okay. Sure.
I'm using Brandon's logic.
So
against
he's
it.
trying to mock that Smokey called himself a Christian, but he's not. Is that
the same as
you're
calling
fucking
someone a
calling
Mormon?
Me an atheist. You keep calling me an atheist, so I'm going to call you a Calvinist.
Are you
Or
not an
Catholic.
atheist, Spider?
Are you not an
No.
atheist?
He could be an open
I am
theist.
not an atheist.
What
I
do
am
you
an
believe in?
American.
Oh, there you go.
I'm converting him. That's why, Will.
You're converting him to an American? You're
Oh,
marrying
change
him?
it. Brandon
I'm converting
is a
him to
Catholic.
Calvinism.
You ever
Yeah.
marry a man?
So anyways,
I'm Orthodox.
Hostile.
So you have married a man.
Hyperborean,
I'm Orthodox.
actually sounded intelligent. So, I'd like to hear what is your position.
I like this
Hostile?
chat, man. This is going good. I'm going to mute up.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
my
Dave's
position,
live.
I don't
Dave's
know.
over there doing a Bible study by himself.
Shut up,
Most hated
Spider.
Bible study.
Well, he should be alone for a little while. He's been a bad boy, okay? Burning Bibles. He needs to
Eating
spend some time
jizz.
alone.
Oh,
Yeah, and
fuck.
eating jizz, reading his Bible. He needs to do that alone, okay? I don't want to see
Hold on.
that.
Can I just hear Hostile's position real quick?
It's a highly
Yeah, he's
nuanced
gay.
position. Yeah, definitely not gay. So I'm not an atheist, but I'm
Hi,
not
Smokey Carl.
but I'm not like a religious theist. I would say if I had to pick a theism, it would be like a pantheism.
Like
a
God is in all?
polytheism, something like that.
Those are two very different things. You're gonna have to be more specific.
Yeah, it's very nuanced. The short
Oh,
answer
he
is-
hates that word. He doesn't like that word nuance a lot.
Yeah, the short answer is it's called Hyperborean wisdom. It's a very specific, nuanced
Oh,
philosophy.
Gnosticism. Lovely. Okay, you guys have a good night.
Well,
No, we
it's-
need you. Smokey, come
it's-
back.
Yeah, it's not just Gnosticism, but there are elements of it that are very
He's
Gnostic.
unfair,
yeah.
man.
God
Don't
is
listen to
evil.
him.
What most people call God, in my position, is he's not like a benevolent being. He's
Well,
like
I
an
think he
evil-
might be in good company with Will Freeman in them.
Yeah.
I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, I like this guy. I like
Yeah,
where
I
he's
know you
going.
would.
I do.
Anyway, no, I don't have
think
any
that
issue.
Brandon's
I
a
can-
fucking chomo protector.
Bro, I just saying, Smokey, the guy you were just talking to, hostile, he was just unfair in your position. He thinks he knows everything all the time anyway, so he wasn't even going to give you the time of the day. You could probably argue him into the dust, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
He knew that. He knew that.
Yeah,
That's why
I'm
he-
actually, I have no clue who any of these people are on the panel are, which is
Yeah.
okay, right? Like, but I'm not going to judge.
Well, you
anybody.
avoided the worst. The worst one popped in and then dipped out because he knew he was going to lose against even you. And that's not a diss at you. He just thinks he's a super genius.
Let me
Gotcha.
ask Hostile this.
He thinks all Gnostics are retards, so that's why.
Yeah. That's
And that's and he strawmanned you right away from the get go. So you
He
don't have
did.
nothing
He
to worry
did.
about.
Yeah.
Yep,
He did. Yeah.
that's his modus operandi, folks. That's how Smokey
Let me
moves.
make my position a little clearer as far as because I often encourage people, non-believers, that look, you have to go straight to the center of the issue. You have to deal with this man, Jesus of Nazareth, who clearly claimed to be the creator manifest in the flesh, So now it boils down to, was he telling the truth or was he lying? You know what I
Who are
mean?
you saying has to deal with that? Hostile does?
Every human being
Well,
does.
No,
well,
not everybody has to deal with that.
Well, I think
Oh yeah,
that
you're
comes
going to
way.
deal with Jesus one way or another.
Well, that comes way later, right? So you're saying that we have to take an epistemological stance without addressing the ontological claim, which is he's a creator, right? So like I don't agree with your assessment. I would say that the ontology comes first. Then we can talk about what's true or not. Right?
Does Yahweh have a daddy?
What was that?
Does the Bible suggest in Deuteronomy that Yahweh has a father?
No, it doesn't.
Are you sure? It doesn't say that he receives his inheritance and it is Jacob or Israel. He receives it from the God Most High, El Elyon.
It says Yahweh does. It says Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh does.
Yeah, he has an inheritance.
Maybe I missed that. Yeah, let me check that out. What verse is that? Deuteronomy?
Yeah, give me just a second. Yeah, it's in Deuteronomy.
Don't take his shit. He's an antichrist.
Here.
Well, I'm not. I wouldn't say that.
Deuteronomy
You would call me an antichrist.
No. But this guy you're talking to is a self-admitted one, so he's gonna try real hard right now. Okay.
Well, I would say I'm a self-admitted one too.
Oh, then you guys are in great company.
Yeah,
It's
I'm excited.
It's Deuteronomy 32, 8 through 9.
I just wanted to make sure the standards are understood from both sides.
When
Continue.
the Most
30,
High
32, 8 and 9.
Yeah, I've
Yes.
got it on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Let me go back to the screen. When the Most High
Brandon's
divided
quick
the
on the
nations
draw.
of Israel, according to the number of children in Israel, for the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. Yeah. So this is this needs more context added to it, right? So there's a Kabbalistic context to this, right? So the Lord in the Judaic cosmology is an uncreated being that has no beginning or end. So he has no daddy. He has no inheritance in the sense of a daddy, right?
Can we go to the Hebrew and look what word is being used for Lord there?
Yeah, it's probably Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh. If not, it's probably Elohim or Shaddai. One of the, no, Shaddai.
Well, I
is
doubt
Joe.
it's not going to be Elohim because it's not plural.
Well, it
Okay,
says
it's not-
Lord.
But
Well,
he's saying right
it
here
says Lord.
that Israel is his inheritance. That's the bride of the Lamb that this is referring to.
No, it's not. It's
No, it's
referring
not.
to
This is
the
before
geographical location and the tribe of Israel, Jacob.
Yes, exactly. It's specific to the
Well,
ethnocentric
I'm not arguing
aspect of
I
Israel.
disagree with that. But what I'm saying though,
Yeah, he's
is
saying
that
this is prophetic.
ultimately
But who
Israel
does an inheritance come from, Brandon?
This is a different type of inheritance. Here, look.
Yeah, it is. though. It
Special
is.
pleading. Okay.
Well, it's not special pleading. The Jews claim this. The people who are responsible for these texts have a very nuanced cosmology. It involves like the separating and making a distinction between transcendent
So
time.
who is El
and-
Elyon?
Well, I would say that these are different aspects of the Keter or the crown of their God's created universe, their cosmology. They're different aspects of it. They give it different
So
names.
you're trying to say it's a different name for the same being.
Yes,
William,
exactly.
thank
yeah.
you for making this fake and gay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
How is this fake and
that's
gay?
their
How-
claim. Yeah. It's not my claim. It's the
Spider,
Jews.
this is
claim
beyond
that.
our pay grade, buddy. I think we need to just mute up for a minute because this is over my head.
Well, I mean, it's I totally get what they're saying, but yeah, I mean, ultimately,
I understand the logic being used, though. I will say that.
Who are the 70 sons of God?
the 70 sons of God.
Yeah, who are they?
I only know the 6. I don't know the 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the 70 sons of God.
That was a 6-7 joke. I'm sorry. Bible talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me
I
look.
think this is like the conflation between like Mesopotamian mythology and Judaic mythology. and this comes from their time spent in captivity in Babylon. So they're like doing their best to integrate different aspects of like a syncretic religion into their own as they go through history, as they move through history. Their eschatology involves absorbing different mythoses from different cultures through conquest or just direct contact with other people within the world. Closed circles, separate peoples within the world. By contact, it leaves a residue. Like I'm speaking metaphysically here. There's like a metaphysical residue from other people's cultures left on Judaic mythology.
Okay.
So you could say that
a lot of it developed in Babylonian captivity.
Yes, exactly. So that's where the 70 sons come from is that there's
but they're inventing their history during the time they're in Babylon by constructing it from the other mythologies that were already present in Babylon.
Why?
Yes. Yeah. No, that's true. Exactly. Yeah.
What do you mean that's true? You're telling me that they constructed Judaism when they were in fucking Babylon?
Well, no, they had their own conception of a religion, but they didn't have it worked out. They didn't have a doctrine worked out. So they needed, what they do is they mimic and they imitate cultures that they come into contact with, and they formulate their doctrine over time out of the contact that they have with different cultures. But there is this primitive animism, this weird fetishism that they have, that where they intuit what their religion is to them. My cosmology is way different than this. We have a like an esoteric explanation for why this happens. But these people, in reality, through history, this is what happens. They take the intermixture of cultures and they compound those forms or archetypes.
Like you're talking about astrotheology.
No, it does include astrotheology.
Well, the New Testament is chocked full of it, and so is the Old Testament, because
it does
they
include
run through the signs
astrotheology.
of the zodiac with what animal is popular at the time for their sacrifices, and ram's horn. They blew the shofar in the age of the ram.
Aries, yeah, exactly. It does incorporate the astrotheological, but it also incorporates the alchemical, which is like the scientific aspect, not just the astronomical or the astrological. And then it incorporates a Kabbalistic context. When I say Kabbalism, this isn't exclusive to Judaism. So there's like the Kabbalism with a K that we're familiar with. Kabbalah,
the Magi.
Yeah, it's like a form of ceremonial magic, like a form of theurgy or thaumaturgy, which is like a specific art to itself that, religions or mystery traditions use to affirm their cosmology. They do the same thing.
Do you think that the Bible is the word of God?
No, absolutely not. Well, yes, but I don't think that it's true. I don't think that it's necessarily a good thing. I would say that God...
Hold on, slow down. You kind of went all over the place.
Will Freeman, did you just make a new best friend?
I would say that
maybe.
God is a real thing. It's a real entity, but it's not a good guy, and it's responsible for strategically confusing actual uncreated spirits. So I'm not an atheist. I do believe that there is this entity within the universe, right, that most people call God with a capital G, but it's not a good guy.
So I have a challenge for Will Freeman. So will you and this guy debate me and Dr. Spider?
No. Oh man, that would just be...
I think we could get this one.
I'm too afraid to debate you, and I thought
but honestly,
Maxwell, you banned me from your channel. We have nothing else to do with each other.
Sure, I'm talking about my community.
I want you to let go. I know it's going to be hard, but I need you to let go of me.
I'm just glad you made a new friend. You made a new friend instead of me.
So, but real quick, I just want to point out that the Chat GPT is telling us no, the Bible does not give us a list of 70 individual sons of God. So this
it breezes past it. It doesn't say the 70 individuals. It doesn't mention those.
Correct.
It
does
just
not.
correct. It says that the 70 sons of El
Yeah.
got their inheritance, and the lot. In other words, it's they cast lots.
Yeah,
He
lots.
ended up with Israel, so he drew Israel. That was his inheritance, and there's 70 sons, and you'll find this in Daniel. Hold on, you're familiar with this concept, Brandon. I promise you. In Daniel, whenever Gabriel says, "I got the message, and I was dispatched as soon as your prayers went up," but there was an obstacle there, and it was the spirit prince of Persia. This is another son of El over with his inheritance.
Yeah. Yeah. Think of so the 70 that they're referring to are the 70 nations. If he's unfamiliar with that concept in the Bible.
Oh, I'm familiar with 70 nations. Sure.
Yeah, so that's what it means when he's talking about Israel's inheritance, it's amongst these 70, the table of nations in Genesis 10.
But wait a second, Will.
It's possible that they were drawing those lots in Job.
So hold on a second. So you think that God drew lots?
No, I don't think that. I don't think that. I think that's what the text says.
Yes.
That's not what the text says.
It's right in front of you, buddy.
It is what the text says. It is for sure.
Not.
You don't have to like it, but this is what they believed.
Well, it's not only what the text says, that's how interpreters and commentators have addressed this issue. This isn't just his take on it. This is like a pretty much in seminary school and in theological circles for the past 1,000 years plus. This is how they handle the issue. It's directly connected to Genesis 10.
Okay, bottom line. Okay, I've read the text many times, and there's never ever been a time where I interpreted this shit.
You learn something new every day, Brandon.
Well, I don't think you're correct.
I would disagree on the Job claim though, because Job isn't Elion. That's Shaddai, El Shaddai. They're different. I think it's something different going on there in Job.
I just need a way to get into the story of Job. I'll use anything to get to Job.
This is what I want to say real quick. This is why I pulled this up. I highly encourage you, please, to just at least hear this guy's argument that there's a big time problem with these lexicons and concordances. And when English speakers go back and pull one definition,
why don't we just read the Hebrew? I don't understand.
Because you don't speak Hebrew.
But there's a lot of there are experts that do.
Yeah,
But you're getting a lot of incorrect definitions in these lexicons. And
so the people who are directly connected with this text, like actual Jews who are Kabbalists that speak Yiddish and are like solely Yiddish, right? They don't even speak English. These people, they have the same, although it be very esoteric and more nuanced than just what we're saying, they also take the stance of the 70 nations being related to the lot. So this isn't like random or like reaching.
I'm not arguing the 70 nations. I'm down with that part.
Well, no, I'm saying that you're talking about the lexicons using concordances like Strong's or something being an issue, being an
it's a
methodological issue. It's not like not on this subject, not on the context of this situation.
Yeah. But when you get a bunch of people that don't speak Hebrew or Greek, that go back to a lexicon, pull one definition, and think they got shit all figured out.
No,
no. Just hold on. And they have no idea if that's the correct definition or not.
So you don't think these people consulted with actual Jewish, like actual Hebrew speaking people? You think they just like randomly made up these definitions?
I think that, you and I, as just normal laymen, we think, hey, you think that these guys didn't just write down the right definition? And that's what I'm telling you. His whole presentation reveals that no, they are not correct definitions.
Well, without watching the video yet, right? I'm pretty sure what's going on is he has his own specific interpretation of the Bible, just like most of the 45,000 different denominations in the world do. And he's going to say that, the lexicon and the concordance, it rubs him raw because it doesn't fit his interpretation. But I'm telling you that the people who created these lexicons and concordances, they favor the Christian religion most of the time. Most Christian concordances.
You even know that James Strong wasn't even a Christian. He wasn't even a believer. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do know that. But I'm saying
Okay.
the people they consult with. Yeah, I'm saying the people that they consult with most of the time are, and they do.
Well, this is where there's lots of evidence to show that many of the definitions that people go pull from these lexicons and concordances are incorrect, but straight up wrong. And then you guys run with this shit into this Gnostic garbage when, God promised that he would preserve his word. I believe that it was accomplished in the King James Bible.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on. Well, we don't even need to use the Bible, right? What I'm saying is like you can ontologically disprove the whole thing, just starting with the creation claim. Like, why not start from first principles, then work your way to these epistemological claims, like whether or not the Bible is true, right? That comes way later. There's an order to how you should approach whether or not this is something that's a reality.
I gotta hear this. Please explain.
Yeah. So creation isn't even possible. Like, there is no such thing as creation. That's the fundamental error to religious belief, specifically Abrahamists who believe in creatio ex nihilo. When Christians say the word create, what they mean most of the time, what most mundane people are taught and what they're trained to believe, is that God is creating something out of nothing. Okay? That's a fundamental ontological error. That's actually not possible. You can't do it. Right?
So wait a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that God could not create something from nothing.
Absolutely. That's my position. That's my claim. Yeah.
That's a crazy claim.
Why is that? Your claim is crazy though. So
what do you mean? My claim is crazy.
So you're starting with nothing, right? Listen to what you're saying and say this slowly.
Here.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Then there's something out of the nothing. It has no content, no substance.
That's because there's something outside of creation in order to create it. And this is why.
That's not the claim, though.
No.
Well, that's not the position. That's not what I'm saying. And that's not what the Christians believe.
This is what Christians believe. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Yeah.
So there was nothing. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep.
You can't use Genesis because Genesis doesn't explicitly
use Genesis.
Well, no, we have to get. It's more nuanced than what you're doing right now. So it started off with actually pre-existing.
Your wacky religion is more nuanced than what the Bible actually.
Well,
says.
no, I'm saying the arguments that were used throughout church history. It started
I don't care about church history.
I'm saying your book doesn't say that. The book doesn't say. No, it doesn't say creatio ex nihilo. It says that there's a pre-existing matter. The church could not agree with that because that conflicts with individuality. There's a whole argument that took place over the span of 1,000 years that you're missing here. The book doesn't say creatio ex nihilo. That's the church saying that.
Okay, what is the Latin fucking term you just said?
Well, no, creatio ex nihilo. That had to be posited later. The original claim
mean? So I
creation out of nothing. That's not what the Bible is saying.
The
Bible's saying
that's kind of a whole qualification for being the creator, though.
Well, that's the problem. Yeah. So there's this argument whether or not he's actually an artificer. Like artificer, he's creating or creating is the wrong word. He's molding or fashioning a pre-existing material into forms.
Wrong. That's not what the Bible teaches.
Well, no, the Bible does teach that. That's what the waters are.
Where does it?
It's literally what exists already, and it's the waters. So in the beginning, he creates the heaven and the earth, right? But it's addressed right in Genesis 1:2 what he's making it out of. It's a pre-existing matter. The only reason creatio ex nihilo came later is because it conflicts with the idea of substance and individuality. The church had the problem with certain heretics, quote unquote, making the claim that, well, if God created you, right, then you are of his substance. You actually have no individual agency. So they had to create a new concept to address the problem of individual agency. And that was creatio ex nihilo.
Okay,
You're not made of God's substance. You're actually made out of nothing, and you're your own substance. And he has he has the magical power to do that.
Okay, so here we go. I just put in, did God create everything from nothing? Yes, according to the Bible, God created the universe without using pre-existing material. This is commonly called creation ex nihilo.
No, I agree with that's the modern interpretation. That's what the church says now. They've interpreted it this way.
Who do you think the church is?
The church is comprised of men, right, an authority who think that certain people in history had the right doctrine. I'm not agreeing with it,
okay,
but I'm saying Christians believe in creatio ex nihilo.
Well, according to the Bible, that the church are all of those that are indwelled with the Holy Spirit and that have been born again and adopted into God's family.
Yeah. You notice that it brings up John first, or John right after Genesis, because there are two different versions of Genesis. There is an Old Testament cosmology and there's a New Testament cosmology. John 1 is where the creatio ex nihilo makes more sense. But in Genesis, it doesn't. It says the waters. That's why John had to not reinvent the wheel, but he had to come along and say, okay, no, you missed this extra part and I'm going to give it to you. It's actually the word, and everything was with him.
So are you hearing this, Dave, that Genesis claims that there was pre-existing material before the creation and God just started molding stuff?
Who's Genesis? Is that the singing group that you just said Genesis something? What are you talking about?
the book of the Bible? Are you serious? I thought you were joking. I thought you were being sarcastic.
No, I'm not joking.
So you've never heard of the book Genesis in the Bible?
Yeah.
Then why are you asking me what I mean by Genesis?
Well, who's the Genesis that's explaining anything? That's what he said. Or just restate that again, Brandon.
Yeah, so you're playing semantics. Okay.
No, I'm not playing semantics.
You are.
I believe that, you know who my God is?
Okay, God.
Let me tell you what I believe, just so you know.
Yeah.
I believe in the God damn it anyway. That's his name. Have you ever heard of him?
God damn it anyway?
Yeah.
Nope, I haven't.
You've never heard of God damn it anyway?
Nope. Well, I've heard people say that, but what do you
Well,
mean
his first name is Damn It, and his last name is Anyway. It's spelled capital ENEWHEY.
Are you going to be serious, Dave?
Yeah, I am serious.
So, anyways,
If you want me, at any point you want me to give the metaphysical counter argument to what he said, Brandon, I'll do it if you call him.
No, actually, I'll do it.
Go ahead,
Smokey.
Let's
We don't
hear it.
need Smokey. I'll give the metaphysical argument.
No, hold on. Go ahead, Smokey.
Well, no, actually, let's let Max try because it will be entertaining, and then I'll give it.
Well, no, I can't. The experts in the
This
room
is the
are
one
gonna
I
be
heard
quiet.
when he was coming and talking about creation ex nihilo. So that's what I was.
I'm just saying Smokey shouldn't be trusted. That's it. Let him go.
No, Max is super Christian. You know, he knows he should be able to answer the metaphysical
answer it.
challenge.
Just
here.
go ahead, Smokey. Because I'm like,
just as long as we're clear on that. Okay, very good. Okay, so creation ex nihilo, the reason that is essential in order to creation to have its own essence, because the only option is then, yes, as you so poignantly pointed out, God would share essence with his creation. Creation would share essence with God. Exactly. Therefore, all that is also God. Therefore, all that is also eternal, co-eternal with God, equality with God. You're just trying to make the creation not an energy, but a part of his essence. Instead of being a created thing that is made and manifest, external to him, you're now saying we are all created out of God essence.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that was the reason for creatio ex nihilo. That's not my position. I think
What
that
is your position?
we're all uncreated spirits. We're all uncreated. Nobody's created.
That would mean that every spirit, every person is co-eternal with God.
No, with a place. We call it the origin, not a being, not a who, but a where. The where is a substance, not a being.
There is no where. There
is a where.
There is no where to the ultimate existence. There just isn't it. It just is. There is no where. It just is.
Well, in the mundane sense, right? The imminent terms that I'm using with you, it falls into the category of where, not a who. It's not a being. Now, being like you're talking about, like
a where has no mind or material understanding or
exactly,
awareness.
Exactly.
Okay. So the ultimate is not aware. The ultimate is a who.
No, it's aware, and it's comprised.
That's insane. You sound like Cerberus Hex's argument now, where there has to be some sort of location for God to be in order for God to exist.
Not in the imminent sense. No, it's a transcendent location. It's non-spatial and atemporal.
Then the highest God is non-sentient locality.
Well, there is no highest God. They're all equal. It's a many. There's no one. There's no hierarchy.
There has to be an ultimate. All transcendental properties need a grounding and a mind in order to be coherent and work with each other.
You're correct. And it's a collective of a many. There's no one, there's only the many. You're correct.
Regardless of that, because the Trinitarians will say there are three persons with one essence. But those are the only ones that share of that essence.
Well, no, it's
the
actually
essence
all
is
of
not
us.
Shared. What do you think? By the way, what do you think the essence is exactly? Because it seems like you're confusing
it's will,
like essence with substance, and it sounds very confusing.
No, they are. They're the only real substance is the essence that you're trying to define.
No. The substance is what it's made of. The essence is what it is. These are two different categories.
It's not in my worldview. I'm trying to tell you my worldview.
Well, then your worldview is incoherent and does not abide by rules of metaphysics, and you're just making up your own.
No, it does. It does abide by metaphysics. You're just not.
I would love to hear. This is the strangest position I've ever heard.
Yeah, it is.
We're just trying to paint a justification that we all share in the essence, and then clearly also the substance of God.
The substance is the essence. It's not of God. You're trying to.
Again,
this is a straw man.
The substance is what it's made of. Listen to me, dude. Listen to me.
Well, no, I hear what you're saying. I get your position because you're not the only person with this position, right? You don't know my position. It's highly nuanced, and you've never heard it.
The only thing I need to know about your position is if it's coherent or not. So far, it isn't.
Well, it is, and you're not listening.
Essence and substance are not the same. Substance is what a thing is made of. Essence is what it is.
No.
So like the substance of a chair is wood. It's what it's made out of.
See what you're doing?
What
you're using
a chair. That's its essence.
Dude, will you let me talk?
Yeah.
Do you want to hear yourself talk? I get your argument.
Finish my point. You don't want me to finish my point. I'm describing why substance and essence are different.
I've already addressed the distinction. I did. I said you're using imminence, and I'm not. You just mentioned a chair. You just proved what I meant by my distinction. I'm talking about the
substance of the chair is wood. The essence of it is
You're talking about matter.
Yes.
I'm talking about.
I'm aware.
I have a dualistic worldview. You don't. You fall outside of this paradigm.
What do you
don't understand my position.
What do you think you mean by that? What do you think you mean by that? A dualistic worldview.
I've ever heard. I am dying to hear his actual position because
matter.
Why don't you listen?
His position is that everyone is made out of God
you're not even listening. You keep interrupting these guys. I can't hear them over you.
All right.
I mean, if you want to find out what they're, you keep telling that you want to hear this position, but you never listen. And I'm trying to hear it too. But you talking over these guys, I'm never going to hear it.
Okay, I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I think Smokey is the one who's talking through me. I understand his position. He's having a problem with. He thinks it's a metaphysical error. It's really just a paradox that can be easily resolved. But you have to make fine, nuanced distinctions, which you should be familiar with if you're a studier of philosophy. You shouldn't be new to distinctions and nuance.
Well, you don't even know that substance and essence are different things.
They
so
are
don't lecture
not
me about metaphysics.
No, they are in your worldview. In mine, they're not.
They're
the same thing.
To create your own worldview, and we all have to abide by your rules, and we just ignore 2,000 years.
You think matter is real?
Study and argument.
You have a monist worldview where you think matter and spirit are smashed together and are one thing. That's why you need the distinction
What are you
between
talking about?
essence and substance. You think so? Do you not have a monist worldview? Wait, am I wrong?
The essence of a thing is more than it's the sum of its parts.
Answer
right?
my question. Answer my question. Are you a
No,
monist or not?
I don't have a monist worldview. No.
So you're
No,
a dualist or a pluralist.
I don't believe. Well, I'm not a full dualist, but yes, I am a dualist in the sense I recognize categories. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so what is your main dualism? Creation.
Do I think they're distinct? Yes. Are they absolutely always divided? No.
Listen to me. I'm asking you a direct question.
I'm trying to answer.
Is your form of dualism the only dualism, pretty much? Like I said, like you were explaining, is it creation and uncreation?
Here's the thing, dude. You're using your own worldview terms that aren't, I think, what actually the way people normally use them.
No, you're doing the same thing.
You've just kind of created your own. You just admitted that you basically created your own lexicon here.
No, I didn't.
So
I did not.
You did.
No, I did
You're
not.
like, in your worldview. So you have an idea of what substance is metaphysically in your own worldview. So you're just kind of creating your own terms. So I don't know how to really follow you here. You're just making up your own shit.
The essence is the only real thing, and that is the real substance. Yet the reason we have the distinction between it's not insane. Let me finish what I'm saying. The only reason you think they need to be separate is because you're making a distinction between creation and uncreation. There's a body sitting around the. That's not my worldview.
Everyone is not.
That's
God,
not my worldview. So I'm trying to explain to you why they're the same.
All right, here's the thing. Man. I don't need you to explain why barns are blue in your worldview. I don't need that. Okay, I need you to justify why your worldview is coherent. I don't need you to give me every extrapolation of your crazy made-up horse shit. I need you to give me the justification why I should accept it.
So let me ask you this: my horse shit, right? So you're saying that God is logically deduced?
Oh, fuck.
Or is he outside? Man. Or is he outside of logic?
I believe in analogical predication. Does that answer your question?
It kind of does, but I need something harder than that, right? Like, do you believe that God is?
No,
I do. Is God outside of logic?
There's no univocal equivocation in reality to God.
Can you rationalize God? Answer this question specifically, yes or no. Can you rationalize God?
I just answered that. I said I believe in the principle of analogical predication. What do you think that means?
Just say yes or no, right? For the
I'm not
audience.
Say yes or no to your stupid dumbass question. If you understand the answer, if you don't understand the answer, then
I just need you to hear yourself. I need you to hear yourself.
If you don't understand the answer, idiot, ask for an explanation.
I need you to hear yourself.
I believe in analogical predication as a principle in reference to God. Now what?
Okay. Yeah, so we agree then.
What does that mean?
It means that we have the similar position. I'm saying what we believe is outside
because you say you point at a tree, that's God. You point at the ground, that's God. You point at me, that's God. We're all God. Everyone's,
no, I didn't say
everyone's
that.
Of the essence, and therefore also in your worldview, apparently substance of God.
Yeah, you're really misunderstanding me. Yeah, it's fine.
Well, maybe because you have crazy dumbass beliefs that you can't.
Well, we haven't even got
because they don't make any fucking sense.
You haven't got through it because you keep talking.
Dude, you're just. You know what? This is the problem with you Gnostics. You make up your own metaphysical.
I'm not a Gnostic.
Everyone to accept.
I'm not a Gnostic.
You already accept. Yes, you are, dude.
I'm not a Gnostic. I told you what I am.
Everyone to accept.
I told you the philosophy, and you don't care.
Your wild, made-up metaphysical lexicon that no one fucking knows about. It's not made up. You already admitted it was. You already admitted you have your own definition of essence that includes substance in your own worldview and can't describe either.
So did Parmenides? Did Parmenides make up?
Dude,
I'm a clown.
You are a clown.
Is that really?
Yes, you're a clown. Yes.
So is that an ad hom? Are you saying because of what I'm saying?
No, it's a conclusion to your clown conduct.
Well, you
and
don't
your clown arguments. You're clown worldview that has contradictions and new terms you made up that no one knows but you.
You're proving that you are the clown right now.
All right. You know what, dude? You're cooked. You're a joke. All right. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it.
So he's basically saying that Parmenides. He's saying Parmenides was a clown.
Talk his made up garbage. Go ahead, by all means.
He's saying Parmenides was a clown, basically. What a dumbass. That's crazy.
I don't even know who Parmenides is. So
yeah, and basically the guy who founded metaphysics, he would say he's a clown too, and probably a heretic or something.
Yeah, well, but here's the problem though, bro. I mean, everything that you've said so far sounds totally fucking crazy to me.
Well, yeah, this seems like madness. It's outside of logic, but he just agreed that his understanding of God is outside of logic. or
Well,
analogical.
See, but I know God from the Bible. That's
Yeah.
how I get to establish my relationship with him, because he gave me his word, so that a fucking moron like me that doesn't even know whoever the fuck this philosopher was can understand who God is, and what my purpose here is and what this life is all about. You know what I mean? So that just a simple guy can understand this shit. That's why God provided me his word, so that I can see through all this fucking religious garbage. Because I'm against, the Catholic Church and all these false fucking religions that practice all of these weird rituals and ceremonies. I'm against all of that. I'm totally pro King James Bible, that
Yeah.
we should follow what the Word of God says. And when he says that he created all of creation from nothing, he is the source
Yeah,
of where
it doesn't.
all
It doesn't say that though. It doesn't say
does
that.
say that.
It
Yes,
does
it
not say he created something from nothing. It never says that once in the Bible. That's why it's still debated today. That's why we're debating about it.
Well, the reason why we're debating about it is because people keep going back to the fucking Hebrew and the
Show me
Greek.
where it says nothing in the Bible that he created something out of nothing.
I
Show
can
me
show
that.
you.
Yeah,
I can show you.
Show me.
I'll show you straight up, but you won't understand it. You know why?
Yeah, no, run it, break it down for me.
Where do you want me to go, Dave?
All right. Go to Hebrews 11, verse 3. And learn that.
Through
Worm your
faith,
way out of that one. Let's see how good you are.
through faith, we understand that worlds were framed by the word of God.
Formed, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You're not even. You can't even read. Can you spell the difference between framed and formed?
It says framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear.
Read that last part again. Things which are what?
Seen, which are
Yeah.
not made of things.
You can't even read. Can you read that
What?
again and read it accurately? Now the other guy can't read either, but you both can't read. So try
Through
it again.
faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that things which are seen were not made of things which do appear.
Read that again. Where things which are seen are what?
Things which are seen were not made of things which do appear.
Things which are seen were not made of things which do appear.
Exactly. Yeah. This
Now
actually.
you explain that with your big frivolent mind there. Go
Well,
ahead.
yeah. This actually doesn't support creatio ex nihilo. This actually says that it's coming from the word, so it comes from the substance of God. This was the original claim that the Hebrews had, that there's a pre-existing material or that it comes from God himself. The Christians separated both of those and said, no, it's neither. It's actually separate from God and out of nothing. So this is directly related to the word of God. It's like the acoustic Kabbalah. It's issued forth from the letters spoken, the 22 Hebrew letters of the alphabet spoken from the word of God. That's what this is saying. Hebrews is specifically mentioning. And this is not just like Kabbalistic commentary. There are Christians who agree with this too.
I doubt they're Christians.
No, they do. They do. There are Messianic Christians that agree with this.
I learned. You'll meet lots of people that claim to be Christians. Mormons claim to be Christians.
Yeah, it literally says we're formed or framed by the word of God, right? So it's the word of God.
That
But
things
let's
which
leave that
are
aside.
seen were not made of things which.
Yeah, let's leave that aside and just let's talk about the scene. And we're not made of things which do appear. This means invisibility. So it's
Okay,
things
real
not
quick,
seen.
real quick question, because I just
It's not seen by human eyeballs.
all the
is what I'm
talking
saying.
that you're doing just kind of just doesn't even register.
Yeah, it's fine. So listen very carefully.
Where are you
I'll say
coming
it
from though?
slowly.
But I mean, where does this all get? Where did you learn all
I'll
this
say
stuff?
it slowly. Appear has to do with
Where
sight.
did you learn these wonderful, wacky truths?
Well, I went through Christianity. I went through Neoplatonism. I went through Western mystery traditions. I went through a lot of different things trying to find the truth. I was a
And
Christian.
where did you finally end up?
At this Hyperborean wisdom.
Is that what that's called?
It is called that. Yeah.
Where's Hyperborean? How do you spell that?
Here,
Yeah.
let me
It's
look
in
that
the.
up.
It's on my name. Hyperborean. Borean.
So
But yeah, seeing
so
what's
is that what you would kind of identify yourself as, a higher Hyperborean wisdom?
Hyperborean. Exactly. Yeah, you got it.
So that's
Now,
actually
which are seen were not made of things which do appear. This has to deal with sight, right? This seeing with the human eyeball. So they're talking about invisible things, still substance.
This is some wacky shit, dude. I've never heard such wacky shit in my whole life. I'm just telling
Yeah,
you.
no, it sounds wacky, but it's
See,
very.
it took me,
coherent.
Brandon, to get this out of the guys so you could hear it for yourself, and you guys would have never got any of it.
Yeah, this is fucking.
Well, no, you would have got it. You just got to ask me questions. I'm not holding anything back.
Yeah, but bro, I mean, dude, according to the Bible, you're totally deceived. You
Well, no,
you know
you're saying
what?
the
Actually,
Bible
let
is
me
a
just say this
deception.
about that. Let me just make a comment.
Bible is actually the
you can
deception.
reject it. I don't care
The
if you reject it.
Bible
or not.
is the deception.
Let me just say something
What
about
the
Hyperborean wisdom.
Yeah.
Hyperborean wisdom. Okay, from what I can sound, I'm just going to sound it out. That's just me talking. I mean, you can do whatever you want with it. Believe what you want. But it's hyperboring wisdom is what it really is.
Yeah,
That's
I've
what
heard that. That's not new. It's a common meme used for it.
So do you guys so are you guys like into ancient aliens or what the fuck is this?
No, it's spiritual. So it's a dualistic cosmology. There are spirits and then there's matter, and they don't mix. They're not the same substance.
So how do you explain like in the Bible how angels often appear as men?
Yeah, so they're made of a subtle matter. There's like a there's the universe is full of matter. That is the universe's substance. And it's in varying degrees of subtlety and density. Your human body is like the rocks of the earth, the dirt, your flesh, your bones. That's like the densest part. The solids, we call it the state of matter. We call it solid. The solids, liquids, gases, and heat, radiation. These are like the densest parts of the universe. There are more subtle degrees of matter, and that's the hierarchy. The further and closer you get to God, which is not from the earth, it seems like it's up. That's why we associate the heavens with upward in the sky, but really it's going inward. It's like you're zooming in with a microscope or something. So the further in to reality that you go, you hit a central point.
Hey, Brandon.
That would be God.
What, dude? Yeah.
Enjoy being a disciple of Hyperborean.
Well, no, this isn't
I'm not
a
buying
cult.
any of this
Christianity is a cult. This is not a cult.
This is the most cultic shit I've ever heard, bro. This is
Over
wacky shit.
Christianity?
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
How is Christianity not a cult, and how is this a cult? Explain that.
Hey, what's up, bro? No, it's all
Yeah.
bullshit. I know exactly what you're talking about. It hinges on way too many assumptions. You fill in blanks with assumptions all the time. I've studied this too. It's bullshit. So,
Yeah, this is fucking.
that's it.
crazy.
That's all I wanted to say. This guy just fills up a bunch of space
No,
with
but
words,
hey,
and they don't really
I'm
mean
trying
anything.
to have a serious talk.
But I like you though, hyper hostile guy.
Yeah, tell me what I'm saying that's just bullshit, and then let's try to work through it.
Well, no, I mean it's all bullshit. It'll take too
Well,
long.
yeah, help me out, right? Help if I'm really wrong. Like, wouldn't you want to help
I'm
me?
a true seeker.
Okay, stop. Fuck, Max. You make it so difficult.
Yeah, just help me out.
Yeah. As far as like everything that you said totally contradicts everything that Jesus said. Jesus
Exactly.
said-
Yeah.
So what do you? So what? Jesus is the big deceiver.
Well,
then?
the whole book is, yeah, and other religious texts are too. Mostly
hold
every
on.
religion that you can grab a hold of in the world is a deception. Yeah.
Okay, now there's where we kind of align.
Yeah, you
Because-
think Christianity is the sole right one. I'm saying all of them are wrong and highly deceptive and meant to keep your spirit dumb and asleep.
Just,
Yeah.
Can you just bear with me for a second, though? So, because I'm against all of the religious garbage, okay? So, but because I think Satan's gig is religions. God is about relationship. And if you're going to come in here and claim that Jesus was out to deceive me, then brother, you are fucking tripping.
No, it is meant to deceive you.
That sounds demonic as fuck, brother.
Well, yeah, that's what you're trained and conditioned to
No,
believe.
it's not. Listen, I didn't grow up in any kind of religious environment
Well,
whatsoever.
no, the book conditions
No.
you to feel this way.
No. Trust me, man. That has not been my experience whatsoever.
I'm not denying your experience. I'm not saying you don't. You may intuit these
if you're
things.
getting the impression that I somehow got brainwashed into believing in Jesus, I'm just trying to tell you you're incorrect.
No, I'm saying the Jesus brainwashes you, not people brainwash you into Jesus. Jesus' message is the
brainwashes
brainwashing.
me in the best way, brother.
Well, you think
understand.
that. You think
No,
that.
I know
what
that.
happens is if you actually look at the grand, like the wider scope of reality, you're giving up your individuality. So you actually don't exist.
Hold on,
Yeah.
man. My viewers are going to get a kick out of that one. So
Yeah.
I'm giving up my identity, guys. You hear that?
Yes, for God's law. Yes.
No.
You're
For
obeying
God's law.
your absolute freedom is the obedience to God's law.
Dude, until you're born again, I don't believe you have any ability whatsoever to ever obey God's law.
No, that's not what I said.
That's
not what I
why
said.
you must be born again.
That's not what I'm saying.
And made a new creature in Christ. That's
Let's
what the Bible says.
Let's stay on topic, though. Am I
With the
wrong when I
Bible?
say that absolute freedom in Christianity is the obedience of God's law? Am I wrong there?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say you're wrong because it is called the perfect law of liberty.
Exactly. So your freedom, your ultimate freedom, hinges upon obeying a law, right? You don't have freedom. There's a catch-22 within Christianity that is so subtle and nuanced that you think love and peace and what they term righteousness, which we can get into that later, but you think that these things are what lead you to absolute freedom. You think the shackles are coming off, right? You think that in the end of your eschatology, you will live freely in New Jerusalem. That's not the case, brother. I'm telling you, that is the ultimate deception.
Yeah. No. There's no deception here. I assure you, and there's no way that you would ever waver my faith in the word of God. Okay?
That's fine.
Yeah. Because I can prove that it's God's word using prophecy. Prophecy proves that this Bible and no other spiritual book or writings out there contain prophecy. So that's the evidence that God said he would provide me so that I know it's him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the prophecies are reverse engineered. It's a logical fallacy. On top of that,
hold on. You're moving in 20 different directions.
Yeah.
So
So the prophecies are written by people who already read the prophecies.
Okay,
These are
now
people who
this
are
is
building
the
upon.
most ridiculous argument, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
Okay, so because for example, like the prophecy given in Daniel chapter 9,
I understand.
Who is going to volunteer to play the role of the Messiah in this big scam that we know is a lie?
Well, yeah, wouldn't somebody who's writing from the future of that point reflect on that and write the story to fulfill it? Right? That's what I mean by reverse engineering.
So, but yeah, I understand what you mean by reverse engineering, but I'm saying this is why I can pull the fucking thread that peels that apart.
Well, you're reading literature.
No. I'm asking you to establish a motive for whoever's gonna, be the volunteer to play, be the Messiah guy that's gonna get, beaten and crucified in order to make this fake prophecy come to pass. Who's going to volunteer for that job?
Yeah, I don't think you're seeing the point here. You're reading a book that you don't have a historical connection to, and you're claiming that this is biblical prophecy.
Yeah, I'm reading a book that, does tell me the true history of things that have occurred here, like how this whole world came into being, how all
If
of
you don't
this
see the retroactivity there, I can't help you. We just have to move forward.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, if you can't see that Jesus is the Word of God made flesh,
I
and
don't.
the Bible is the Word of God, and if we're gonna, follow Jesus, we're gonna follow the Word of God. You know what I'm saying? So when the Bible, when the Bible tells me hostile Hyperborean is fucking out of his mind.
Well, I'm not out of my mind. I'm just antichrist to you. That's it.
Well,
what I've said hasn't been rebutted. You haven't made a point that I'm actually out of my mind.
Nobody's made a point. Again, who's going to volunteer for the Messiah role?
Nobody. It's a story. There's no Messiah role. Yeah.
Okay, so then hold on. So then are you claiming that Jesus was not a real
he's not a real person. He's not a historical
fucking
person.
out of your mind.
So listen, the guy who's grounded in reality, just listen real quick. Let me say something and I'll let you talk again. The guy you're calling crazy, right? You believe in creation out of nothing, which is absolutely that hinges on faith. That actually doesn't happen anywhere in reality. Nobody's ever claimed that in ancient philosophy, especially Parmenides. You also claim a historical fact that you are so far removed from that people still argue about today. You're calling me crazy about things that you have faith about. Do you understand how that looks?
So, but you have faith in the opposite direction. So,
well, no, I don't have faith. I'm working it out. I'm showing you how it actually works, the mechanics of it. But you're like, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, well, I do. I mean, that's why I wrote the book. Well, I mean, okay, yeah. I mean, I have a whole book on it. I mean, so there is a lot of evidence. I mean,
I'm familiar. I've read Bart Ehrman. You don't even have to play this video. I already know his position.
Yeah, it is not. We're going to play the video.
I know in the crowds you all run around with, it's commonly thought that Jesus did not exist. Let me tell you, once you get outside of your conclave, there's nobody who. I mean, this is not even an issue for scholars of antiquity.
It is an issue.
For scholars. There is no scholar.
No, it is. It's highly debated by scholars
in the Western world who teaches classics, ancient history, New Testament, early Christianity, any related field who doubts that Jesus existed. Now, that is not evidence.
That's not true.
That is not evidence. Just because everybody thinks so doesn't make it evidence.
Everyone doesn't think so. That's a false claim.
If you want to know about the theory of evolution versus the theory of creationism, and every scholar in every reputable institution in the world believes in evolution, it may not be evidence, but if you've got a different opinion, you better have a pretty good piece of evidence yourself. The reason for thinking Jesus existed is because he is abundantly attested in early sources.
He's not.
That's why. And
it's
I give
not.
the details in my book.
No, he's not.
And in the
yes, he is, though.
He's not abundantly mentioned in early sources.
Yes,
it's not.
Who is it? Who is it that?
There's so there's like a handful. There's like 5 people.
No.
There's like 5 people, and they come.
Listen. Who is your scholar that disagrees that Jesus existed?
I'll throw one out there. No, didn't exist. Not existed. Didn't exist.
Okay.
Richard Carrier would be a really good one.
Oh, man. You're a dude. How do I take you seriously now?
Are you saying he's not an academic? Are you saying he's not?
Yeah, I'm saying that he's absolutely been totally fucking destroyed in fucking arguments.
Can you link it? Link where he's been destroyed?
He has a ridiculous position.
What's his ridiculous position? Let me hear it.
Let's go. I'm gonna finish Bart Ehrman.
Do you actually know his position?
Indicate that certainly that Jesus existed. One author that we know about knew Jesus' brother and knew Jesus' closest disciple, Peter. He's an eyewitness to both Jesus' closest disciple and his brother.
Yeah.
So
We don't
I'm
have
sorry,
that.
but
And he didn't name
again,
them.
I
He didn't
respect
name the
your
guy.
disbelief, but if you want to go where the evidence goes,
He didn't name the guy.
that atheists have done themselves a disservice by jumping on the bandwagon of
Why wouldn't you
mythicism.
name the guy?
Because, frankly, it makes you look foolish to the outside world.
It makes
If
you
that's
look
what you're going to believe,
foolish
you just look
if
foolish.
you're not even going to deal with
Bart
facts.
Ehrman is foolish. Bart Ehrman is foolish.
Okay, let's check out your boy here then, your Richard
Well,
Carrier.
yeah, Richard Carrier just uses a
hopefully-
methodological neutral position, which makes it even harder to debunk. His book his book on the subject that we're talking about doesn't even really take the position that he didn't exist. He leaves that up for the reader to judge.
Okay.
I've seen you do this several times. You've done it a few times in this video, and you did it before. You did it in your video when you showed a clip of me talking about Philo.
Yeah.
And then you talked about it. You have this tendency to change the meaning of what people say. This is the thing, is I'm very careful, usually, with my choice of words.
This is the thing, is I'm very careful, usually, with my choice of words.
When you said about Philo, you show the video clip from Philo, and people can confirm this just by watching it. Which is one of the reasons why I had a problem understanding how this could be a sane reaction to it. I say that Philo says that the person in that passage is this particular angel, and that passage says that it's Jesus.
Well, I was going to say I can pull up the clip and we can listen to it.
Yeah, like it's possible maybe my wording was wrong, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Philo of Alexandria. So he tells us this, that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being named Jesus.
Celestial being named Jesus.
Who was, and he says, these are all the attributes of this pre-Christian Jesus in outer space.
So I did actually phrase it in the way that you took it. So that's my bad.
Yeah, no, and that's not a problem either, because his whole entire work addresses more than just Philo. If you've actually read the book that he's referring to,
I've listened to his garbage.
that book is like 200, almost 300 pages long. And it's not just about Philo. He's not the only guy that talked about a celestial Jesus.
Okay, but if you're going to come in here and claim that Jesus
it's
was
called
a
a
real historical person,
dude, this
then
is not
I
even
can't
like
even
a
take you seriously.
no. The fact that you think it's a done deal is the thing that's not taken seriously. I'm saying we don't have proof of it. That's a better position to have than saying, I know 100% for sure he was, you're a retard and you're dumb. That's the bad position to take.
So we just had Bart Ehrman, and I mean, there are, I can go on and on.
Have
with
you
the
read
list.
his books? Have you read his books? Do you know what arguments he uses to
Yes,
prove
I
the
know
existence of
all
Jesus?
of it. I've tried to debate Bart Ehrman because he obviously he doesn't understand prophecy at all. So that's why he has a lot of problems. I've tried to debate him. But because I'm not a scholar, he doesn't want to debate me. I watched his whole debate with Bob Price on the whole Jesus wasn't real shit. It's the most ridiculous fucking position.
You keep using this really radically charged language, like it's the most ridiculous.
But it is.
You're so crazy, and it's
But
not
it
though.
is.
It's not crazy. Their
It
positions
is.
are logically sound. The
No,
crazy
they're
position
not.
is to say, I know 100% for. Why do we have faith in Jesus Christ?
Because he made promises and we have faith that he will keep them. I don't have faith.
No, that is part of it. That is part of it. Do you know that there are people out there? No, there isn't. That isn't solely what it is. That isn't solely what it is.
I don't know what yours is. You are in outer space, bro. You are so antichrist, you have no idea.
Yeah, no.
I mean, you know what I mean? All of the biblical
I'm not in outer space,
prophecy-
right? But I
No.
do believe that what you're saying about the Antichrist thing, that is accurate, right? So like, when it's not Christ, it's Jesus. I would say that the Christos mythos,
Jesus is Christ.
Well,
Jesus
no,
is God manifest in
no. I'm being
Yes,
specific
yes.
about a person. Will you even listen?
Well, you.
No, I'm listening. I'm hearing what you're saying.
Well,
It's painful because you're You're emotionally charged, and you're making character. You're bashing my character, not my arguments. You're saying I'm a crazy person. I'm so absurd. This is out of this world. I'm from outer space. You haven't mentioned anything about what I said being wrong or like let's work through it or anything like that. You're just saying you're a crazy dumbass.
So because there you have a huge problem. I mean, Bart Ehrman isn't the only. Bart Ehrman doesn't even believe that Jesus is God.
What you're doing is called an appeal to authority fallacy. That's why Bart Ehrman said, "Hey, I'm not saying you should just believe it because of these guys believing it." He said that. That's a dangerous position to take. That's a crazy position. But I'm not calling you crazy. I'm not saying that you're dumb. I'm just saying that you believe in something that you need to take a second look at. It's actually highly deceptive. I was really into it. I thought Jesus Christ was the guy. I went to seminary school. I took theology seriously. I tried to figure out what God is.
Oh man, I don't want to hear your bullshit anymore. Just hold on a fucking second. Listen, dude. Bart Ehrman isn't the only guy that has gone through all of the evidence. Maybe you've heard of a guy named J. Warner Wallace, who was a cold case detective that was an atheist that thought all of his Christian cop buddies were full of shit. So he set out to prove the Bible is not true, and he ended up becoming a Christian because he used actual laws of evidence that we use in the courts today to qualify as legitimate evidence. So for you to come in here and say Jesus never existed just makes you look motherfucking ridiculous. As Bart Ehrman just said, who's not even a believer. You see what I'm saying? This is why you look ridiculous, and you can keep running your mouth all you fucking want. But dude, you look ridiculous. Make sense? I like to deal with
it doesn't
facts.
make sense for sure.
Well, you're not dealing in facts and historical facts and shit.
No one is dealing with historical facts when they're talking about this. Do you understand that? They're far removed from the historical fact. That's not what they're dealing with.
Okay, so
do you think we're really dealing with historical fact when we're talking about something that was 2,000 years ago?
Alexander the Great a real person?
Probably not. I don't know. I can't say. I can't make the claim that it's a historical fact. I would say that I believe that Alexander the Great is more probable of a figure because he's not doing miraculous wild shit like rising from the dead. So yeah, probably more real than Jesus, but I don't know 100%.
Here's your rationale then. So here's your rationale. Yes, you think that it's probable that Alexander the Great, that they didn't even write about him until 600 years after the fact. Yet, we do know that he conquered Alexandria, Egypt, and named it Alexandria after himself. So this is where we have, pieces of evidence to confirm Alexander the Great was indeed a real person. So now he didn't do any miracles or nothing, but somehow we're going to accept him as legitimate, real historical person that was even, several years before Jesus was even born, and written about far after the fact.
Yeah, I just told you my position, right? I don't believe in historical facts, quote unquote. You don't know what the historical fact is.
Shit as you go, then I got.
Well, no, it's things are highly more probable. You don't know even what happened. You don't probably know your great grandpa's name. You probably don't know your great great grandpa's name. Do you understand what I'm saying here? You don't know what a historical fact is. You're told something. You're playing cosmic telephone. You're literally getting a story.
Anybody could learn anything. Then history doesn't exist in your worldview.
It doesn't. It doesn't. You don't have a true history. You don't know what history is. You're relying on the good faith of other individuals telling you what history is. That's how history works, man. That's why people still debate on whether Jesus is real or not. This isn't some cold. And also, let's go back though. You went over J. Warner Wallace really quickly. That guy has been like he's not an academic first and foremost, right? So he has a disregard for consensus. Not only that, it's a category error.
Oh man, I am just so dude, nothing that is coming out of there's no truth coming out of you whatsoever. I can't even take you seriously whatsoever. Your position is fucking absolutely absurd in every way. Go worship whatever the fuck you want. There's no such things as facts. There's no such thing as we're just in some matrix dream. Is that your position?
Why do you remove me when I talk about your actual
Because
content?
you just keep running your mouth and no one else.
Well, no,
gets to talk.
you notice I don't call you names. I address what you said, and then you remove me from your panel. I don't think you want to have a good faith discussion about this, but I appreciate the time, the little time you did give me.
Because this isn't a good faith discussion.
Yeah, you've called me names. You're right.
Because
You haven't talked about anything I said.
Oh, because you just deny reality. You're whacked. I don't know what else to say.
Gotcha. Your reality is something that you can't. You are far removed from.
I don't know. He's smarter than Jesus, though. Apparently.
Thanks,
Best
man.
of luck. Best of luck with that one.
What is that guy all about?
He's fucking crazy. That was some wacky ass shit. And he thinks he's answering questions. I don't even know what to say about that kind of fucking crazy. There's no such thing as historical facts or history, or we're just making this shit up as we go, and things are just what they are because of how they appear. And wow, this is the wackiest shit I've ever heard.
That's what he said?
He doesn't believe that Jesus even existed. It's like, how can I even take?
Yeah, he just was making up a bunch of.
Yeah, that was
Seriously.
insane.
That's why it's a waste of time arguing with people like that, because they'll just deny everything all the time. Oh, that history, that's fake. All that stuff is fake.
Oh, that guy's wrong. That guy's
Can't even
lying.
talk to a
There's
guy
no
like
such
that.
thing as facts. But let me tell you some facts.
Oh my! I just
Yeah.
busted a load.
Yeah, don't trust the history, but let me tell you about history.
It's insane.
It really is. But hey, he was a nice guy about it, though. At least he wasn't
I'll give him
screaming.
that. But
Yeah.
that's dude, you're fucking heading straight to hell.
You know what's so crazy, Brandon? People used to make these same arguments even back then when like the scriptures were just like put together. People were still arguing that, and they're still arguing it today.
Yeah.
Like these are the same situations people got into these massive debates for, and we had to have councils because of it.
Read what pseudonym wrote. That's hilarious.
No, fuck
Numi will draw us closer to Christ than that. Do you see that?
That's true. You will. Numi's already a brother in Christ.
That shit was the craziest shit I ever heard. I thought I heard it all, but that one was a new one.
Yeah, he had a new spin on it. I never heard someone deny history that much.
What was he smoking?
I want it, but no, I think he was taking acid or like a psychedelic. That's how he got
shit.
the truth. You know what I mean? He reminds me of some stoners I used to hang out with that dropped acid a bunch. Hey man, you're not gonna believe it. I found a secret to the universe. I just took this acid. You're not gonna believe it, man.
No, actually, you're right. I remember two guys in university who used to do acid and used to talk like that.
Yeah, he's just a nerd about it. He's got the fancy words. He has points to make about metaphysics. I just don't think he comprehends it as well as he does.
You know what the guy did? Like once I was just chilling, just in the dorm, like just smoking a bong, whatever, chilling out, and he took little stamps. They look like stamps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
They do.
Little like pieces of paper, and then he gave me one, and then I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I've never ventured that far into the unknown. Worst I ever.
Neither did I. But then look, he put it underneath his tongue, and he closed his mouth.
Yeah, then
he goes like this to me, like your turn. And I was like, no, thank you, right?
Good job, Numi.
Yeah, no, I don't do shit like that.
And if you were gonna do it, it should be on your own accord. But yeah, don't do that because it will poison your mind. And
I never. I'm a naturopath. I would never do something that I don't know like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not
Right.
recommending it, but if you were to ever go into that realm, probably just the herb of a mushroom, maybe not a man-made chemical, basically.
Yeah, I know.
Probably be the
That's what
way.
I did. That's the furthest I've gone. Yeah.
I'll admit to that. That's the furthest I've gone to was maybe some mushrooms, and it didn't even really like do anything crazy. It was just like weed on steroids to me, So
Seriously?
yeah, that's what it felt like to me. It was
How
kind of
many
like
grams did you do?
Well, I mean, it was a lot. It was at a party, and I just kept taking more. And I was like, man, and I was smoking weed at the same time. But yeah, I got the color tracing effects of it. And when I closed my eyes, I'd have a kaleidoscope, but it wasn't any like secret truths or hidden knowledge or anything like that. It was just like, wow, this was
Really?
crazy. Yeah, I'm not doing that again though. So it wasn't that bad.
Oh,
But
I had a spiritual awakening when I did it.
I have ADHD though, so my brain operates differently. I operate at a very high frequency. All that did was put colors to it, really.
You're too retarded to do shrooms?
Yeah, kind of. I don't get the same effect. It's great, but whatever. It's not like transformative for me. It's
That's
just like
hilarious.
yeah. I got jealous because everyone was like, "Oh man, like I had this spiritual awakening." I'm in my 20s. I'm like, okay, I missed out on that part of it.
Yo, seriously, that's so trippy. That's the first time I've ever heard of that. That's so interesting.
I mean,
Did
I will
you
say-
hear him say that Jesus was the deceiver?
Well, yeah, that's the crazy part because let's assume that that's true,
What
right? Let's
the
just say
fuck?
Jesus was the big fake fraud, right? Well, I've never really heard anyone bring any evidence to suggest that he's not a real historical figure at the very least.
Yo, he said
He
that?
was
What
even
a piece
denying
of
that.
shit.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
even said
hold on.
Jesus was just a fake guy, and I know people in real life that think that too, which is crazy.
Good thing I was watching Pluribus and I
Yeah.
missed all that. What a piece of shit that guy.
I had to mute. I was just getting frustrated. I'm like, man, I wanted to get in there. I was a little too rowdy. Brandon had to get me in the back, which is fair.
So this whole time this guy was talking shit about God?
Yeah, he was talking shit about God to Smokey, and I mean, he did kind of
What a retard.
not do a great
Oh,
job.
me too, no bebangi.
People say, well,
How much money? Dos me basta.
pretty good
Smokey
book.
softened him
Well,
up
have
a
you
little
read
bit.
it? I think what's most commonly.
Did teenage Jesus travel to Asia and study as a Buddhist guru? That's a really weird question.
Maybe.
But let's talk about it.
We don't know what Jesus did in his teenage years. Maybe he took a trip to Africa. Who knows?
Well, I don't know. Jesus never
It is
existed.
one of the world's
Oh, that's
great
right.
mysteries.
Hey, I got an icon
A
like that too.
biblical
Let me change it.
conundrum that has baffled scholars for years. Between the ages of 12 and 30, the life of Jesus Christ
See,
is
look, I have one of
uncovered.
those as my avatar now.
Yo, Eastman.
Jesus have been familiar with the teachings of Buddha?
What's up?
Is it possible, as some believe, that he traveled to India during his long...
Here, hold on.
Hey.
So, Brother Brian, I saw you were getting ready to go crazy on that fucking shit. You
Yeah.
popped in here real quick to, listen to a guy called Jesus.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Brandon.
Deceiver. It's just like, wow, dude. I mean, you did.
I was ready to attack. I sniffed it on him.
Hey, brother, this isn't an echo chamber, but dude, you are into some satanic shit.
Well, what I will say is at the very minimum, most people here are Trinitarians at the very least. We diverge from there, but a lot of us agree that the Trinity is the truth. So yeah, I guess you could consider it an echo chamber. Well, what did you expect? Most people are not going to agree with you. You're so far out of.
What the fuck are you talking about, East Max? How the fuck did you go from fucking the Trinity to us being in an echo chamber?
No. I'm saying by his view, this probably is an echo chamber because we're all Trinitarians, but we're not an echo chamber because we argue all the time.
Well, no, if you want to come in here and reason together and actually be logical and examine facts, if you're going to deny the fact that Jesus was indeed a real person, he was really, charged by his own people, the charge of blasphemy for claiming to be God.
Yeah, like,
and he was most indeed.
What is this though? This was disproving.
Hold on,
Brandon.
Fuck,
I just
why do you guys always? You guys interrupt me all the fucking time. Okay, Jesus was most definitely crucified. It's a historical fact. So if you're going to come in here and pretend Jesus wasn't even a real person, then I can't take you seriously. This is now we're just wasting each other's time.
I was trying to steel man for him and assume Jesus was fake, right? What's the gain? What's the deception?
Brandon, that was fucking hilarious, by the way. I love that. And you like fucking rage quit right there for a second.
And if we further steelman his position, let's say it is fake, right? What is the goal then to deceive everyone? Just to deceive him for what purpose? Just to make Jesus a celebrity? Why would he care that much?
You say just listen to a person's position. We did. You tried to claim that Jesus didn't exist and that Jesus is a deceiver.
Well, I know his argument.
And the Bible is just this big deceiving mind control tool in this, digital reality we're experiencing or whatever the fuck.
Well, here's the thing. He's gonna go into the metaphysics, and it's like, oh, you're supposed to be deceived.
Jesus existing was
oh my gosh, Brandon, you just don't get what his position even is. You don't know his position. I'm trying to steelman it for you. His position would be, because he said over here in the side chat, he says, I would love to explain that to you, Max. Well, don't bother, man. I've already talked to plenty of people that think just like you. You're not special. I'm sorry. You think you're special and you're onto some hidden truth. You're not. This has been argued for centuries, and I wish Brandon trusted the church fathers because they talked a lot about guys like that. So actually, no. I'm not going to steal your position.
You wish that I trust the church fathers?
Because they dealt with people just like this, Brandon, for many years.
Fathers to me, because Jesus said you're never to call another man on earth father.
Okay, then call them the church masters or something. I don't know, whatever word.
Call it. He also said never to call another.
Okay,
master.
How about this? Church scholars. Trust them. They've dealt with people
how about
like that.
We just call them the fucking baby. They were the baby church, dude.
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying you'd have better arguments against someone like that if you pulled from the church fathers. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't even need to.
Well, Saint Nick was punching heretics in the face back in the day. He would have punched this guy in the face too. To better argue heretics, you need to study church history. Is all I'm saying. You did a good job because he's a fucking fraud.
Dude, you are unfucking believable, East Max. You never stop running your fucking mouth. Every time I start a sentence, you're fucking already rapping, man. Just relax, dude.
That's fair. That's fair. Feel free to mute me anytime.
Yeah. So anyways, the bottom line though, dude, if we can't talk in facts and in truth, then nothing can be solved. So I'm sorry. It is a 100% fact that Jesus absolutely was a real person, dude.
I would agree to that.
There's no way around it. If Jesus wasn't a real person, then you're correct. Us Christians are fucking crazy. We're out of our motherfucking mind.
Bro, if Jesus is a fraud, then we've all been scammed, but I don't believe that to be possible.
If Jesus did not, die on the cross, be buried, and rise again the third day, just as prophecy proclaimed and just as he told his disciples would happen, then boom. Yeah, then we are nothing but retarded fools.
There's no way this many people could have been duped. It's not possible. Statistically, it's not possible.
Too. The early church was all Jews.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are deceived to thinking that Jesus isn't real, but the truth is more people believe in him. And I'm not trying to appeal to the stats here because there's holes in that too. But for long story short, this many humans could not have been deceived by the same deception. It's just not possible. That's all. And, I guess other people like Smokey want to make a claim that I don't know anything about metaphysics. I actually know a lot about metaphysics. You just guys haven't asked me the right questions just yet. That's all.
All right. Sorry about it.
It's all good, Brendan. And don't worry about meeting me, man. I do talk a lot. I just really hate, I'm really passionate about Jesus. And when I hear a heretic like that, I get real vigorous, That's all.
Well, that was some crazy Gnostic fucking Matrix weirdo crazy shit.
I should have came in softer is what I should have done, to be honest. I should have been a little more gentle in my approach, but passionate. But that was cool. That was a cool experience, though, because I think now a lot of people realize that people like this still exist. They've been existing ever since Jesus was walking the earth and still trying to call him a fraud. They got to witness Jesus perform miracles and still told him, hey, he's lying. He's making it up. He's a magician. So this has been going on for ages, man. And I'm glad that you got to experience it like we did.
Dude, it is absolutely Gnosticism. Bro.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, if you're claiming Jesus never existed, he absolutely did. There's just
I mean, he wants to feel
there's
special.
more evidence for Jesus than any other figure in the
Lefty Left
first
Dodge
century,
wants to know if you're
and
gonna
that's a
stay.
fact.
Yeah, here's his big thing, Brandon. He wants to feel special, like he figured it out when no one else could. But a lot more people, a lot smarter
We're
than
not
him, know
quite
that
as
that's
smart
bullshit.
as you. I get
Yeah.
it.
It's the same thing with smoky tactics. It's like they're gonna just call you dumb and you don't get it while they're also denying facts and reality. So okay, makes no sense.
Yeah, you're just a different sect of Gnosticism, then.
Yeah, I call him Gnostic Light, like Bud Light, you know.
Yeah.
But once you cross over into Jesus wasn't even a real guy, we don't even have a conversation left to
Yeah,
have.
there's nothing even. If we're gonna sit, if you want me to sit and pretend with you, I'm the wrong guy.
Yeah, I can pretend, but it's because I know the truth.
I don't
You know what I
mean
mean?
to call you names, dude, but I mean it's just
Yeah, and I don't mean that as a.
I'm talking about this guy. He says, I didn't call anyone names.
Yeah.
Great, you did a good job of keeping your composure.
I mean, he shouldn't.
Congratulations. But I'm just saying. I mean, there's no other words to describe. This is some wacky ass shit.
I should educate him though a little bit. When he's entering into these arenas, he needs to be a lot more aggressive because if you're going to deny Jesus Christ, you need to come with more vigor.
Well, not more, but you better come with some serious facts, dude.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, but he's not going to do that.
Just saying, Jesus never existed. Well, how fucking convenient. Then us Christians really are just completely fucking retarded.
No, just like Christianity, there's different versions of Gnosticism, man. You just fall under one. You're not willing to admit it. That's okay. You think Gnosticism means like calling you a name? That's not what that is. That's just a label to categorize a bunch of weirdos like you. That's all.
Yeah.
Now, me calling you weird is a insult, but anyway, go ahead, Brandon.
The claim that Jesus never existed is called mythicism. So then you're a mythicist then. Is that what you want us to call you? All I'm saying is your idea that,
there's mysticism too.
God is in everything and I mean, that is some Gnostic shit.
Can I answer the question that he claimed that God created us from nothing? Can I answer that one real quick? Because it's very simple.
He say God did, that there was something before God did anything.
Yeah, that's not even possible. God created the elements he used to create the rest of the world. It basically meaning because God started with a 0.0 of nothing, he created something that later led to the earth and then our creation. So if you want to backtrack logically, he did create us from nothing. He didn't work with any materials. He created the materials.
In the beginning, God created. So in the beginning is time.
I forgot what verse Dave brought.
Yeah, that's Genesis fucking 1 right there.
Yeah, and he's gonna assume that there's again a big assumption is that there was something before God that God worked with.
Yeah, he just molded, the water.
But he can't tell you what it is.
In the beginning, let's go to it. Genesis 1. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven. There's space, and the earth. There's matter. Time.
I mean, I do agree.
Matter.
I do agree that God does not follow our human logic. God operates on God logic. So to his point, I'll give him credit there. God operates beyond our intellectual capabilities, but that doesn't mean anything existed before God for him to use to create us. Which only leads us with one conclusion: either God didn't create anything at all and isn't real, or God exists and created it all. And I'm more liable to believe God, an intelligent being, created everything, as opposed to nothing created itself. He's basically a glorified atheist at this point. Because what did God use to create anything? He won't tell you.
That sounded like just a fucking religious salad to me.
Well, that's what it is. He just wants to confuse you with a bunch of colorful words, but doesn't really say anything ever.
Satan. I am anti-Satan.
Yeah,
well,
God
the
is
Bible
Satan.
does say that the little g god of this world at current is Satan. So,
and just so you know, this is Will Freeman's MO too. Will Freeman is just like this guy.
No.
Yeah, you push him hard enough, Will Freeman will make the same admissions. Will Freeman's smarter about it though.
But Will Freeman never denied Jesus existed.
Well, I don't know that officially, but
Not
yeah,
I
that would be a
know of,
difference.
anyway.
That would be a
I've
difference.
never heard Will say any shit like that. That he
Me
fucking
neither. And I don't want to be unfair to Will. Maybe he's not made that claim too, but he's made some of the same arguments. That's all I'm saying.
Satan is evil. God is evil.
So who do we follow? Do we follow hostile Hyperborean over here?
Yeah, but we're just fucked no matter what.
Well, Will Freeman, who's going to save us now if Jesus isn't real?
Save you from what?
I don't know. What do I need to be saved from?
Why are you asking me?
Well, because I don't know.
Do you believe that
I'm confused now.
Jesus never existed?
No, that's not what I said.
Do you think that guy's dumb for admitting that?
Who?
The other guy that was here that said that.
Hostile Hyperborean.
I didn't hear it. I was busy doing
Well,
something else.
we're telling you he said that. Do you agree?
That Jesus never existed?
Yeah.
No, I never said that.
Now, what would you think of somebody holding that position? Would you call them smart or dumb?
It depends on. Okay, if you're saying does.
Well, he just denies all the evidence. Period. That's just it.
I would agree that there was at least one, if not many, Jewish men that were crucified by the name of Jesus under Pontius Pilate.
Now, see, at least you're being fair, though. I can accept that as fair. Because, see, now you're explaining something and you're giving nuance. Something he claims this other guy claims to have, but never offered the nuance.
We have different views. We're not the same.
Well, no, but I'm just seeing what you gauge that guy's position on. Would you take that seriously if he's just like, oh yeah, there's no Jesus guy that got crucified? That's historically inaccurate. I think that's dumb.
Okay.
There's plenty of evidence to suggest he was a man that existed, right? Like, I mean, I thought that was undebatable at this point.
Yes, I don't want to speak for dude, but maybe what he's trying to say is like.
And again, you weren't here. Sorry, go ahead.
Like many of the tales from that part of the world during that time period and earlier, there's a mythologizing that happens, and we do it even now with people like George Washington and Bill Clinton, and just we build people up, and their legacy is the myths that we create about him. Like George Washington in the cherry tree thing. I cannot tell a lie. I'd be full of shit. He was a politician.
I think there was embellishment. Yeah, there was probably some embellishment on that.
But Honest Abe, the railroad lawyer, Honest Abraham Lincoln. Come on, we
can I ask you a serious question?
Was definitely not that honest.
Can I ask a serious question? How far off do you think he is to just getting into the demiurge?
I mean, what do you think that means, demiurge? It's my
isn't that their explanation? Instead of God, it's just another force at work.
Well,
the
demiurge would be a deity. He would be it would be a god, but he would be a creator god. He would be the force that creates things.
Yeah, because this guy is saying that like Jesus and God is like of the devil, right? So is the demiurge going to save him?
Save him from what?
I don't know.
If you're bringing in the demiurge, it depends.
Okay, salvation meaning going to an afterlife.
If he's talking about Yaldabaoth as the demiurge, then we would need to
refute them, Brian.
Again, guys, take this with a grain of salt. We're talking about things that aren't really found in the Bible, so just be aware of that for the Christians out there. But I can entertain
the word creator is in the Bible, and the idea of the demiurge or whatever that's like from the Gnostics.
Yeah,
and that was what Marcion sort of got out of because he had only read Paul's letters and Luke, and then when he finally read
I thought there was more than just those two, though.
In his New Testament, all he put together.
This sounds fucking Masonic. You know what I mean?
No. Marcion wasn't a Mason. There was no Freemasons.
No, he's talking about hostile guy.
Hostile Hyperborean said the grand.
I just wish you had me in here, Brandon, because I wanted to find out who his God actually is.
Hey, if you want to come back in, Hyperborean, you can.
Because there's so clouded in mystery, he won't actually name the God that he serves.
This was some of the wackiest shit.
Let me just ask you a question. If you served
because I think he serves Beelzebub, actually, if we're being honest, you guys.
Could the source God have a name that came from anyone else?
No. Well, it would be self-titled, right?
Why would a God that created everything from himself need to name himself?
Well, to his creation to know a name to call him, so they
In
don't
order
call the
to
wrong
have a
name.
relationship.
So you don't actually
He-
accidentally serve a false god. Let's put it that way.
So what did Adam call him?
Good question.
There's no record that they called him anything.
I was just gonna say,
He
I
was
don't
just
know.
God.
Well, that's why even when Moses asked him, what name should I tell everybody?
I am that I am.
I am that I am. He didn't reveal his name yet, but in John chapter 17.
Well, that's because sin hadn't entered the world yet. There was no false gods to serve yet.
Well, but Jesus said in John chapter 17, let me pull it up real quick.
Okay, so he said the demiurge is also an evil. Okay, so I'm just curious, who do you serve then, hostile guy? Like, what is this magical god that you serve? Is it yourself? Like, are
He
you
would
God?
probably say that you. Oh, there he is. I was going to let him. But I mean, you
Are you
guys are
God?
technically serving the demiurge if you serve the creator.
I would say that from your worldview, that's fair point.
Right
No,
here.
from the definition of the word demiurge, meaning creator, you believe Yahweh is the creator.
I understand. I'm just gonna call Jesus and the Holy Spirit and God.
If I could pull God over and ask for his driver's license, it's going to say Jesus of Nazareth on it.
It might have a language.
I bet it'll say Yeshua ben Yosef.
It could also be in Sumerian.
I
too.
think it's going to say Jesus of Nazareth in English.
What if it's all the languages together at once?
I think it'll say purple nurple.
I think it'll say the sky is blue, like the truth.
Well, right
you know?
here in John chapter 7,
It'll just say the
verse
truth.
6, it says, I have manifested thy name unto men, which thou gavest me out of the world.
Oh,
That
so like
name
a
is
reverse
Jesus.
self-appointion. Okay.
Fuck, Max, come on.
So we get it.
So
we
can
get
I
it, Brandon.
talk to Hostile? Can I talk to Hostile for a second? Because maybe we speak a similar language. Would that be all right with you, Hostile?
Have at it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, and hostile, just because
So as a Hyperborean, go ahead, Max. Okay, so as a Hyperborean, is that kind of the reveal of what your leaning is?
Absolutely, 100%. You got it.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know a whole lot about that except for what I've heard Morg talk about. Could you?
I don't know
help
who that
me-
is.
Well, good. Then I can test to find out. If you don't know who that is, you didn't get it from him, and I'll find out if he knows what he's talking about. So
No, I'll tell you who I got it from. It's Nimrod de Rosario, Luis Felipe Moyano. It's a pseudonym written by an Argentinian philosopher.
But that is
But it's not a doctrine. Yeah.
Okay.
So his name is Luis Felipe
hold on.
Moyano.
So tell me about: is there a fracturing?
Is there a what?
Is there a fracturing? Is there a fracturing of the source being, the source and the consciousness?
No. It's a collective of a many. So the
Right.
spirits are a race. It's a race of spirits.
Okay, now tell me, get me to the origin of all.
Yeah. So the origin is, picture it as, this is a topological analogy. This is highly nuanced and difficult to process because this goes against all logic. Okay. Logic can help you get to a certain point, but then like the Wittgenstein ladder, you got to throw it away when you get to a certain.
Well, listen. I want you to just talk to me right now, okay?
Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to help you out. Yeah. So, I'm not preaching, right?
No, I don't want it to go that way though, because you're going to invoke preaching from all sides. I just want you to help me with what is the origin point.
I'm trying to carefully help you understand this because it's not something that it's incognizable. It's technically ineffable, right?
What if I have a problem? I'm like, hold on, wait. What if we do it like that? And you just tell me about the origin point of all things.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the origin right now. It's not something I can say. It's this. It literally, like these books are thousands of pages. It's not just like a sentence where I can spit this out. It's highly nuanced and specialized.
Okay, well, I have a very short attention span, so let me just ask you a question.
Okay.
Are you willing to suggest that there is an origin from all things?
Yes, it's eternal. It's like the Parmenidean being. It's eternal, atemporal, non-spatial.
If it's eternal, then where would its origin point be?
There's no origin. It's always been. We call it.
That's what I need. That's what I don't need you to go. That's what I need. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would be in agreement with that something has always been. There's never been nothing.
You got it.
All right. Now, in all of that energy that's been out there that we know can't be created or destroyed,
mm-hmm.
it's being shaped, correct? If it can't be
Well,
created
there's
or
two. Let's back up. It's dualistic. Okay, I need to
Okay.
work through what the origin is, and this takes more than couple minutes. Okay, I can try to be as fast as I can. This is a topological analogy, so do not take this literally. When I say the word sphere, I don't know if it's a sphere, right? But I can use the topological properties of a sphere to analogize what the origin is. Okay, with that being said, disclaimer over. Picture a sphere. Okay, a sphere has a membrane, right, that encircles and encloses a space within that sphere. There's an interior side to the membrane, and there's an exterior side to that membrane. Okay, the inside of the interior, the inside of the sphere, we'll call that the origin. Outside of the sphere, on the other side of that membrane, is matter. So these are two distinct things, entities, substances. We'll get to that later because the substance essence issue was a problem for the other guy, and that's later down the road. Let's say for now, for time's sake, two different substances, all right? Both of them are eternal. There is no nothing. Matter is eternal and the spirit is eternal, but these two things are separate, absolutely separate, like oil and water. They cannot mix, okay? So picture the inside of the sphere. Picture the inside of it having an infinite amount of eyes that can gaze towards the center. When you're looking from the inside of the interior of the membrane of a sphere, no matter where you are, the gazes of those eyes converge on the center, right? They all meet towards this.
What's in the center? I'm dying to know. Come on.
That's like, we would say that it's absolute gnosis, or like
knowledge,
unadulterated. It's more than that. It's transcendent, unadulterated, perfect wisdom, right?
Wisdom,
distilled wisdom. That's perfect and absolute. And when the gaze, incorruptible. Exactly. Now on the outside, picture. Let's look at it this way. This sphere can represent the origin, but it can also represent one of the many that comprise the origin. So it's kind of like a macrocosmic, microcosmic thing going on here. The origin is the sphere itself, but each one of the many spirits that comprise the origin are also a sphere. Okay. Now picture these gazes. If I picture a basketball, for instance, okay, let's make this very worldly so you can make sense of this. The ball has a perforation on it where you can stick a needle in and inflate it. Okay. Picture I put a rod through that needle and I can grab the inside interior of that basketball, right? Like say there's a hook inside there and I hook onto it and I pull it out of that perforation. What happens is that basketball will turn inside out. The interior will flip and become the exterior. So the gazes that are on the inside of the sphere are now on the outside. We call this the reversion of the spirit sphere. Now, when the gazes are on the outside, all the points diverge. Wisdom is lost. This is what we call amnesia. It's when a person
hold on
is
a second.
born.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm just processing all that. So in this scenario, the ball thing actually confused me a little more, but I got the turning inside out.
It's
so there's
topological. Yes.
So I got you, but there's a reciprocation in the discovery or the observation, right? Because all the eyes were looking inwards, and then you turn it inside outwards, and they're looking outward, right?
Yeah, and they can't reflect on that center. They can't gaze upon the center and observe the center.
So that's not an ideal scenario for the spirits.
Absolutely, that's lost. It's trying to look for the origin at that point, and that's where the deception comes in. There's a spirit who does not want to fix.
What's his name?
No,
it has many names,
I'm trying to
thousands of
follow
names.
this.
It's called God, capital God, Jesus, Yahweh,
Okay.
Allah, Brahma.
I don't want to go. Okay, hold on. Stay with what you're saying. So that the center thing that they can't see now, that they're blinded to, is God. And there is
no, it's not God. It's just will.
Well,
it's the will.
whatever.
You
gave a bunch of names of shit.
It's not a being. It's
Okay,
not
well,
a
then
who.
Okay, good. Let's not give it a name then. Let's not say Yahweh. And
No,
all that
I'm
other
saying
stuff.
there is a spirit. You're confused. He was
I
asking
am.
what is outside. The outside, the thing that's ordering the universe, is one specific spirit that comes from the spirit sphere.
I don't
A
know,
member of
man.
that race.
I don't know.
Okay,
It sounds like
how
you're trying
is-
to use logic when you said it's beyond logic. It makes no sense because
Well,
it's
it
bullshit.
is. It is logic, but there is
He
paradoxes.
said it wasn't a
Yeah.
one-to-one analogy or anything like that. You know,
Yeah.
but now how does one spirit get out of the sphere?
Yeah. So the condition of the origin is absolute freedom. That is really the only condition, and there are consequences of that. Right? You cannot impede on the will of another individual.
But what does ultimate freedom mean? What can you do?
Anything. The
So
way
you
it
can make,
looks in there.
so you can make your own God too.
Any
Well,
conceptualize?
there's no God. You're stuck on this idea of needing
No.
a creator.
But
This
what
is
if it
outside
wanted
of it.
to? It has free will.
No,
Ultimate free will, right? It can do anything it wants. It can create its own universe,
Well,
right?
the perfect spirit. Yeah, well, it can create its own universe, but no, it doesn't. The perfect.
So we're infinite
spirit,
universes. We're in a matrix, right?
No, Max, you're getting way ahead of
Yeah,
what he's
you're
saying.
still
Because I know what I know his
still
conclusions
confused.
are.
You don't
I've
know.
talked to.
You don't know.
I used to be just like you.
You don't know what the
Yeah, I
conclusions
do.
are.
You're not
You're way
special.
off.
You're not special.
Max,
You're way off.
You're
You're way off.
impeding us learning about this. Okay. Oh, Randy, did you put him backstage or something? Okay. Well, I hope he did.
He's way off. Just to be clear.
All right. So then there's a common understanding of things to do and not do, and one of the cardinal things you're not supposed to do is what was it, to influence someone's what did you say it was?
You can't
It's the
impede
thing-
on the will of another individual. So it's really a lonely state of existence here.
So
you can't really even.
wait. Where does this come from? You cannot. Is this just a natural limitation?
Yes,
Or-
it's like a consequent of the conditions of absolute freedom.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You can't. Okay. I'm with you. All right. So
Yeah.
part of that absolute liberty can be used to exit the sphere.
Exactly. Yes, the gaze can choose to exit through that perforation.
Now
Exactly.
they're further away from that center point, which was wisdom.
They've reverted, and now the interior is the exterior of the sphere. Exactly. Yeah, they've turned themselves inside out. That's
They're
why we
so
have
blinded
bodies.
to wisdom that they left the sphere, and now they.
Well, they're not blinded to wisdom. They're curious. We have a list of. There's like a hint. Each individual has to figure out why he left the spirit sphere for himself. But we have like a handful of general reasons. One would be the mystery of amour, or the mystery of love. It's this idea of being alone for so long that they yearn to relate to another individual or seek a companion, right? So they revert the spirit sphere and they are seeking a relationship with another individual. The other is there's like the mystery of camaraderie. You want to support another individual. You want to help or aid.
Okay, Paul. So by saying
real
mystery,
quick, hold on. Let me just say the pseudonym. He wanted to pop in, but you I think you have the YouTube channel on. We had a ruthless echo when you jumped on.
Who?
Pseudonym.
Oh, sorry.
Can you still hear it?
Yeah, I can hear you now without an echo.
yeah, but I get the echo.
I hear the echo.
I got it too.
Yeah, Pseudo, you're getting an echo.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so everyone that's here right now, okay, I don't want to say everyone, but the majority of all the spirits that are in the sphere are pointed outward away from wisdom, right?
No, there are many who stayed. Yeah. We don't know the exact number, but we know by the implications.
Where would you say you are? Are you in?
We're reverted. If you're in a human body, you're reverted. Yeah, you've turned inside.
Okay, all right, that's what I need to get to. So when we're in the flesh, that's the state that indicates that you are.
Yeah.
You're not in the spirit.
You wouldn't
sphere,
have a
you're
body
outside of it.
because spirit and matter are separate, and the origin
Got
has.
it.
So there's a quality that once somebody goes through the reversion and recovers who they are and returns to the origin, we call it essential hostility. And that
Is this a
essential
good thing?
It is. Essential hostility is the hostility to matter.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
go ahead, Cito.
Yeah. Is there a possibility that spirit is matter? Or is that
That is a postulate, but we make the defined distinction that it's not.
Are you guys having a hard time hearing Pseudo? I am.
Yeah, but a lot
Yes.
of it's the echo that's
And the
that's
echo's
causing
fucking
that.
me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to figure out why there's an echo.
Just
I think
whenever
you
you're
have
not
the
talking, mute
YouTube
up.
channel running. You know what I
Whenever
mean?
you're
Like,
not
you can
talking,
mute the
yeah,
mic
he did.
on the YouTube channel when you're
Yeah.
in the StreamYard.
Yeah, I can answer
Okay.
him from my point of view, or the Hyperborean Wisdom's point
Hey,
of
I
view.
have just one question, Hostile. One real quick question. One quick question,
Sure,
Hostile.
sure. Sure, man.
One
Go.
question. When you say we, who is we?
Hyperboreans. There's a race of Hyperborean spirits that are uncreated.
Okay, so when you say we, you're not talking about a group of people on the earth. You're talking about a
Well-
group of people in spirit.
Both, right? But I don't necessarily have contact with them. I don't know.
Do you have
I
a
know
group of
us.
like-minded
Hold on,
individuals that
Max.
share the same information?
Yes,
Max,
but we
do-
don't have like an organization.
What do
There's
you
no,
call
like,
them?
Hyperboreans.
Max,
Okay,
do you
that's a group
believe?
of people?
He's like not listening, but asking questions.
Well,
It's
no,
great.
because I was
Do
on
you
mute
have
for
a
a
spirit?
second.
Max, do you have a spirit?
No, I got all the information I needed. Goodbye.
But do you? Okay, yeah, he's not going to
Yeah,
answer, but he believes he
he's
has a spirit.
emotionally triggered, and I understand that, right? But like, you got to be fair and at least challenge
I want to
the
hear you out.
actual
I don't want you to.
content.
I don't want you to get off on that because I'm following you. I
You're
understand what you're saying.
you're doing wonderful by being cordial. Even if you don't agree with me, that's fine. But you're
Well, I
being very
don't know
cordial.
enough yet to agree with you or disagree with you. I'm
Yeah,
open to being convinced, and you are saying things that I relate to. Now, I can't prove or I can't weigh spirit, because I can
Yeah.
conceptualize what you're talking about,
Exactly.
and I'm not going
It's meant
I'm
to
not
be
going
that way. It's
I'm not gonna-
intuitional.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't want to carry a bias into it like Max is about to do.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be fair. It's just I've already explored this realm of thinking, and
You haven't.
Yes,
You've
oh,
never
yes, I
come
have.
across this at all.
Yes,
You
I
haven't.
have. Well,
I'm
not your
telling you haven't.
version. Not your
No,
version.
Okay, Max.
I'm
Max,
just saying,
tell us.
I'm not here to
tell us-
argue.
Hold
I'm
on,
here to
Max.
explore.
No. I want you to explore with us. So, can you tell us what
Yeah.
your conceptualization of what? Tell
No.
us your version.
No.
Okay, so can we talk about his version?
Jesus is the truth. That's all I'm going to say.
That so you brought
I'm not
your
trying to
bias
bring in the bias, though. I'm trying not to bring that into it. You're asking
Well,
me to bring it into it.
Jesus would be one of the spirits that we're talking about.
Yes, I know, but let's continue the conversation. I'm here to observe
Okay.
and learn
So
because
if we're
I
in
want to
the-
hear this guy's unique
Pseudo.
spin on it. But this is not a new idea.
Pseudo, you're still echoing, so you need to
He's
mute up.
never heard of this idea, and he's saying it's not a new idea.
What do
It's
you
very-
mean? What have
it's
I
very
not
nice.
heard? You're using metaphysics.
Pseudo.
I know about that.
I hear you. I hear you.
It's
Sorry.
it's painful because I know you want to seem like you understand it, but I'm telling
No.
you, you don't. You do
Yeah,
not.
because you make up your own version of it.
It's not
Just like
made
people
up.
make up their own version of Christianity every day.
There's lots of. Can we just hear his out and stop?
I'm
shitting on it
trying.
for a second, Max.
Well, he's not trying. He's
All
not
right,
trying.
go ahead. Go ahead. Let's do this.
All right.
He's
So
not trying.
we were with everybody that's in the flesh, because the matter is not the
Am I good
ideal
now?
place. No,
It's still echoing.
you're echoing. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Sorry.
No, I know it's not your fault, buddy.
Yeah, I think he
understand
asked a
what you're
question
saying.
before he was cut off. I mean, he did ask a question, but
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I just
Pseudo.
want you guys to hurry up because I'm waiting to chime in too.
Do you understand what we're talking about?
no, chime in. But
Yeah, I
feel
mean,
free,
I've been
please.
listening and everything, but I'm just saying. I mean, this
I
all
understand what
sounds
he's
like
trying to
some
say.
Battlestar
It
Galactica
sucks that I have
shit
an
to
echo.
me.
This is metaphysics. I mean, if you want to say Battlestar Galactica is metaphysical, sure.
He's just saying. Brandon's just saying that it's very foreign to him, and it sounds contrary to everything he understands about reality.
Gotcha. That's normal for this philosophy. Yeah,
Of course,
it is
of
very
course.
normal. Yeah.
So, but Brandon, you have some similarities. Okay, Pseudo, again, if you're not actually actively talking, you have to mute up.
Oh, because there's still an echo. I'm sorry. I'm trying to fix this as I go. I actually like this.
It's got to be the YouTube channel. You got to mute the YouTube channel when you click on the link and come into StreamYard.
Close all your other stream or tabs, man. Okay, so Brandon,
And maybe go
like-
into your settings and click the sound echo cancellation button too.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good tip. All right, so Brandon, you have some similar ideas. But let's just find a common point. You believe you have a spirit that animates you.
I
Yes?
believe that God is spirit, and He is the source of all the animation of all living things. And
Giving each one a spirit, right?
Well, no, it's there's
right.
a Christian distinction. They have a soul. It's different than
Exactly.
what we have
Well,
going on.
so the
okay,
like
but
the energy source for the soul is spirit.
Can we use that? Can we use the term? Can we identify a similarity in between Hostile's idea of spirits and Brandon's idea of souls? Can we make
Yeah,
a
that's what's going on. Yeah. Yep.
You understand, Brandon, that when he's saying they're spirits, you could identify that as meaning souls, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean,
full personalities.
Where I fall off the map, though, is that that God didn't create any of these souls. That's where you lost me.
We haven't even gotten to all that yet.
Yeah, it's way later. It's way later.
But but what we're saying is, can you conceptualize, even if it's foreign to you, just imagine you're watching a movie. You don't necessarily have to take it seriously as this is contradicting your beliefs. Right now, just listen to it and try to understand where the similarities are and see if you can make out the language or understand the principles behind it. And then you'll have something to totally disagree with. But for all intents and purposes, you're as metaphysical as he is.
Yes, that's the funny thing, is that most Christians, we have that common ground, is that they have a metaphysic. But when they call me crazy and dumb as fuck or whatever, we share that. That is our common ground. You have a metaphysic. Most normal, mundane people, the atheist, would call both of us dumb fucks. So we are in the same basket here. You believe in a God, so we're in the same basket.
And both of these positions are unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
Listening, I'm just being honest, because I mean, if any of this that you're saying is true, then Jesus is a liar, and I have a problem with that. There.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
Yeah, did you hear what I just said?
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to, but I stepped away for like 10 seconds.
I did, and I think that you're making an assumption that Jesus would be the one lying.
No. Jesus,
not you, Brandon.
Oh, sorry.
Brandon, while you were away, said that if any of this is true, any of this stuff, that Jesus was a liar. But there are things written about Jesus. Lots of different books.
Hyperborean Wisdom states the guy who wrote about it, there's no doctrine for Hyperborean Wisdom. It's really like a signpost. But the guy who wrote about it, he believed Jesus was a real person. He believed in a historical Jesus. I haven't got that, right? I don't have that from my end. But he does, right? But he would be an extension of the deception. He would be a traitorous spirit, is how we define that.
So you define Jesus as a traitorous spirit.
Yeah, we would say the Bible. And here, listen, I'm not attacking you when I say this. I'm just explaining our position. Okay?
I understand. I'm just saying this is where you're...
Because I know that you're a good person. Somebody who believes in Jesus Christ, typically, they're a good person who uses that as a moral compass. And they use that to guide them into immortality, their eternal life. Most human beings are concerned about the afterlife, and they find religion, or they are naturally drawn, they have a disposition towards religion to compensate for that.
Pseudo.
Sorry.
Not you, it's
pseudo.
Still echoing.
Yes.
Oh,
See, Brian would disagree with you. There's nothing good about Brandon Irish.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think people who are Christian and believe Jesus is a good person, they are seeking to be good people, and they want to ensure that they live immortally, eternally in the afterlife. They want to be saved. Yeah.
Let me prove it. Watch this. Brandon, have you had it in your heart to try and bring me back to the faith?
Of course.
Have you made several offers to study with me to bring me back to the faith because you're worried about my eternal destination?
I have.
Yes.
Now, would that be empathy?
Well, like, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't want anybody going to hell. Doesn't sound like a good plan to me.
Exactly. We are in the same boat, man. I'm in the same position. I'm a morally upright individual. I have children. I want to be a good person. I believe in the eternity or the immortality of the soul, quote unquote. I want that for you, just like you want that for me, except that you think it's Jesus that gets you there, and I'm saying it's not. So we have a lot of similarities. There's a common ground. Prometheus is actually a really good mediator here. He's making a lot of sense of our both of our positions. They relate in many ways that you just don't see at the moment.
Well, I mean,
We're arguing over names and we're arguing over identities.
Well, there is only one name given under heaven by which men can be saved.
Yeah.
Okay, but you also seem to have another idea in common, which is that there's something to be worried about.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to hear from I mean, Brandon, I think you believe the thing to worry about is hell.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can all agree that that's not a good thing. And Hostile, you have something that you're worried about. What is that?
Man, dude, you're such a good mediator. I just want to say that. Because this makes it more cordial, right? I don't like the attacks. I don't try to attack people, and I respect you being a mediator. But the thing that Hyperboreans are worried about, and it's not really a worry because we have a courageous, valorous, honorable spirit. This is a warrior's philosophy. We're worried about a war. There is a war being waged right now. It's a spiritual war. And there are spirits that exist that are strategically confusing you as a spirit from returning to the origin. If you don't make it to the origin, you risk the possibility of being quote unquote phagocytized. This is
I don't have to worry about that.
This is a cellular biological term for when white cells eat foreign cells and they absorb them into their own being.
I will give Will Freeman some credit. He is a great mediator.
He is. So we fear phagocytosis.
I don't have to worry about all this because I'm just going to trust in Jesus and I'm good. So I'm going to.
Yeah. What we're saying is that by being passive and waiting on someone to save you, you're going to be phagocytized.
Okay, well, let's assume Jesus is not real. Then I saved myself because I'm a pretty strong human being too.
Okay, Max, you're doing it again. We were really getting somewhere.
Yeah, hold on a minute, okay? Because here's the situation, and I don't think you've taken the legal situation into account. I'm not getting the impression that you're aware of the legal transaction that took place on the cross and what Jesus actually saves us.
No, I am, because I'm familiar with the Lord's Prayer.
Well, what Jesus actually saves us from is the justice of a holy God. Because God has seen, even your thought life, and
This is where it ends, Hostile. It's not going to go any further. I can tell you that right now.
Hear me? Hello?
Hey, it was fun though. I appreciate it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Pseudo.
Can I ask him one last question before he goes?
That's up to Brandon.
Yes, go ahead.
So when you say the origin, going back to the origin, are you talking about like the conscious collective kind of theme?
It's not a collective. It's comprised of a many, but you are an individual within that place. It's aware. We call it the origin, which is really just a substance / essence. It's a will. It's pure unadulterated will. And
we get to bang hookers, guys.
You don't get to bang hookers there. There's no.
Why not? There's no bitches in there.
There's no evil in the origin.
Well, who said bitches are evil, man?
Well, I'm saying banging whores has a.
Who said they're whores? You're making a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, this is wild.
Come on,
This is wild.
Max, calm down.
You don't have to answer or completely answer the question. I appreciate that you know what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, you had an earlier question that I think is even more important that never got addressed, and it's about spirit being matter. That's a big problem in philosophy. Most philosophers after Parmenides we're trying to smash being and becoming together. Okay. We're saying that being and becoming are separate things. Becoming actually depends on being, but being precedes becoming and does not depend on becoming for its existence. So time and space are actually separate, like oil and water, right? Atemporality and non-spatiality, these things are separate, like oil and water. They touch because there is no nothingness. There's no space in between them, but they rest against each other like oil and water, creating a membrane. This
Like layers?
membrane, you could say like layers, but all of this is just topological language, right? I don't know what shape it is. I don't know what substance it's actually made out of.
Just
I can't
'cause
say
you said
if it's
membrane.
chocolate.
I completely understand. I completely understand what you're saying. You're saying that
Okay,
there's,
cool.
it's just like everything is just like a Venn diagram.
It's like a Venn. Exactly. Okay. No, that's
Could be a lot
perfect.
of them.
Hold on to
Like
that
a
thought. real
what?
quick.
Like a what?
A Venn
Venn.
diagram. Hold on to that for a second, okay? And try to
Wait,
pick.
you have to tell Brandon.
I
Brandon,
get
do you
what
know what a
you're
Venn
saying.
diagram
I
is?
do not.
It's two circles overlapping, okay, and then the center creates a combined space,
Oh,
right?
Give him an
There's like-
example of.
I'm going to tell Pseudonym. I'm going to answer him with the exact model if you put it on a Venn
I
diagram.
know exactly what you're saying. We're kind of vibing, but I appreciate you educating.
Okay, no worries, man. Thank you.
So,
Oh my
but let me
goodness!
get
Wow,
this.
this is
This is the
Brandon.
craziest shit you ever heard, or what, Jill?
Yeah, where do you find these people?
Hey, man, they just came up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is my first time running into hostile Hyperborean.
Hostile? Are you have you ever been a Christian before? in your
Yes,
life?
that's what I was. Yeah, and
Okay.
then I seeked God. This is kind of my
No, you
path.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Can you go to John 14?
So you're
6?
you're just
definitely
gonna,
not gonna-
you're just
yeah, you
gonna
don't know
tell me
Jill.
what I am.
I'm going to
That's
ask you a
crazy.
question about John
Hey,
14.
Well,
Rebellion, are you
well, you
there?
asked me if I was a Christian,
It's gonna
right?
be a big waste
Hey,
of time. I
Rebellion,
promise
you
you.
there?
Can
Are
you
you
go to
there?
John 14 for me? John 14,
Wait,
6.
can
I
I
just
ask
want to ask
Rebellion
one
one last
question.
question?
No, Jill has
this
taken
isn't
over
true,
pseudo.
if this isn't
No,
true,
I
then
know,
Jesus is
but
a liar,
we,
right?
how can we look
I'm
at
the
things
way.
He
differently?
said Jesus is a deceiving spirit.
Yes,
Oh,
he's a
so
traitorous
Jesus
spirit.
is a liar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He's a liar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It
All right.
benefits him to lie to the
That's
loyal
all
spirit.
I wanted
Yeah.
to know.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
done.
crazy shit to me.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
of
you for your
course, that's your God. Of course, it's going to sound crazy.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's going to
Hold
rub you
on.
the wrong way.
Hostile. Hold on, Brandon. Because I know that you can be intellectually honest here. Okay, but I'm going to ask you a question. If God were to tell you a lie, could you ever know it?
Well, he's the one that made the law against lying. So, I mean, that's why
that doesn't
I don't
address my
have a
question.
hard time.
The
Yes, you
crossover,
could.
the crossover
Yes, you
is
could.
diabolical.
You could possibly know that he's lying to you. Yes. Yes.
Well,
William.
now, how? Okay, Jill, if you want to take this on, how would you, as a human, be able to tell if God, the omniscient, was lying?
Empirical evidence. So if God says to eat a rock, and we find that after so many decades of eating rocks, we are now dying prematurely of diseases and malnutrition, then we would know that
you
God
get
is a
trial and
liar.
error. Okay, so then my next question is: would you say that human sacrifice is a good
By the
thing?
way, that's never happened.
That's fantastic.
Let me
Would
ask
say
you a
that-
question. Did the serpent on the tree of knowledge, did he say that you would become like gods if you ate of the fruit?
Nothing God ever prescribed turns
No,
out.
listen. Did the serpent say that if Eve ate of the fruit, she would become like God?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to finish.
Was he
answering
right?
William's question.
Was he right?
I'm going to finish answering William's question.
knowing good and
if you don't
evil.
mind.
Yeah, was he right? Was she right? Or was the serpent right?
I'm going to finish answering William's question if you don't mind.
The serpent was
Yeah,
right.
yeah, and then come back to my question, please.
Okay, sure.
The serpent didn't lie.
What the fuck?
He didn't, because God confirmed it in the verses. He said, now Adam and Eve has become one of us. Plural, which is also peculiar.
Not really, when you understand what the word Elohim means.
Well, not for me. I'm saying peculiar to a Christian who believes in a
Oh, I see
monistic
that.
worldview.
Yes, I see how you're using the word.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Jill. Do your thing. March onward.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually lost my train of thought.
You were talking about lying, right? And is this a lie? Jesus saying unto us.
Yeah. You've already answered my question. So really, I
What
don't
happened
really
to
have
Ben
anything else to
Dagrin?
say to
No,
you.
Jill. We were talking about whether you could know if God was lying.
Yeah,
So you believe that God decides what's true and what's not, though, right? What's real.
Reality, no. He created what's true.
You don't think he has sovereignty and decides what morality is?
Based on his creation, yes.
No. So God didn't design morality.
Based on his creation, yes, he did.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
That means when God creates, that sets the standard for how you should live based on how he created you.
So we should live exactly how they lived in the Old Testament.
We should live how God prescribed us to live. Yes. The moral aspects of the law remain. Yes.
Then what are you doing about that? Are you getting you a herd of sheep? What the hell are you doing?
I'm teaching the truth about how we should treat sheep.
Now, how do you know you're not teaching a lie that was passed on by
How should you treat sheep? Should you sacrifice them like Abel?
The empirical evidence, the science of social statistics demonstrates that what God says to do is optimal.
Would you say that prophecy has anything to do with your confidence?
Money, sex, marriage.
Whoa.
Relationships.
I don't even know you that well, Jill.
We got Teflo Dollar on the fucking panel. This is crazy.
All of those things God prescribes for us to do certain things we have learned corresponds to reality. It's just that simple.
I don't know that it does.
Case scenario.
You're telling me that talking donkeys, you think that talking donkeys comport to
we're
reality?
talking about the moral
Jill, we
prescriptions,
were having a good
not the miracles that occur. Miracles do occur in the Bible, yes. But now we're talking about moral
Brandon,
prescriptions.
I know what happens when Jill comes into a room. I appreciate your
this.
hospitality.
Don't do that.
Well, wait a minute.
And it was good to meet you, Hostile.
Wait a minute.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What, Brandon? Nothing can happen. Nothing can happen when Jill's talking.
I'm sorry.
We were having a good conversation, Joe. What were happening?
Well, I mean,
Jill,
I'm willing to listen. I mean, there's nothing truthful coming out of this guy's mouth, but I'm listening.
And that's good. And that's
the
good.
champion for
You're
Jesus
your
is here,
mind.
you guys. The champion for Jesus. How should I do this?
I don't know what that means. Oh,
Will Freeman, how
you're
should I
saying
do
you
this?
are?
Yeah, how should I do this? How do you want me
Why
to
not
destroy this
talk
guy?
talk about Dave in his speedos.
All right. Well, first of all, Mr. Hostile, I don't actually dislike you. I just hate the shit that you're saying.
That's fine.
It's because I've already explored this myself.
Yeah.
And I've already done the work.
You
How
keep
old are you?
saying that. Listen,
Generally,
you keep
are you
saying that?
How
Do you
old are
want to? Do you want me to respond to what you're saying? Because you don't have a conversation like a normal human being.
Here's
It's
the
kind of
more important
weird. I don't
question.
think you talk to people like this in real life.
I do.
He does.
How
You
old are
don't.
you?
You don't.
I do it all the time. How old are you?
So first of all, let me address something real quick. I don't think you actually know what this is. You keep saying that,
Well,
but
'cause
this
you
is
keep
so.
making up shit that you put your own spin to. But
So
how old are you?
I have a library of over 3,300 books, and I know.
How old?
Listen, I will tell you that, but I'm addressing what you're talking about first.
Sure.
After going through multiple mystery traditions, studying multiple religions, comparative religion, right?
I just don't
Magic,
think you're
all of
sharp
that.
in the spirit, man.
Listen, what I'm saying is this philosophy stands alone. There's nothing like it. It's the only thing that denies all other religions and philosophies.
There's no such thing as
so
organic
you don't
thought.
know what it is.
There's no such thing as organic thought. It came from somewhere.
There's thought is an illusion. What you're calling, if you want to get really
It's all
into-
recycled. It's all recycled.
if you want to get into this philosophy, it's going to really break you. And I don't think you can handle a conversation
I just think
like
we
that.
have.
Okay, come on, Eastmax. You make it.
He can't.
impossible to
He
get-
asked me how old I am. I'm in my upper 30s. I have 3 children, a wife, a normal job. I have a home. I'm a normal person. I just take the spirit seriously. I study
Yeah, but hold on a minute.
reality, right?
Yeah,
That's
you
what I'm
study
concerned about.
reality, okay, I'm having a lot of difficulty believing this. You know what I mean? Especially when you deny that Jesus even exists.
I don't need you to believe it, though. First and foremost, I'm not proselytizing. I'm just having a discussion. right? So don't
Okay,
feel
but-
like I'm not trying to convert you
Okay,
or anything.
that's great because it's. I mean, you failed miserably if that's what you're attempting to do.
I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. So, but here's the situation. Okay, because I mean, we do have to deal with some actual facts. You know what I mean? In order to embrace reality.
Yeah.
And this is where, unfortunately, there really was this guy named Jesus.
Yeah.
He really did claim to be the actual creator manifest in the flesh. He had prophecies to back up his claim. He also had miracles to back up his claim. So, he's not just talking about some hip little philosophy here. He's talking about a serious legal situation in that, all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And this is where a holy and righteous judge has to make sure every single sin is accounted for, or he would be a less than perfect judge. He would not be holy. So this is why, Jesus actually saves us from the wrath of a holy God. We all deserve to go to hell according to the God's law, and all of us have broken them, but luckily Jesus stepped in and paid the fine by God himself becoming a human being, living a perfect sinless life without blemish, and then willingly laying down his life, spilling his precious blood in order to pay our fine. And by accepting that truth, that is how you receive Jesus. When he makes the claim that he is the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father but by me. You know what I'm saying? If he is
No, I do. I was there. Yeah, I do.
If he is the creator and he wrote the law against lying, this is why it makes sense that it's impossible for God to lie. You see, that God cannot deny himself, so he's perfectly logical. And logic, the study of logic, as soon as you abandon logic, that's logic is a tool to show you that you're not using your brain correctly. So
yeah, you're right. The brain. You are not your brain, right?
So
You are a
if you-
spirit.
but if
You're
you-
not
yeah.
your brain. You call
Okay.
it the soul. Your soul is not your brain.
So hold on, let
Yeah.
me finish. So because I mean, if you're not using your brain correctly, then that would indicate that we have a problem with our interpretation of reality. You see?
No, I don't see. Well, I understand where you're coming from, but you're missing a big portion of what.
A big portion of what?
Yeah,
Of shit.
paradox.
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example, right?
That's
The
shit.
absolute
Oh,
freedom,
you-
I mentioned it earlier. The absolute freedom for a Christian is the obedience to the law of God. That's called a paradox. It's
No.
illogical. It makes no sense to a logical person, but to a Christian, it's a 100% fact, and they have to
Because-
believe in that.
You know why though? Because I mean, if there are no laws, there can be no freedom. If everybody just gets to listen, but this is reality, man. If
Well, it's the
everybody
physical world. You're equating reality with the physical world.
just hear me out.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so without laws, there can be no freedom. This is why even the Antichrist is referred to as the lawless one. Because if you're in a state of no laws and no one to enforce those laws, then you're in a might makes right society. That's the problem. That creates nothing but oppression. So this is why I love laws. I love God's laws. With what I mean, and the Bible says the law be good if a man use it lawfully.
Yeah.
So this is where you have some huge misunderstanding.
No, I don't have a misunderstanding.
You
I have
do.
a
You clearly
perfectly built. No, I don't. I have a perfectly built scaffolding leading up to why that's an issue. right? We start from the very beginning, the ontology, not the ethics. Ethics comes way later. There's the ontology, then there's the epistemology, then there's the ethics. Let's talk about the ontology for a second, right? Like the omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient God, right? Why in the world is there evil to begin with?
Because we're in a fallen creation.
You don't believe him, so
So he's not omnipotent.
who cares what she say?
What are you talking about? That God's not omnipotent? I don't
Well,
know.
why did he create something that's falling? Why did he not create something without evil?
Because he gave all of us free will.
Can your God create a universe with free will and without evil?
No,
So there's no heaven.
it's impossible.
So there's no heaven.
It's impossible.
So there's no heaven. Do you understand what I'm
There is a
saying?
heaven. Heavens will be on
Okay,
earth.
in eschatology, in your eschatology, the end of the universe, right? The end of history ends in the absence of evil. There's an existence.
That's called redemption. Yeah, it's called.
Yeah, so your God can create a place with free will.
Create. You said create.
I'll be right back.
Your God can create a universe with free will
No. You're switching. You're
and
moving
without
the
evil.
goalposts. You're moving the goalposts. You said create.
I'm not moving a
You said
goalpost.
create, sir. Is creation the same as redemption?
Yeah, it's a part of the
No,
creation.
It's not.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not.
It's a part of
Creation
his.
is not the same as redemption. So.
Do you know what eschatology is? Are you even on the same?
Sure. Do you know what redemption is? It's not the same.
I
as
do. It's a
creation.
part
not
of
even
the
same
eschatology.
word.
No, it is.
Creation the same thing as redemption? No.
It's a part of the eschatology.
No, it's
Yes.
not.
No, it
Not the
is.
same.
You don't know what you're
Creation
talking about.
happened
Stop
in
it.
the
Stop it.
Genesis account.
Stop. You don't know what
Creation
you're talking about.
happened in the Genesis account. Redemption will happen in the Revelation account.
Are both of those a part of eschatology?
No, one is.
Yes, they
creation,
are. You don't know what you're talking about.
One is creation, the other is eschatology. What are you talking
No, the eschatology includes creation. You have no clue what you're talking about at all.
Genesis is.
Do you
Genesis.
define
That's where
eschatology?
creation happens.
Define eschatology.
God creates. He does
Define
not create.
eschatology, please.
Eschatology is the study of the end times.
Yeah.
When
Now,
God
does that include
creates-
creation?
when God creates. He does not create gods. He creates beings with volition. Beings that are subject to failure. Okay?
You don't know what you're talking
A
about. right?
perfect God created beings that were not perfect, that were not him. That's
You don't know
called
what you're talking about.
creation. In the end times, in eschatology, that creation he created, which is not perfect but very good, will be restored or will be.
Okay, where are they? Where are those?
Says,
Where are the
will be
created,
changed
redeemed?
in an instant.
Jill, I
Okay.
understand
So
completely what you're saying, and you're wrong. Right?
You're conflating two different.
Where are the
events.
created, redeemed? Where are they at the end of the eschatology? Where are they?
When are the created redeemed? Not all
No,
of the
where?
created redeemed.
Listen, quit talking and listen. I sat there and I listened to you, right?
No, you didn't.
Listen.
You were talking over the.
No,
entire
I
time.
understand completely what you're saying, and that's why I'm responding
You were
with
talking
what
over
you're saying.
the entire time. But okay.
Where are the created when they're redeemed? Where are they?
Where are the created when they're redeemed?
Yep.
What do you mean?
According
by-
to your
what do you-
eschatology, where
you mean
are
like
the
in
created?
end times?
Exactly. That's what I said.
Okay.
Eschatology includes
end
creation and the redemption.
Okay, in the end times, Paul argues, this is what I was getting ready to say before you started over talking, that in the end times we will be changed. It depends on where you are. If you are on earth, I thought you were going to listen. Paul
No, I
says
am.
if you are on earth when Christ returns and changes you in an instant, you will be changed. Your body will be changed from a corruptible body, from one that is fallen, to an incorruptible
They're
one.
still created.
And those
Yep.
who are in Christ, the Bible teaches also.
Wait,
those who are dead,
pause.
those who
I
are-
have a question in your response.
sure.
Those people are still created, right? The ones that have
No, they've
corruptible.
already been created.
No. The incorruptible bodies are fashioned.
Yeah.
They are created by God.
Yes. Those are our
Okay,
glorified
so they're
bodies.
still created. We're
They may
still
not
within
be.
the eschatology, and we're still
No.
created through redemption.
No,
Keep going.
Redemption is a new body.
It's created by God. You did not create your new body. God created it.
So you're saying that the creation of the new body will occur in the end times, and that's part of creation?
Exactly. That's the whole point.
When we say creation, we're
Oh
not
my
talking about
gosh, this is
glorified
crazy.
bodies. We're not talking about glorified bodies, because glorified
Dude,
bodies
you're way outside of this. Is
okay,
above
now
your
you're
pay
cutting
grade.
up. Well, now you're
This
cutting
is
up
above.
because you know
It's
you're in
above
the
your pay
corner.
grade.
You know
You
you're in the corner
literally
now.
do not understand the
You
categories.
know you're trapped, huh, buddy? You cut yourself, huh?
I'm not trapped. You don't understand your
Why won't you allow me to
categories
speak? Why won't you
because
allow
you
me to
don't
speak?
think creation belongs to
You know you
eschatology.
cut.
You don't even understand categories.
I'll wait until you're done, and then I'll show you the conundrum you just put yourself in. Go ahead.
Sure. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I can speak now?
Well,
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
So-
I mean,
so a
you're
new
saying
body-
nonsense, but
Oh,
sure.
okay,
Go
okay,
ahead.
sure. So go ahead. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah. Creation has nothing to do with eschatology. Keep going.
You
Keep
done?
going.
You done?
Yeah. Keep digging your grave. Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
keep
can
digging.
speak now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Christian theology makes an important distinction between creation, which occurs in Genesis, and the recreation of man, or the renewal, or what we
The
call resurrection.
recreation.
Are you going to
It's
allow
still
me?
creation.
Are you going to allow me? No,
I'm
it's a
not going to let you
renewal.
straw man the argument.
It's a
It's
renewal.
creation. We already answered it.
renewal.
You answered it. I asked you the question, is the incorruptible body, the immortal body created? You said yes. What are you talking about?
Are you going to allow me to speak or not? Are you afraid? What are you afraid of, bro?
I'm not
If you're
afraid. You
if your
just keep,
doctrine is
you're
so sound,
circular.
if your doctrine, here's how I know your doctrine is not sound.
This is your doctrine, not
Here's how I
mine.
know your doctrine
This is
not
your.
sound.
This isn't my
Because you
doctrine.
won't
This is
even
your
allow
doctrine.
anyone to speak in
Hold on one
contrary to
second.
it. That's how I know it's a fake gospel. If you were so confident in your doctrine, you would allow me to speak. Okay? So Christians make an important distinction between creation, meaning humans, animals, plants, birds, and the renewal of those things, when those things are given different bodies or given the ability to live forever. So paradise lost, with what was lost in the garden, will be restored. Things will not die. Entropy will be no more. So the same universe that God created will be renewed and restored back to what it was before the fall. So he's not creating anything new.
No, he is. It's called. You just
renewing-
said it.
he
You
is
said
renewing-
recreated.
Right. he
Stop,
is
man. You're
renewing-
bullshitting everyone that's listening. You just said
Here you go. Here's your
recreated.
answer, buddy.
You just said
Now, what's your response?
recreate. You just said recreated. Do you not understand what the fuck you're saying? You just said
I did not hear Jill say recreated. I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
He did. He did.
Creation-
Everyone who's listening, go rewind it. When you
Go ahead.
rewatch this video, go rewind it. He said, and he already answered the question. He said incorruptible bodies are created. The renewed body is created. The eschatology is the design of God. It is created by God. There's no arguing the redemption is created by God. God sets up the redemption, not man. What the fuck are you talking about? You're lost, bro. You have no clue about your own doctrine.
I am getting even more
Okay, can I
confused on
speak
your
now?
position, hostile.
Can I speak
But
now?
the position is that God can create right off the bat. He has the power. If he's omnipotent, he can start right with heaven.
Okay.
He doesn't need to create evil.
All right.
Why is there evil?
Can I speak now?
There's no point.
Yeah, he didn't create that though.
So can I respond to that, Brandon, really quickly?
Yes, please.
So again, you can deny this all you want because you really have no standard to judge anything. You're just making stuff up as you go.
No, I do have a standard.
This is what scripture actually teaches. So if you study scripture, you would know this. Creation is God bringing something into existence by his power. Okay. Resurrection is God raising that same being
Oh my
from the
gosh.
dead, restoring and transforming the body.
He's still
into
doing
an
it.
incorruptible, glorified one.
Okay, I'm going to ask you again.
Can I
I'm
finish?
going to ask
Can I
you
finish
again.
my
Is
point?
the
Can I
incorruptible
finish
body
my
created
point?
by God?
Can I finish my point?
You keep doing. You're
Can I
circular.
finish my point?
Your whole
Can I
point is
finish
defeated
my
by your
point?
answer.
Can I
You
finish?
already defeated your own
May
point.
I finish my point, please?
Is the incorruptible body
Oh,
created
I'm
by
gonna
God?
finish my point, then I'm going to answer your question.
Okay.
Okay. Restoring, transforming the body into an incorruptible one.
Yep.
So it's a glorified body. This is according to 1 Corinthians 15. But it scripture emphasizes that there is continuity. So it's your body. It's your body that God created in Genesis, but it is one that is glorified. Okay? Go ahead. What's your question? You have
Is
none.
the incorruptible glorified body created by God?
No, we would say
Who creates it?
It's a transformation.
Okay, who allowed for the incorruptible body? Who created that condition?
Who allowed for the corruptible body? Now
The incorruptible glorified body.
By God's power.
There you go.
We're saved by
So
God's
God's omnipotence allows for the
Saved.
incorruptible body. Why does he not just start with incorruptible bodies?
Of course. Yeah, I can surely answer that one.
Yep.
I'll let,
Go
I'll
ahead.
let Brandon answer that one.
Go ahead.
I mean, you've heard of the fall, right?
Yeah. Why do we have a fall with an omnipotent God? Why is there a fall?
Because he pulls back his 100% authority in order to give us a free will to make, you know what I mean? And this is why.
So this goes back to the question that I already asked and you already answered.
You have authority over your own will, your own
Let me ask you this question, okay? Can God create a universe in existence with free will and no evil?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Can God create an existence with free will and no evil?
Well, I mean, as far as like,
if you say no, that means he's not all powerful. That means he's not the pinnacle of existence.
He did originally create it without evil, though. But this is the problem, though, because even Lucifer had a free will, and he rebelled against God.
So he his chessboard, his terrain, his field that he built up, his ground allowed for the existence of evil. He sets the rules. He makes the law. Do you not understand the contradiction?
Yeah.
If he's all knowing, why is there a test? He already knows. None of it makes sense, man.
Okay, what makes sense, though, is that I don't think that you realize that God is like super mathematician. He's eternal. We have a finite existence. So this is why, I mean, he's already calculated every possible decision you'll ever make and every possible outcome to every possible decision.
Yeah, the book of names.
He's already seen the tape.
There are names in the book of life, right? And there are names that aren't. Why even have those people? What is the point? He already knows the end. His eschatology is already fulfilled. Heaven is already fulfilled. Why? It makes no sense.
So then why would God be calling to people to repent? You know
because it's a deception. That's the whole problem.
It's a deception.
Yes.
That's your answer.
Yeah, absolutely. He wants you to believe that you're a body and that you don't have actual existence without dependence on him. And you need his forgiveness. That's the whole point of the deception. You do not exist without God. You depend. Your existence depends on God.
We believe that you are running a conspiracy theory right now and
Yeah,
deceiving us right now. So
how? But I don't believe in evil.
Oh well.
I'm the guy who's saying evil is wrong. God is allowing evil. I'm not.
You think Jesus is a liar? That's evil.
But like
That's evil.
I'm saying God is evil. I'm not.
Yeah, you're.
I'm not.
You're evil.
I'm not.
Okay,
Yes,
why
you-
is
yes, you
your
are.
fucking mic like 10 times louder than everybody else's?
Because he
Dude,
turned it up.
everything coming out of your mouth is fucking pure evil. You're calling
turned-
Jesus a liar. This
He
is
can turn down his mic if
yeah,
on-
this
on
is the
the,
most blasphemous shit I've ever heard, brother.
you can turn down his mic on the settings.
I
It's
don't.
too loud.
Yeah, actually, I can. All right, let me turn that down.
Explain to me how God isn't evil. Explain.
Isn't evil? Well, the burden of proof will be on you, sir. Or you can
Well,
give
no,
us
no, 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 no. The burden of proof is not on me. Evil
Yeah,
is
that you're
existent
asking
to
us to
all of
prove
us.
negative, sir.
No, I'm not. Is evil
What is
existent?
evil? What is
Is
evil?
evil existent?
Yeah.
Or is it a
Evil does
privation?
exist. What is evil?
No, no, no. Answer my question.
It's
Is
me.
evil existent or is it a privation?
It's a deprivation of God. Evil is
Okay,
a
so it's a
deprivation.
privation. So you don't think evil actually exists?
Evil does exist as
No,
a
you can't say
deprivation
both.
of God. It doesn't
It-
have ontology. It doesn't exist like
Okay,
a
so
human.
it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist as a human exists, but heat
No.
is just the cold is just the absence of heat.
Yeah,
Cold
so you're
does
saying
exist.
evil is a shadow.
So are you describing like a cold
does
death?
exist, yeah.
No, he's saying evil is a shadow. It's called privation. That's what most Christians believe. It's a privation.
Right.
So
It
your
wasn't
claim is
created
that
in-
evil is a necessity.
It wasn't created in Genesis. Okay, creation is God bringing something into
No.
existence by its
And he
power.
said
by
it
his
was
power.
good.
He said
See,
it was
this is
good.
where, yeah. I
How
think
is it
Creation
evil if
is
he says it's
creation.
I
good?
think where your major confusion is, when the Bible says that when God says, "I created evil," he created Lucifer. He created the knowledge of the
Yeah.
of
So
good and
if he
evil.
says that creation is good, why is it evil?
It was good originally.
But no, he is the guy who knows it all. He's omniscient. When he finished creation, he says, "It is good." Why is it evil? Why does Eve eat of the apple if it's good?
Because she was deceived.
But
She's
it's
not
good.
perfect.
Why is there a serpent who can
Good is
deceive
not
people if it's
perfect.
good? Why is
Sir,
there a serpent,
only
liar
God
serpent?
Only
Listen,
God
wait.
is.
Why is there
Okay,
an
you just
evil
asked the
serpent
question,
in
right?
creation when it's all good?
Yeah, let me
Can I
answer
ask a
that.
question?
Let me
Can I
answer
ask a
that.
question?
Only
Go ahead.
God is perfect. Only God is perfect. Say that 3 times.
Yeah, and I
Only
wanted to
God
acknowledge
is
something he
perfect.
said earlier,
So
Jill,
his
to your point.
creation.
Can
his
I ask a
creation.
question?
Hold on.
Well, hold on a
Relax.
second.
Take a deep breath. You never were taught this.
A lot of
So
questions.
his creation is by default going to be less than perfect, and therefore.
So why doesn't he say
subject. Hold
it
on.
is good
You were
and
never
bad?
taught this. You were never taught this.
No,
Shut
I
up and
was taught
listen.
this. I know
Shut
exactly what
up
you're
and
talking
listen.
about.
You were
But in
never
the
taught
Bible,
this.
it doesn't say
You were
I
never
created
taught
on the
this.
seventh
Hold
on
on,
the
let me
sixth
finish
day,
the
and
point.
it is imperfect.
You were
God
never
doesn't
taught
say
this.
God
You
doesn't
never
say
taught this.
in the
Can I ask
Bible
I'll
that
wait until you're
creation is
done.
imperfect.
I'll wait
Can I
until
ask a
you're done
question?
because your father never taught
Yeah,
you this. So
okay,
just
then
shut up
wait.
and
Then
listen.
wait till
So
I'm
I'll
done
wait
then.
until you shut up
Wait
and
till
listen.
I'm done then. Okay. God doesn't say anywhere in the Bible in Genesis that creation is imperfect. He
Hey, you want
says
to try yelling at me?
actually he says it is good, but then there's evil in it, which is bad. So
I have a very
what's going
important
on
question
there?
Okay,
about
all right. So
good
you
and
done?
bad.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
You're
All right. So
cooking.
God creates, and He says a perfect God creates, and He says His creation is not perfect, but very good. Not good.
He
very
doesn't
good.
say it's imperfect. He says it's
I never,
good.
can you shut up and listen? Your daddy never taught you this.
You're
Your
saying the
daddy
wrong
never taught you
thing.
this. So
You
shut
just
up and
said it
listen.
says it's
Your
imperfect.
daddy never
No, it
taught you
doesn't.
this. So shut up and listen.
You just lied. You just
Okay,
said the
wait.
Bible
Shut up
says
and
that
listen. I let
creation is
you talk.
imperfect.
I let you talk. You didn't. I
You
didn't
just
cut you
said
off
the Bible says
or
creation is
responded.
imperfect.
I didn't. I never
Where?
said that. Shut
You
up and
just said
listen.
it.
I never. No, I did not.
Can I
You
ask a
just
It's
question?
what
said
I
it.
said because you started over talking before I had a chance to
No, I
finish. Shut
responded to
up
you
and
talking.
listen. Just shut
Brandon, are
up.
you there?
Okay.
Yes.
When
Can
God
Can
creates,
I
pseudonym
ask a
ask a
all right,
question?
shut up
question?
and listen. When God creates, when a perfect God creates, He
Brandon, can I
says
ask a
that His
question?
perfect, His creation
Yes, just
is
one
not
second.
perfect,
Just
but
not
it
right
is
now.
very good. He
He
does not
doesn't
use
say
the
that.
word. He
That's
does
what I'm
not.
saying. You're
Excuse me.
wrong. He
Excuse me.
doesn't say
Okay, hold on. Pseudonym, ask your question, please.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Jill, and I'm gonna ask the other person.
Hostile.
Is there a spectrum to evil?
Is there a spectrum to evil?
No, evil is always evil. There is no spectrum. There's no gradient to evil. Evil is what it is, and it has ontological existence. In our worldview, it is not a privation. It comes directly from the artificer, or I'm sorry, the artificer.
I mean, artificer?
Artificer, exactly. It comes directly
Oh,
from
you
the
just
artificer.
mispronounced it, though. I was just correcting it.
Yeah, I corrected myself.
You don't know
before
what you're
did.
talking about.
Well, okay, I corrected myself before you did, motherfucker. I said artificer. You don't even know anything about the worldview.
Actually, I do.
Can I have a
You don't.
follow-up question?
Well, I like to finish my point that I was
Can I
trying to
have a
make
follow-up
before I was
question?
You don't have a point.
Oh yeah, I do actually.
You don't.
And you couldn't respond. That's why you kept.
I did
interrupting.
respond, and you keep
No, you
going.
did not.
You keep
You did not
lying.
respond.
You keep saying that
Can I
God
have a
said it was
follow-up question?
imperfect. He
I
never
said
says that.
I never said God said it was
You
imperfect. Listen
said it
again.
twice.
Listen again.
You said a perfect. I will
wanna
quote
know-
you
I wanna know if
verbatim.
everyone, I want to know if anyone
Can I
else
ask a follow-up
hears the
question?
same thing he's hearing.
I
'Cause
will
obviously
quote you
his ears are
verbatim.
not. Obviously, his ears are not.
I will quote you verbatim. You
hold on,
literally
hold on.
said.
Let me repeat myself.
You literally said that
let
even
me
though a
repeat.
perfect God creates
Let
a
me
good
repeat, and
universe.
let's see if
Can
they
I ask a
believe the
follow-up
same thing you
question?
believe. Let's see if they hear the same thing you're hearing. Okay.
You said
Listen to what I'm saying. Oh, I want everyone else to listen to what I'm saying, and I want to know if they hear the same thing that he's hearing. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. What I said was, when a perfect God creates, I never said the Bible says God is not. He did not create perfect beings. I'm saying that the text says that the creation was very good. It does not say the creation was perfect.
Okay,
A perfect
you
God,
changed
a
what you
perfect-
said now.
No, I did not.
You
That's
did.
what I've been
I will
saying
tell
from the
you
beginning.
exactly
That's
what
I
you
was
said.
saying from the beginning. You just
I
were
will
not
quote you
listening.
verbatim.
You
I can
were not
literally
listening.
rewind the video.
You didn't listen
Do you
to
not
your
understand
father.
that we can
You didn't listen
rewind the
to
video?
anyone. That's why you're as dumb as hell and you don't know what
We
the hell
can
you're talking
rewind the
about.
video, Jill.
So no one else heard that except for you. because
Everyone
you're
can rewind the
listening
video.
to
Everyone
trying
who's
to
watching.
hear
He's
what you want
deflecting.
to hear instead of what
You
I'm saying.
literally said that a perfect God, even though he
carry on.
creates a good universe,
I'm the mediator. Carry on.
he's
Stop
not
deflecting.
creating an imperfect
Okay, we get
universe.
it.
It's just very good.
We get
That's
it.
what the text says.
It doesn't
dummy.
say very good. It
Yes,
doesn't
it
say
does. It
anything
says
about
very good. Can you
imperfection.
go to
It doesn't
Genesis?
say anything about perfect God.
I
You're
never said-
wrong.
Oh, the Bible doesn't say God is perfect.
It doesn't say it in Genesis.
Oh, it doesn't say it in Genesis.
No, it comes in
gotcha. But
in the New
Bible
Testament.
does say God is perfect.
No, the
elsewhere.
Christians
So a
say he's perfect.
God-
Can we talk
no, the
metaphysics
Bible
after
says
this?
it.
Yeah, the Christians
says
say
God
he's
is
perfect, Jill. The Jews
Bible
actually
says
think he is evil. The Jews
Bible
actually
says
thinks
that.
he's evil and good.
The
The
Bible says
Christians
that
have
he's
to come and
perfect.
correct
guys,
that.
calm down.
Does the
Everybody
Bible
calm
say
down.
God is perfect?
Well, the Christians do. Yeah, they do say he's perfect.
Does the Bible say God is perfect?
Yes.
Okay, so a perfect God creates,
okay,
and when
so
he
God is perfect.
creates, he does not call his creation perfect like him.
Well,
He
not
calls
in
creation-
Genesis. No,
He calls his creation very good.
we're not talking about perfect. We're talking about good and evil.
In
He says it has no
He
evil.
won't answer the question. He won't
He
answer the
says it,
question.
Jill. I'm answering you
I want you
directly.
to answer the question, sir.
He
I'll ask it
creates
again
it.
when you're done rambling. I'll answer it
He
again.
he creates
it again when you're done rambling.
creates the world, and he looks at it and says, "I'm satisfied. It's good." But then there's a serpent in it that fucks up all his plans, and he's like, "Oh my God, why are y'all doing all this wrong stuff?" Do you not understand the problem? How is this? This is like kindergarten
I'm
level.
going to try
crap.
again. Let's see if you can answer the question. The reason why our worldview is superior to yours is because we can answer questions. You can't. Okay?
I just
The Bible
answered your
says
question.
that you admitted
You
that
missed
a
the point.
perfect God created. When God
didn't
created,
say that.
does he say
I
that
didn't
his
say he was
creation is-
perfect. I
Oh,
didn't
he
say
said,
that.
What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong?
You're straw manning me.
Can't
Get
answer
me
the
right.
question?
Get me
Can't answer-
right
You
first.
agreed.
Right?
You agreed that Scripture says God is perfect. You agreed to that.
No,
right?
not in the old. No, not in the
he's
Torah.
going back.
Not in the
we get it
Torah.
right when
No.
you make it up.
Not in the
taking it
Torah.
back
No.
Bro,
now.
you make
So
it up
God
as you go.
I didn't take it back. I said that the New Testament and
let me say
Christians say it.
something. Yeah. Let me
Jill, I'm not taking
This
it
is like
back.
a Mad
God
Lib.
is
You're
not
making it up
perfect,
as you
guys. You heard
go.
it here. He's perfect, but God is not
I
perfect.
literally said that Christians had to correct the Jews
no,
by
you
saying
said
God
you
is
had a
perfect.
perfect
If the
framework.
Bible teaches
I
that
have a
is God
perfect framework.
you
That's what
said
you said
yes.
earlier.
I didn't. I said my framework is coherent.
No, you said you had the perfect mental framework. I
do
noted
not.
it down
I
in my
didn't.
notes.
I
Yes, you
didn't
did.
say
Rewind the
perfect.
tape. Yes, you
I
did.
didn't
My
say
framework is
Okay,
perfectly.
real quick. I'm just going to go ahead and read this. Give me a second here, fellas. I just asked the simple question. Does
Can
the
I read
Bible
it?
say God is perfect? What was that?
Oh, I was saying if I can read it for you.
You want to read it?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Jesus directly says the Father is perfect. Matthew. God's work is perfect. God's ways is perfect. God's knowledge is perfect. What does perfect mean?
What does perfect mean here? In Scripture, the idea of God's perfection includes his being without sin or iniquity, Deuteronomy 32:4, completely righteous and just, Psalms 145:17, perfect in his ways, Psalm 18:30, perfect in knowledge, Job 37:16, perfect in character, Matthew 5:48. So
No,
yes,
I think the question here would be here: is Jesus perfect or is God perfect?
What you just showed,
Jesus
Brandon,
is
goes
God.
against what Jill just said. So just
No,
so
it
we're
doesn't.
clear,
It supports 100%
Jill
what I
said
was
that
saying.
God said the work isn't perfect. It's just very good.
No,
No,
I said
you
the
did say that.
creation. I said the creation is said to be very good.
We were
Stop lying,
talking about
bro.
when he said that it was
Stop lying,
good.
bro. Stop lying to
Dude, you're
yourself, man.
so way off
Stop
of your.
lying to
You're
yourself.
so way
Everybody
off.
heard me.
But
Everybody
wait a
heard
minute.
me.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're
bro,
confused.
So God is
Hyperborean,
perfect, right?
I'm gonna
didn't you
move
say?
on from Jill. Jill is
Yeah,
lost.
yeah. Didn't you say I was the one that got a little too crazy and
They
couldn't have a
always do move
conversation?
on from Jill.
What
They
happened to
always
you?
do.
Why'd you get so animated, brother?
Well, Jill is very dishonest.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he's
sure,
actually
sure.
very
Is
straightforward and
God
direct,
perfect?
and you can't handle it. You got to make
So
up.
he
all
said that the creation is not perfect, and now Deuteronomy
Can we
says it
talk
is.
metaphysics?
Creation is not perfect. The creation is very good.
Okay, you're done with Jill. Can we talk?
So you just disagreed with what I just said,
Can
and
we
now
talk
you're
about
confirming
spiritual
what I
stuff,
just
man?
said.
I'm talking
Can we talk
about
about the
God,
spirit?
dummy, not the
Dude,
creation.
you're
God
crazy.
is
Can we
perfect.
get off of this? Can we get off of this? I want to talk spirit.
God is no. Hold on. This guy made
Okay.
a claim. I said God is perfect, not the creation. Do you know there's a difference
Yeah.
between
So
God
what
and
is work?
creation?
What is God's work? Is
Do
that
you know? Do you
creation?
understand there's a difference between God and His creation?
Okay. What is God's work? Is that
Okay,
His
thank you.
creation?
Thank you.
Answer me. Is God's work His creation?
Okay, now you want to talk about John 1.
No.
So you're
Deuteronomy.
running from Genesis.
Deuteronomy. Is His work perfect or not?
The rock, his work.
No. Is His work perfect or not? Answer the
Just say
fucking
yes or
question.
no, Joe. Just say
Question
This
yes
is
by
or
what
no.
I mean by dishonest.
You're just a
I'm
man of
answering the
stone.
question, dummy, by reading the scripture. The
You
rock,
don't know. You're
the
dishonest.
rock. Let me read the scripture, idiot. Deuteronomy 32:4. The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice. A God of faithfulness.
No,
and
not His rock. He is the rock.
Bro, you just
He
tapped out
is
of
the rock.
Christianity. You tapped out
His
of Christianity too early. You were so close.
This is what the text reads, sir.
He's dodging. Is His work the
Hostile, you were
creation
so
or
close.
not?
Yes.
This is what
Hostile,
the
you were
text.
so close to the truth, man. You tapped out on
Jill,
Christianity way too early.
is His work the creation or not?
He
Just
is
say
the
fucking
rock.
yes or no.
Just say
Yes,
yes or
he is
no.
the rock.
So is His creation perfect?
His works are perfect, and all.
Okay, so is
Okay,
His
that's a
creation
yes.
perfect?
That's a yes.
No, it says that
Okay,
his
so His works are
no,
not
no.
His creation.
But what does the Deuteronomy say?
Dude, it says
Deuteronomy
He
not
is the rock.
about his creation.
It is talking about His creation. It's talking about His work.
No, it is not. A
Yes, it
faithful
is.
God who does no wrong, upright, and just is He. It is not talking about the creation of beings. It is talking about His works.
So you agree with my original claim that creation is not perfect.
When it comes to being upright and faithful, He does no wrong.
So my original claim stands right.
When He creates things that are very good, not
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, so and even though it doesn't say that in Genesis, we can
context.
agree that God created or
You know how to
allowed
read
for evil,
context. You
right?
just
But
learned
his
today.
creation was supposed to be
Does
good.
God does God
Kids just learn how to read in context.
does
Brandon.
God allow for evil?
So
Well,
you
this guy
can't
makes
take
up his own
one
context.
here and try to rip it out of its immediate context and
Can
make it
you?
into the works
No,
of
I'm not
Genesis.
making the position. I'm putting a mirror to
This
your.
has already been debated, brother.
Dude, I'm putting a mirror to your position.
This
It
has
says
already
My
been argued for
position.
centuries.
therefore it must
You're
mean Genesis. No.
This is
you're
not new.
agreeing with my position, Jill. I
Hostile-
said it's not perfect.
It's a huge
Hostile,
blunder.
this is not new.
You just made a huge Bible blunder.
Dude.
Showing that you have
Yeah,
no
Hostile, this is not new.
No, you made the blunder. You are so confused, Jill. It's wild. It's
No,
crazy.
you just can't confuse him. That's the
you have
problem.
no idea. what
No,
you're
I
doing.
can. He just said it was perfect. Now it's not perfect.
Well,
now it's very good.
Right, let's tone it down. You're the only one yelling.
He is the rock.
Why is that?
His works are perfect. What is he referring to? His ways. He does no wrong.
So now you agree
and
with
he's
me.
just.
So
This
his work
not
is
referring to you, sir.
his
You
creation
are
is not perfect, right?
You are not just, and you
Jill,
are not faithful.
his creation is not
You are
perfect,
a
right?
creation of God. You are not
Jill,
God.
his creation is not perfect,
Sorry,
right, Jill?
buddy. Sorry to
Jill,
break
Jill,
it to you.
answer the question.
God gave
Is
him over to a depraved mind, man. That's what happened.
Jill,
Your mind
is
is
his
fully
creation not
depraved.
perfect?
Your mind is fully depraved.
I'm asking Jill a direct question that he does not want to answer because it
Okay.
will fuck his whole.
Creation was perfect.
It will fuck
in
Jill's
original
whole
state.
worldview up.
I promise you it won't.
It will. Jill,
No, I know
is,
Jill.
is God's creation perfect or not?
bro.
You can't touch us, man.
Jill will not answer this question.
Bro,
He
you're not
won't
gonna
answer
shake
it.
his worldview. It's not gonna happen.
Good.
He'll go silent. He will not answer this question.
Okay, hold on
Go
one
back to
second.
spectator mode. You don't know what the
Yeah.
heck you're talking about.
So God's work of creation was perfect in its original state.
So it goes against what Jill's saying. That's what I'm saying. Jill said it's not perfect. Jill said creation is just very good.
Well, here's the situation. Because Jill.
No,
is
wait,
a-
don't move forward. Let
Let's
Jill
hold on.
eat that fucking loss. Let Jill eat that L. Read it again for Jill.
Oh,
Read it
now
for
you
him,
are-
not me. Read it for
Ad
him,
hoc.
not me.
What
Now
are
it's
the
a L,
works
huh?
spoken of? What are the
Read
works
that verse right there to Jill, not me. Jill's the one that has that position, not me.
that is the position of Scripture.
Okay, you said it's not perfect.
God's
You just said it wasn't perfect. It was very good.
Put him backstage so we
I
can.
can't
actually have
take you're so fucking confused. It's
we
wild.
can actually have a conversation.
I
Okay.
can move on and talk about
The
spiritual
Scripture
stuff.
is very clear. God's original creation was declared very good in Genesis 1, chapter or verse 31.
Okay, read the highlighted verse. Read
All
it.
right. Now,
God's
there's only
work of
verse.
creation was perfect in its original state.
Where does it say that?
It says it right there.
Well,
He's got it
verse is that?
highlighted. God's work of creation was perfect in its original state. That
Where
means
does
that
it
the
say-
snake. That
chapter
means that
and
the
verse?
snake should be perfect.
Chapter and verse, please.
It says John 1:3.
John 1:3. Let's go.
Yep.
John 1:3.
All
One
things
chapter.
were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made.
All right,
if
so
you're-
this is
so
gonna
hold on,
teach
let
us-
me-
So that means God is perfect, and everything that He made has to be what is of God.
No. You said you were going to find a verse that says that the things that he made in Genesis were perfect. You said that, right?
Now,
Well, no, I'm saying what.
Okay.
Read what he had highlighted. Jill, you're so dishonest, dude. You know that God should be perfect, but He's not. You're coping.
You can't draw
You're
your
going
own
through a giant cope. God should be perfect, but He's not. So you have to come up with a cope. God made an imperfect creation. He made it very good, so it allowed for evil.
No, again. It's
Okay, so
the
John
free will
1:3.
beings.
John 1:3. You're saying John 1:3 says that the creation was perfect?
No, I'm saying what he has highlighted. Read it. Read it.
What he has
It's not-
highlighted is not in the Bible.
Here,
No.
hold on. Fuck, man. You
Hi,
guys are
Pseudo.
fucking. Yeah, look, I'm just gonna read this, okay? I just asked, is God's work creation? And before that, I asked, does the Bible say God is perfect. Yes, the Bible explicitly describes God as perfect. We already went
Oh
through all
no,
that.
Brandon.
Then I
That's the
asked,
deception.
is God's work creation? Yes, in the Bible, creation is certainly described as God's work. For example, Deuteronomy 32:4 says, He is the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment.
He's just gonna say you're proving Jill's point.
Hold on, I'm fucking kicking everybody the fuck out of here for a minute then, dude. So anyways, I'm going to read this, and we're just going to get through it. The immediate context is broader than creation, but Scripture repeatedly identifies God's creative activity as his work. Psalms 8:3 says, When I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained. Psalms 19:1 says, The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth its handiwork. Psalms 111:2 The works of the Lord are great, sought out of all them that have pleasure therein. And John 1:3 says of Christ, all things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. So if you're connecting this to your previous question, is God's work perfect? Then yes, you can reasonably say that God's work of creation was perfect in its original state. Genesis 1 repeatedly says, God saw that he had made and called it good, culminating in, and God saw everything he had made, and behold, it was very good. However, there is an important distinction. Creation as God originally made it was very good, but the Bible teaches that creation was subsequently affected by sin and the fall. Genesis 3, Romans 8:20-22. So the present fallen condition of creation is not necessarily identical to the original creation God declared very good. In short, God's original creative work, very good and perfect. Human sin enters, creation becomes subject to corruption, future restoration, a new heaven and a new earth. Revelation 21:1. This is also why the Bible's description of God's work being perfect doesn't mean that everything we see in the fallen world today is in its original perfect condition. Okay?
Okay. Can I go first, please? Can we walk through this? Okay.
Can we take a vote?
Scroll back up real quick, please. Scroll up.
I'm just unlimited free will, so can we vote?
Scroll back up, and then
my
you can
free
go.
will demands we vote.
Max, I will let you talk after this. Please scroll. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
I'm not gonna get alpha
Right
by
here,
you, bro.
right here,
Sorry.
right here. It
You
says,
suck.
God's
no, put me
work.
in the back. Put me in the back. I'm not gonna shut up.
God's work is
put me in the
perfect.
back. Better put me in the back.
Okay, I'll be done after this. God's work is perfect. God's way is perfect. God's knowledge is perfect. Now scroll down. Yes, in the Bible, creation is certainly described as God's work. His work is perfect. That was stated, right, with the supporting verses. Now, go down, and this is where I'm saying there's an inconsistency. And you guys can talk and explain why I'm wrong all you want, okay? What I'm saying is if God created human beings, if he instilled the soul from creatio ex nihilo, he has the say. He has the final say. We are a part of his work. We are created out of nothing. If it wasn't for God, we would not exist. Okay? So human sin enters. Scroll up one more time. Scroll up one more time, and I'll leave it at this. Go down, and it says, what does perfect mean here? In scripture, it means without sin. So whether or not you want to separate creation from humanity, either way, God created both of them. If creation lacks sin, that's okay. But if humanity is the reason that sin came into the world, then that's still on God. God created us out of nothing.
Okay,
now go.
Yeah, so here's the problem though, because you're taking free will out of the equation. He gave us free will, and this is where he also gave Lucifer free will. Lucifer was kicked out of heaven because he wanted to take over God's throne. He wants everyone to worship him.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but I did address that, right? When I asked you earlier, it's a part of the Epicurean paradox. It's very simple. This is why the church fathers created creatio ex nihilo. Epicurus said this. He said, can your God create a universe where there is free will and no evil? If you say no, then he's not God. He's not perfect because he's not omnipotent.
Look, man, I've really been trying real hard to be patient with you, and I don't try. I've been sitting here patiently trying to hear you out, and you continue to interrupt me whenever I start talking. So, but here's the problem, okay? Because he's given us these other beings that he created for his pleasure, because he wants real love. That's why he gives us free will. If you're not, freely willing to love him for who he is, then I mean, what kind of love would this possibly be? Unless if I'm just some fucking robot programmed to love him. So this is why this situation of free will is the cause of the problem. The Bible is very clear that by one man's sin, Adam and Eve, the Bible even calls them both Adam. So the two of them he calls them Adam. So by Adam, sin entered into the world, which now brought in death and now entropy and the whole curse of this fallen creation. Because now it's not what God originally created at this point. Because he chose by his own free will to rein back, from 100% power to let's say 80% power in order to distribute individual power to all of these autonomous beings. That's you and me. So we have the free will to choose. That's why over and over again, choose you this day whom you will serve. So, you cannot separate free will from free choice. So that's what it's saying. If we would have obeyed God and not eaten of the fruit, then it would still be perfect and good with no death, no corruption. You know what I'm saying? But we're the problem.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I just don't see the consistency. If he creates nature and it's all good, why is there an evil fruit to eat? Why is there a serpent that can deceive people? Right?
That's easy. The Bible.
Okay, answer it, please.
But because number one, we're not eternal. We know nothing of eternal. And so when
we've already skirted past the idea that God.
Can I just finish, please?
Yeah.
Okay. So the issue is though that because God has granted autonomy, you have complete authority over your choices. And there we do not know the reason why God put that tree there. Maybe there's this is something we were supposed to eat at a later date. We don't know. Nobody can possibly know the mind of God. So
why would God allow for that? Why would God set up the chessboard where there's a possible move where there's evil to occur?
I don't know.
That answer lies in the difference between Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 32, which I want to bring out because both of you guys are missing the point. You created a contradiction in the Bible without even realizing it. Why does Genesis say very good instead of perfect? Why doesn't Genesis say perfect? You have to try to make it say perfect to fit with Deuteronomy. Because Deuteronomy is talking about his work, speaking not of the created order, which is very good, not perfect, but it is speaking of God himself. His work is perfect. All his ways are justice. Read the darn context.
No, we've already addressed this. Creation is his work.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Creation is his work.
All his ways are justice.
Not his only work.
He is faithful. He is without iniquity. He is just. He is upright. The focus in Deuteronomy 32 is on God's character.
He keeps doing this
Okay?
thing where he like
The
doesn't
word,
acknowledge
the
the
Hebrew
truth of it,
word
and then he
tamim.
makes up his
Look this
own
up. You
term.
have Chat GPT right there.
It's
All
right
you have to
there.
do-
It says the
all
problem that
have
you
to do-
keep
hold on, Brandon.
skirting.
You have. Excuse me. I'm talking to Brandon.
Brandon is much more
You're
honest
done,
about the
sir. You're
situation.
done.
You like lie about what
Jesus
you're
is a
seeing right
liar.
in
You're
front of
done.
you.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Okay.
I'm talking to my brother in Christ.
Okay. Yeah, it literally
Okay?
says
Just shut
creation
up,
is
bro.
his work.
You're
Work
done.
is
You're
creation. They're
done.
synonymous.
This is a liar. We get you. We get
You're
it.
saying they're not. You're
We get it.
disagreeing with God.
We get it.
You're
Jesus is a
disagreeing with the
liar.
Bible, and then you want
Get
your
it.
brother in Christ to agree
We
with you.
get it.
Cool.
Get
Got
it.
it.
I'm
Got
gonna
it.
talk to Brandon now.
Got it.
Thank you. So, Brandon, my understanding here is that you create attention when you say Genesis 1, or you have to add perfect to Genesis 1, right? So Genesis 1 says God saw everything he had made, and behold, it was very good. Not perfect, but very good.
We just
And
read.
then in Deuteronomy
This is
32,
crazy.
he says that his work is perfect. So if Deuteronomy 32 is referring to the created order, you have a contradiction. Right,
That's
Brandon?
the whole point, Jill.
Hold on. I'm speaking to Brandon. Okay.
How do you not get that?
So what I would rather instead is I would look at the context of each passage to see exactly what the author is referring to. And in Deuteronomy 32, he is referring to his character, not
No.
the created order. Read the context.
He says he is the rock. He is the rock,
Mhm.
right? And then it
Yeah.
says his
the rock.
work, not him. His work is perfect.
And then it goes on to explain
The
what
work
those works
is creation, Jill. Why are
No,
you
it does
skirting
not
around
say
this?
creation. Where does it say creation in Deuteronomy 32?
We just fucking read it, Jill. We just
Where?
went through it. We all got
In
muted,
Deuteronomy
and Brandon
32.
read it all for you.
Deuteronomy 30. Okay, Brandon, can you show me anything about creation in Deuteronomy 32 4?
No.
No. Thank
No,
you.
scroll down. Scroll.
Bill
Yes,
is right.
we can.
Bill is right.
No, he just
And
read it. Brandon just
realized-
read it. He
and
just
you're
read
the
the
only
fucking
one that-
problem.
You're still the only one that is
But
fighting
Jill-
against what the
Deuteronomy
text says.
directly
Still
states
the
that
only
God's
one
work is
fighting against the
perfect.
text.
All right, man.
I'm sorry.
I can't. You
Believe me.
can't
Hold
talk
on a
with you,
second,
man.
Bill. Yeah. Jill is a Calvinist. I am not a Calvinist. We've had many debates. I get very frustrated with this same shit that you're getting frustrated with right now when I argue with Jill. So I get what you're talking about.
Yeah, and this isn't my
Now-
first talk with Jill. We've spoken in the past. He's always abrasive. Always.
Racist. I'm just
Yeah,
reading what the
always.
text says. And
This
I-
isn't
and
my
I-
first
and
discussion with
Brandon
you,
didn't
man.
have a
You might not
problem.
remember me, but I remember you.
Brandon didn't have a problem with what I just said because it corresponds to the text. And he's
No,
a
it
man
does
filled
not.
with God
It doesn't
and
at
filled with the
all.
Spirit.
It
You're not
doesn't correspond with the text at all. You're making
You're
shit
not
up
filled with the
about the
Spirit.
text.
So you're
like,
not going
I feel
to.
this.
Well, I was actually, I felt like I was headed toward a much better argument, Jill. If I could continue.
Yeah, I'd like to know your response. So my argument is that Deuteronomy 32, although creation is a work of God, Deuteronomy 32 does not list it here when it speaks of his works being perfect. It lists his faithfulness, it lists his justice, it lists his uprightness, it doesn't list creation. So what's your response there? So what I did was I looked at the context and I solved that conundrum, that contradiction. Right?
I understand. Yes. So, but I'm going to go with, okay, so God said it was very good.
Mhm.
That was, we'll call it perfect.
No, I get it, Brandon. I get it. I understand what you're doing. You're saying we'll call it perfect, but I bow my knee to what the text actually says.
I agree with you.
Jill, do you believe in creatio ex nihilo?
So that's where we just have to we agree to
Do you
disagree,
believe
but
that God created
I'm
things
trying
out of
to build
nothing?
an argument, but I can't ever get there.
But it's pointless because you guys are circling around the real issue. God
The real
created things out of nothing. That means that
Okay.
in the beginning, there's eternal God. He's perfect. And then he creates something out of nothing, and now there's evil? How is there evil if it's not a part of God? How, make that make sense to me.
I can answer that from my perspective. Brandon gave you his, and which I think is a perfectly biblical answer, fine answer to give. But I can maybe if I answer, you can stop asking the same question over and over again.
Yeah, answer it for me.
Because of this situation, and I think if we can get this straight, then we can get an answer to your question. If God is perfect, when he creates, anything he creates by default will be less than perfect. True or false? Logically speaking. There's only
No,
one perfect being.
I would say a perfect being creates perfect art. He
No, that's
creates perfect.
impossible, and he's no longer perfect.
How would a
If there are
perfect
other
being
things
create
that-
imperfection? Answer me. Answer
is
that
God
question.
okay, hold on. Is God going to be more perfect than these beings he creates?
No, he's
Perfect
going to be
isn't
equal. His
inclusive.
creation is going to be just as perfect as a perfect being creates perfect art.
So we don't have we have a misunderstanding.
Yes,
disagreement of
perfection
what
creates
perfect
perfection. If
Right.
not,
And how many perfect
he's
beings are there?
imperfect.
All right, let me ask you this.
Listen, Jill,
let me ask you this.
can you agree with this? If God is if there is an imperfect
ask you
creation, that means that the creator is imperfect, right?
Let me try it this way. How many
How does a
perfect beings?
perfect being create imperfect art?
No. How many? Let me try it this way. Let me try this approach. Maybe this.
Why don't you just answer my question
All right,
though?
I answered your question. I said
You
no. There's no
didn't.
such.
Okay.
There's no.
Okay. No. Gotcha.
So let me ask you a question now. Is there such thing as more than one perfect being?
In my worldview, yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Not in
In
the
the Bible,
Christian
there's more
worldview.
than one
No.
perfect being, right?
No. In the Bible,
No.
there's only God is perfect.
There's only one perfect being, God. Okay.
Yep.
All right. You with me?
I'm
Brandon?
saying that that's a
All right,
contradiction and it's
hold
wrong.
on. Walk
Yeah,
with
it's
me.
wrong. It's a
Walk
contradiction.
with me. I'm going to answer your question very simply. All right. So there's only one perfect being, and there can only be one perfect being, God. True or false?
In the Bible, it's true. I'm saying it's false.
Okay. In the Bible, we don't care what you believe.
Yeah.
In the Bible, there's only one perfect being, and that is God.
Yep.
So when God creates, can he create another perfect being like him?
According to the Bible, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. How
Go
does
to
that make
Isaiah
sense?
44.
How does that make
Isaiah
sense?
44.
How does a perfect being create imperfection?
Because he is perfect. And there can
Jill,
be
you're
no
fucked.
other perfect
Jill, you're
being.
cooked. You're
There
cooked.
can be no other perfect being.
You're
Logically,
cooked.
you make zero sense.
No, in my worldview, there are multiple perfect beings, and it
Perfect
works
beings,
perfectly
Damien.
fine.
There's no such thing as two perfect beings.
Yes, there is. In
Where?
my worldview, it works seamlessly and it's
we don't care
coherent.
about your worldview. We
But
care
in
about what
yours,
the
there's only one perfect being, and for some reason, there's imperfection. That makes no sense at all, Jill.
Isaiah 43:10.
Yeah,
Isaiah 43.
I'm not hearing anything coherent, but I
Yeah.
don't see your worldview as
Yeah,
coherent.
if there's one perfect being, that means that everything that's created by him has to be perfect.
False.
I'm not experiencing
Why?
perfection,
That-
Brandon.
That seems like a tremendous false dichotomy to
That
me.
doesn't logically
How?
follow.
If there's imperfect creation, that means that it's an imperfect creator. How do you not understand
Okay,
that?
but here in the according to the text, it was originally
The text is a deception. This is my proof.
Is
This
it-
is my proof. You're going against the reality, Brandon.
How is
You're
this-
going against reality.
Hold on.
Do you notice how you said, look at the text, though?
Okay.
You go down to verse 10.
You wanted me to read the text. You went against what we know is
Where did
real.
you want me to go real quick?
Verse 10. Verse 10. You see what it says there?
When I asked you, imperfection implies an imperfect creator, you said, but just read the text. There's a reason you do that.
43.
It's
I'm
because
sorry,
you know that doesn't make sense.
43:10. I'm sorry. 43:10.
You have to use the
All right,
verse
ye
to
are
try
my
to
witnesses,
support it.
saith the Lord. Okay, and my servant who I am chosen, that ye may know and believe me and understand that I am he. The same words that Jesus kept repeating over and over again. Before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be after me. So no God, no perfect God like him will ever, 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 ever exist. The
So his
only
work is
person,
imperfect.
I am the Lord, and besides me there is no Savior. By the way, there's no other Savior, but
You
this
can't
same
have it both
perfect
ways,
Lord.
Jill. You
Sir,
can't
I'm
have
not
it both
having it
ways.
way.
But here,
I am
hold on.
saying that God is the only perfect being.
No, but his work is
Therefore,
perfect,
any
Jill. It
other
literally
being
said that his work is perfect, Jill.
deal with the argument. You're not dealing with the argument.
I
You're just
am.
saying,
I'm
"Oh,
dealing directly, and you won't answer it.
I don't believe that. I don't
I'm
believe that."
dealing directly with the argument.
So God is the only, according to this, God
Yep.
is the only perfect being.
Yep.
So therefore, logically
So
speaking,
therefore, his work
when
is
he
imperfect.
He creates beings not
That
only
are
with volition,
imperfect.
not only with can I finish? Not only with
Just answer
volition.
the question. You're almost there,
That is
Jill.
100% right. He
You're almost
creates us with
there.
volition, but we are not perfect. Therefore,
So
we
we're
are
not perfect.
subject to failure. It's
Full
just that
stop.
simple.
So
That
no, it's not that just that
actualizes
simple,
evil.
Jill.
That's where
Full
evil
stop.
comes from,
You
if you will.
just admitted that we
Okay.
are not perfect. Full stop. You just admitted that we're not perfect. So that means his creation, which is us, is not perfect. That contradicts what the Bible says, Jill.
But can I chime in? Because
It literally, you both just agreed that the work is perfect, and now you're saying the work is imperfect.
Again, we have to go to this. This is why when God, kind of like harnesses back some of his power in order to grant autonomous beings the authority, their own will to make their own choices.
Is his work
so
perfect or not, Brandon?
So that the love can be genuine. So, anyways,
Brandon, is his work perfect or not? Just say yes or
it
no,
certainly
man.
was.
No, not was. Is it?
But see, you're trying to dismiss the most important piece of evidence.
It's not on the fence, though. It's not.
But it is on the. It was originally good, but because of free will beings, now it is a fallen creation where God's saying, "This is not
So
what
he's
I
not all
originally
powerful.
created."
So he's not all omnipotent.
Exactly what happened in Genesis, right?
Again, so this is where you're not clicking on the. If he has to
How
harness
can he
back
not
some of
create? How can he not create a universe with free will and no evil?
Because that would mean he creates perfect beings, genius.
Well, no,
And
that's
there's
called
only
heaven,
one perfect
genius.
being.
Jill, that's called heaven.
Just
Do you not
simple.
understand your
No,
eschatology,
heaven
Jill?
is when we are redeemed.
That's the creation. He's evolving
Didn't
and
create.
perfecting the creation.
No, it's not creation.
Dude,
it's redemption from the fall.
You don't
Before the
understand that
fall of
redemption
man.
is a part of his creation.
Okay,
He
And guess
creates
what?
redemption.
We still won't be perfect. We still
He
won't be
creates
perfect.
redemption, Jill.
We
He
still
made
won't be
redemption.
perfect even in heaven.
Is
Genius.
Jesus God? Is Jesus
A
God, Jill?
glorified body doesn't make you perfect. It makes you incorruptible,
No, it makes it
but not
without evil.
perfect.
No,
You
it
will
makes
never be perfect.
Jill, it's
Give it
without
up.
Okay, real quick, the Bible is super duper clear that there will never be anybody like God. That's why Lucifer was originally kicked out. It's impossible to be like God. He is the creator. We are the created. So never. I agree with Jill. There's no chance of ever being a perfect being. Only God will be that.
Okay, you remember when it said perfect and it said it defined it, right? And it said no iniquity or sin. Is there sin in heaven? Or is there inequity in heaven?
No.
Exactly. So why doesn't he not just start with heaven?
Why doesn't he
How do
start
you
with
not
heaven?
get this? Why are you so cognitively dissonant?
So your objection is not really with the scriptures. Your objection is
With
you don't know
reality.
why. Can I finish? Can we just have a conversation? So Brent doesn't have to keep putting people backstage. Your objection is you just don't like the way God did it. You think
No,
that
God
you
is
could have done.
evil. You don't understand
Okay,
that God is
okay,
an
fine.
evil person.
Okay,
You
fine.
don't
Look,
get
if
that.
you have a disagreement on how God does things,
Evil
I'm
comes
gonna
from
go.
God,
Can I
Jill.
finish my sentence? I'm gonna go with what God says and does because He has a track record and has proven Himself over the years, thousands of years. You're just some guy on the internet.
That
Okay.
came up with some crazy
That's
ass philosophy.
that's fair. That's fair. Let's end it on
seems to be
this.
like I mean, I'm getting the impression, let me just talk real quick, that like you walked up to the whole buffet of fucking philosophies and ideas, and you got a little bit of, let me get some of that Hindu shit. Let me get some of the, maybe a little bit of that Buddhist shit. Let me, you know what? I've made up my own shit. You know what I mean? And you filled your platter with all of this fucking nonsense that just completely denies everything that Scripture says.
Yeah, it was
When
Christianity that
when
actually got me here.
Scripture, when hold on, but prophecy proves to me that this Bible is God's word. That He is the author. He just used human beings as the pen. You know what I'm
Got it.
saying? The
Got it.
instrument.
Okay, so I'm going to end and leave on this note. I'm saying God is evil. You can take it or leave it. Jesus is saying,
Yeah, I leave that. I reject that
Jill is
wholly,
saying,
wholeheartedly, buddy.
that he's not. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'm going to leave on that note. Thank
Jill
you, guys.
is saying that he's not what?
Evil. God has no evil in him.
Yeah,
I'm saying
God has.
evil
I would agree with
directly
that.
comes from God. What you call God, evil is coming from it, not just
Okay.
nowhere. It's
No.
not an absence. It's not a
Again,
privation. It's
hold
not
on a minute.
Platonism. This is not
Hostile.
Neoplatonism. Okay. Evil is ontologically real. It is a real thing.
Evil absolutely is absolutely ontologically real.
Christianity does not agree with you.
Yeah, the father of all lies.
Okay.
And just
Brandon,
is
let me
the
just stop you here
cause.
because you're going down a road that's wrong.
Yeah,
right?
Satan is the
Christianity.
cause of the evil.
No,
not God.
Christianity does not agree with you. You don't
How
even know your
so?
own
The
doctrine.
Bible agrees with me just fine.
Type it in.
I
Just
don't
type in.
care. I don't care
Jesus
whatever
already
weird form of Christianity you
Jill-
experienced.
Well, Jill
But
agrees with me.
But
Jill
this is
said
what
that
the
evil is a
Bible says.
privation. Dude,
Can we-
Jill said it's a privation. You don't
we,
know your own doctrine.
Can we go
I
to
know my doctrine fine.
No. Brandon's right. Let me show you. Go to Ezekiel 25, Ezekiel 28.
No,
Ezekiel 28.
Christianity emphatically claims that evil is a privation. If you don't know that,
well,
then
it
y'all
depends
are
on how
just
you
way
define
off
that.
the
It
mark.
depends on how.
Yeah,
it-
what's your
define it.
definition of privation?
It's an
Depends.
absence of God's wisdom. It's an absence of God. It's like a shadow. It doesn't
Okay.
have ontological existence. That's what privation means. I'm saying the opposite.
Well,
Christianity
Satan
does not say that.
Well, Satan. Let's find out where evil comes from. Okay. All right.
No, I'm saying it's a privation. What I'm saying is that Christianity says it's a privation.
No. This
There's
is what
no
Christianity
arguing
says.
that.
This is what Christianity.
Christianity
28:15.
says that it.
Verse 15.
Dude, Jill, you keep doing this. You
Thy
keep trying
was
to revert.
what? Perfect in thy ways, not perfect like God, but perfect in thy ways. From the day thou was created,
It's not about what he created. Christianity is
What?
saying it's a privation, Jill.
till
What do you not
What?
understand about that? Ezekiel
Iniquity was found in thee.
the verse has nothing to do with privation claim at all.
Okay, now we're not
0%.
making a privation claim because you don't know what that means. But what we're saying is, this is where evil comes from.
Yeah,
Iniquity was found in Satan himself, not
You're
God.
dodging the point.
I'm not dodging. That is the
Christianity,
point.
and even you, because you said it
Was
earlier, people
iniquity
who want to
found?
rewind this about 20 minutes.
Was iniquity
Jill
found
said,
in Satan?
evil is a shadow. It's a
Was iniquity
privation.
found in Satan?
Now Jill wants to reposition.
I'm asking
He said
you
it's
a
a
simple
privation.
question.
I'm saying it's not. That's the bottom line.
Now,
That's
well,
all
you
I
don't
have
know
to
what
say.
we mean by that by
Here.
privation. You don't know what we
Let-
mean
It
by
means that it has no ontological existence, Jill. That's what privation means.
Let me read this real quick.
Okay.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Let me read this. I just asked, is evil privation? Yes, in classical Christian philosophy, evil is often understood as a privation of good.
Yep.
Privatio bono.
Boni, exactly.
Whatever. This idea, strongly associated with Augustine and later developed by Thomas Aquinas,
Yep.
the basic idea is evil is not created thing, is not a created thing in itself. It is the absence, corruption, or deprivation of a good that ought to be present.
Bingo.
Bingo. That's what we mean by deprivation.
It has no ontological existence. Type this in.
Now hold
is
on.
evil as a privation ontologically exist?
Wait, just wait. I'm gonna fucking read this whole thing, man. A simple example. Blindness is not a separate substance that exists by itself. It is the privation of sight in a being that ought to have sight. Lying is a privation of the good of truth. Injustice is a privation of justice. Hatred can be understood as a corruption or privation of the proper love that should exist. Under this view, good has positive existence while evil is a parasitic upon something good. How this relates to God creating everything. This connects directly to your previous question about creation. Genesis 1:31 says, "And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good." If God created everything and everything he created was good, then evil cannot be understood as a created substance that God made. Instead, evil entered creation as a corruption or deprivation of the good. For example, God creates a human being with free will. Good. The will turns away from God. Corruption, privation. Sin results, evil. The underlying thing, the person and the captivity to choose, is good as a creation of God. The evil lies in the disordered use or corruption of that good. Does the Bible explicitly say evil is privation? Not in those philosophical words. The phrase privation of good is a philosophical formulation, not a biblical quotation. However, the concept can be related to biblical teachings such as Genesis 1:31. God's original creation was very good. Genesis 3, evil enters human experience through sin. James 1:17, every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. 1 John 1:5, God is light and in him is no darkness at all. John 3:19, light is come into the world and men love darkness rather than light. So from a classical Christian perspective, the answer is yes. Evil is best understood not as a positive thing God created, but as a privation, corruption, or disordering of something that is intrinsically good. One important nuance is that privation theory does not mean evil is nothing in the sense that suffering and sin aren't real. The effects are very real. It means that evil has no independent existence of its own. It depends on something good that has been corrupted or deprived out of what it ought to have. All right.
Yes.
Amen.
Yeah,
That
I'm glad
sums
you
it
took
up
all the time.
perfectly.
It does not sum it up perfectly.
Perfectly. Thank you,
Not at
Brandon.
all. It literally just agreed with what the fuck I'm saying, Jill.
No, it agreed with
means
what
that
I
it has
said.
no
It
ontological
agreed
existence,
100%
Jill.
with what I said, actually.
Ask a child who's been raped if evil is an absence. Ask a
Can you
child who's
read
been
that last
raped if
paragraph
evil is a
again, Brandon?
shadow.
Can you read the last
Okay?
paragraph again? Because he must have missed it. We're
It
not
literally
saying
says
that evil
nothing.
doesn't
Quote,
that evil
Jill,
isn't real.
Jill, you need to
We're
sit
not
back, bro.
saying
You
that.
literally cannot comprehend anything.
Read
It
that
literally
last
says
paragraph for him again.
nothing, quote, in the sense that suffering and sins aren't real. It
No one
has
is
no
saying that. Can you read
ontological
Brandon, can you read the last
existence.
paragraph for him again? He missed it.
I just repeated it, Jill. I just repeated it to
Read
you.
the last paragraph,
One
sir.
important nuance is that
God,
privation theory does not mean evil is quote unquote nothing in the
Boom.
sense that suffering and sin
Not
aren't
boom,
real.
dumbass. You literally do not
Boom.
get what they mean by quotations nothing.
Thank you.
There's a reason that they put quotations on nothing, Jill.
Yeah,
it's because
because
you
it
do
is something,
experiencing it.
but it's not
You
something
are
God
so clueless with
created.
the cope. It's
It's
wild.
not something God created in Genesis, genius.
It has no
But it
ontological
is real.
existence, Jill.
Right, because God didn't create it.
So
Birds
now
have
you're agreeing with
ontology.
me. Now
Humans
you're
have
agreeing with me.
ontology. Angels have ontology.
Now you're agreeing with me.
So wait
No,
a minute.
that was my argument from the very beginning.
No, I'm
That
saying my
evil
stance.
is the evil
Man,
is a result
Jill,
of
you're so fucking confused,
So
bro.
wait a second, though.
I'm gonna
Let me
leave on
clear-
this note.
that aren't
Yeah,
perfect.
let me
I'm
clear
gonna leave
this
on
up.
this note.
You're done.
What I originally
ChatGPT
said
cleared it up.
was that I believe evil is not a privation. Anyone who's listening in your audience who can understand that, so be it. If you can't, so what? I don't care. Jill
Yeah, you
believes
have no
evil
evidence of
is.
that. You have no
Jill
Bible. You have
believes.
nothing.
I do.
You have
Evil is
nothing
not
but your
passive.
opinion.
So
We
wait
go
a
with what the
minute.
Bible says.
Okay, all the audience who's listening, this isn't for Jill because he doesn't want to hear it. Evil is not passive. Evil is an active entity within the universe. People don't get raped by a
It is
shadow.
now.
People
Yeah.
don't get raped by shadows.
Yeah, we're not denying
okay?
that.
They don't get raped by the
Again,
cold.
read the last paragraph from him again.
Cold,
He can't understand. He
coldness
can't
doesn't
comprehend.
actually do anything.
He can't
Shadows don't
comprehend.
actually do anything. Evil
Okay.
absolutely does something, and it inflicts pain, torture,
Uh-huh.
and absolute uncomfortability within existence. That's what evil
Amen.
is.
Amen. We
That's
Okay,
agree.
so to be clear
We
on
agree.
your
We agree.
position,
That's called
be-
ontological existence, and I'm going to
We
leave
agree.
on that
Yeah,
note.
we agree.
Thank you.
wait, real quick, hostile. So I want to be clear. Your position that is that evil is not a privation.
Bingo.
Right?
It's real. It has ontological existence. It comes directly from God, capital God.
Okay, well, we just read that the Bible disagrees with you. And
Well,
I
no,
mean,
it doesn't. It's coping and working its way out of a conundrum, is what it's doing. It has to say there's no privation to justify that work is perfect. But we know that the work isn't perfect. When we look at the world, it's not perfect. How the fuck do you think that kids being raped is perfect?
Yeah,
He's
but I
tripping up
mean,
on his
how
own
the
words.
fuck do you not understand this whole fall issue, though?
That comes from God, Brandon. How do
It
you not
comes
understand
from
that?
God.
allows
Yeah,
for
I
the
I
He's
don't
all-knowing.
understand that.
He's all knowing. He knows what every decision is. That's why they have Jesus
But
says that there's a book full of Jesus says there is a book full of names. There's a names written in the book of life. God knows who's made it. God knows what heaven consists of.
And your sins,
Why not start there?
And your sins will blot them out.
Why not start with the book of names, man? Do you not get the
He
contradiction?
does. Do you
It's
not
because he's
understand
evil
that
and
everyone
he's deceiving you into being asleep?
Their sins blot them out of the book of life.
No, but they were dead from the beginning. They were liars and murderers from the beginning. Their God was the liar and a murderer from the beginning. The names are already written.
I mean, you have a lot of fucking confusion on what
It's
the
not.
Bible teaches.
The confusion is in the Bible, not with me. You're trying to cope with the contradictions of the Bible.
Dude, not with you. You sound like the most confused person I've ever come across.
So the Bible
I have never heard
that you are
so
coping
much
for.
self-contradiction in my life.
The Bible's the one that's contradicting, not me. The Bible is the one coming.
That
Scroll back
sounds
up.
insane.
Scroll
to
back
me,
up.
bro. Yeah.
You literally read it in your verse or in this description. It says literally, right? It says, where does it say it? Hold on.
It
You read it.
says, I asked, is evil privation?
No.
Yes.
Go back up. No, where it says, no, I'm about to read it to you. It says, it's not stated in the Bible. It literally says it's not. The church
Verbatim, yes, it's not stated verbatim. There are a lot of things in the word
says-
Bible is not in the Bible verbatim.
Yeah, please don't come here with the fucking Muslim argument of show me
Exact
where
word
Jesus says,
fallacy.
I am God, you worship me. It never says that. But right here, we just asked, is evil privation? It says yes. In classic Christianity, yes. So, yeah, God did, He didn't push us to do evil. That's why this
Scroll down. Scroll down.
with
Scroll
the
down.
free will is
Scroll
the
down.
problem.
Okay, stop. It says, does the Bible explicitly say evil is a privation? Not in the philosophical, not in those philosophical words. The phrase privation of good is a philosophical formulation. Do you know who the church fathers got this formulation from? They got it from Neoplatonists.
So
Christian
Bible
fathers?
is a theological formation. Big deal.
No, it's a no.
Big deal.
But it's
No,
saying
You
it
lost,
doesn't
buddy. You
use
lost.
those
You
words.
lost.
No,
Just
it's
give it up, bro.
it's a
Just hang it up, bro.
philosophical formulation, not a
lost, bro.
theosophical. Jill,
You
you're
lost.
wrong. It's not a
Trinity
theological
is a
formulation.
term that we coined later. Big deal. You
Dude,
lost.
it is not
You
a
lost. Give it
theological
up. Give it up.
formulation. It
Go
comes
back
from
to the factory, buddy.
it comes from the Platonists. Dude, you are so
ChatGPT
wrong.
cleared up the confusion.
It didn't. It literally supports my claim. Privation had to be made up later. Jill,
The term was made up later, dummy. Just like the term Trinity was made up later.
the phrase privation of good. Okay, look,
you're done,
God's original
buddy.
creation was very good. Evil
You're
enters
done.
human experience
What are
through
you
sin.
arguing now? That we made up a term?
No, I'm arguing
Later?
that they had to cope with why creation
Oh,
is
we made up a
imperfect.
term. So because we created a term
No,
to
not the
describe
term.
what was going
Because
on,
The Bible says
you
that
can't prove that's not what's going on in the
Jill,
text.
you're
All
being
you're going to do is
dishonest.
say, "Oh, you guys made up a
Jill,
term later."
Jill,
Prove it's
you're-
not in the Bible, sir.
The Bible says creation is perfect. Full
Where?
stop.
Where?
We just fucking read that it
No,
said
we
that.
did
Jill.
not.
Jesus
No, we
Christ,
did
dude.
not. We read
I'm gonna get
Genesis
off here.
31.
I'm gonna get off here.
Genesis 1, chapter 31. It said nothing about creation being perfect.
Okay,
Said
I'm gonna
very
leave it on
good.
this. I'm gonna leave it
Very
on
good.
this. I said that evil is not a privation. Jill says it is. My final claim before I leave, and I have to leave this time. My final claim is that the Bible doesn't say that evil is a privation. Instead, it says creation is perfect. And then when the church fathers looked at the evil world with the Epicurean paradox, that's when they adopted privation from the Platonists. That is
Yeah, you haven't
actual
showed us
church
that.
history.
You haven't
Now,
showed
if you
us
want to
that in
deny that,
Genesis.
so be it. Anyone who heard it in the audience, go research what I just said, and you will
Go
find
research
that to be the case.
Genesis 31. It says very good, not perfect. He will never find anywhere in the Bible where it says God's creation, the heavens, the angels, the human beings.
It does say that even the heavens are filthy in his sight.
Exactly. The top angel, his top creation, his most beautiful, awesome creation, the top angel in his entire army of angels betrayed him. How is that perfect? Obviously, the text is telling you something about God as opposed to his creation. So you want to go over to another passage where it's speaking about God in Deuteronomy. All his ways are
He
perfect.
already bounced.
I mean, the text is just clear that we are created beings. We are flawed. And he gave us free will. So if you have any being that's created that is not God, that is not perfect, and has free will, that's a recipe for the fall.
And Jesus even said, "Why callest thou me good?"
Right.
There is only one.
There's only
good.
one.
That is God.
That is God, right?
Yeah. I mean, this was the. I mean, this guy. He's highly intelligent, but I mean, he just got steered in the way wrong direction. You know what I mean?
The New Age, they want you to believe that creation itself is perfect because they are pushing an antichrist agenda.
Oh yeah,
whereby Christ, who is God, is not perfect.
It's my Bible says it's impossible for God to lie.
That's right.
So I'm supposed to trust you? My Bible says, "Let God be true and every man a liar." So am I going to trust the Bible or some whacked out theology that you came up with? Hold on, I pulled up what his shit is. Hyperborean wisdom. Let's watch this real quick. So that this is what this guy believes. So let's check
This
it out.
this is his video, or this is just what he believes?
Well, I just looked it up. What is
okay.
Hyperborean wisdom?
That's what. That's
This is
some
what
alien technology. What?
This
What
is
is
some
this?
weird shit. This is what he believes. So
imagine waking up tomorrow and realizing that every time you feel love, or every time you appreciate a brilliant piece of art, or even just feel a profound sense of human connection, you're actually being fed upon.
Which is an incredibly unsettling thought.
Right. It's terrifying. Like, imagine that everything beautiful in the world is actually a digital snare.
Mhm.
Just this trap carefully designed by a malicious creator to keep you trapped as basically a cosmic battery.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. A cosmic battery.
Usually when we explore mythological or esoteric systems on this deep dive,
I mean, doesn't this sound like some Matrix shit already?
Yeah, somebody just read the Bible and just hated what they heard and read in the Bible. So I'm just going to create my own creation story,
That
basically.
God is the evil one. This is fucking nuts, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
This is remember Helen Blavatsky and the theological
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all stemming from those people. Helen Blavatsky.
That's probably why Aleister Crowley fucking pops up top
Mhm.
left-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
exactly what they taught. They taught that Satan was the good guy in the Bible. He told the truth, right? That's what he was trying to allude to.
He even, some shit that he said had a hint of fucking masonry in it too. I was just like, what kind of fucking buffet of beliefs did this motherfucker hit? This is some crazy shit, man. I've never heard such fucking whacked out shit in my life. So, anyways, but let's continue.
This is what Oprah believes.
This is some Oprah. I was about to say this is some Oprah shit right here.
we
He was
expect
watching
a certain comforting vagueness, like you read a creation myth about a world born from a cosmic egg and it feels, I don't know, distant, like a poetic allegory.
It's symbolic. You don't take it literally.
Exactly. But today, we're stepping into a modern esoteric framework where that poetic vagueness is just violently stripped away. We're looking at a mythological landscape that is obsessively engineered. It reads less like poetry and more like, well, a technical manual for escaping reality itself.
It really does. It is the absolute definition of a comprehensive, structurally rigid alternative ontology. What we're mapping out today isn't just a collection of loose theories, it is an entirely self-contained universe of logic.
Welcome to the deep dive.
Today,
our mission is to
logic. There was nothing logical about this fucking shit. Hold on.
What are they? I don't get. What are they trying to suggest?
This sounds like straight up fucking satanic worship to me.
But what is the argument? Like, what they're saying that everything you read in the Bible is a lie. But
oh yeah, it's all a lie.
How are we
Jesus
able to
is a
substantiate
liar.
what you're saying now?
Yeah, exactly. That's why we trust you now. Is that the deal? What the fuck is this? Hold
Like
on.
these guys come along 24 years old, wet behind the ears. They pick up some doctrine
Is it
that they read somewhere, and all of a sudden they become experts on the Bible.
Satanic doctrine.
And the Bible is wrong.
Yeah, that's.
You couldn't even read Genesis.
Is it satanic doctrine? Let's read this. Hyperborean wisdom is not a standard term in historic Christian theology, and whether it is satanic doctrine depends heavily on who's using the term and what they mean by it. What does Hyperborean mean? Hyperborea is a mythical land in ancient Greek writings supposedly located beyond the north wind, Boreas. The Greeks described it as a distant, blessed land associated with the god Apollo. In modern times, however, Hyperborea has been adopted by various esoteric, occult, and nationalist movements. Some of these movements claim that an ancient, spiritually advanced civilization. See, that's why I even asked them, is this some ancient alien shit? You know what I mean? I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? So anyway, spiritually advanced civilization existed in the far north, and that its people possessed a primordial or hidden. This is Zeus and shit.
Zeus, yeah, this is Mount Olympus.
This is some
Yeah.
fucking whacked
The
out
Greek,
shit, right?
the Greco-Roman pantheon. That's what this is.
Yeah.
It's just the Greco-Roman pantheon,
Just
which is
dismiss
Babylon.
everything fucking Paul said on Mars Hill. Forget all about it.
Yeah.
Paul was tripping. So
Paul
anyway,
was lying too.
Hyperborean wisdom may therefore refer to ideas such as a supposed ancient spiritual tradition originating in Hyperborea, esoteric or occult knowledge supposedly preserved from an ancient civilization. The idea of a primordial race or civilization with superior spiritual knowledge. There it is. Concepts connected with theosophy. That's Aleister Crowley and the gang. Occultism or certain forms of modern esotericism. Whatever. Is it satanic? There is no single doctrine called Hyperborean wisdom that can simply be classified as satanic. However, if the term is being used to describe occult teachings, divination, spirit communication, that's what it sounds like to me, magical practices, or the worship of pagan deities, then those practices would conflict with biblical Christianity. Amen to that. The Bible explicitly warns against occult practices. Regard them not that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. Yeah, okay. Well, that was fucking everything that dude was fucking singing sounded satanic as fuck to me. And there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that use divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. The New Testament similarly condemns sorcery and occult practices in Acts 8:9 through 24, Acts 19:19, Galatians 5:19 through 21, Revelation 21:8. The Christian distinction. Hold on. All right. So you came back for more, huh?
No, I can't let you shit on it in the wrong way, right? So like nothing that you're reading has to do with Hyperborean wisdom. This is the last time I'll get on. If you're gonna actually address what I'm talking about, you have to specify what it is. Okay. You'll probably get the right thing if you type in Nimrod de Rosario's Hyperborean wisdom.
Do
Nothing
what?
you read so far.
Hold on. What did you say? Type in what?
Try this, right? Maybe this will work. Is Nimrod?
Nimrod. What?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Is Nimrod?
Nimrod.
Yep. Space DE.
Type in Helen Blavatsky.
No. DE. This is at Theosophy, Masonry, all of those things I've actually been through. That they are the enemy of Hyperborean wisdom, just like any other religion or mystery tradition. No, not the DE.
Oh.
Like Spanish. Nimrod de, like DE. D space Rosario. ROSA.
Oh wait, whoops. ROSA.
RIO. And then like apostrophe S. Is Nimrod de Rosario's Hyperborean wisdom satanic? Question mark.
Hyperborean.
You're just spelling it wrong. P.
Oh, I am. Oh, whoops.
Hyperborean wisdom.
Wisdom. Where is
satanic? Perfect. Yeah, that'll probably work better because Hyperborean is a very vague general term. And this should help.
If you're asking whether Nimrod de Rosario's specific Hyperborean wisdom is compatible with biblical Christianity, then no. From a Christian KJV-based perspective, I would regard it as fundamentally unbiblical and spiritually dangerous system. and some of its concept would reasonably be described as occult or satanic. The reason it is not merely the word Hyperborean is it's the actual theology.
Yeah, so that's it's wrong though, right? So like the actual texts itself are very dense. It's like right off the bat, if you read it, it says some of its teachings directly contradict Christianity.
It
One-
presents Lucifer as the good guy. Yeah,
it does, it does.
Yeah,
But look
yeah,
at the
exactly.
first
Yeah,
part.
that's
Look
exactly
at the
what I was
first
saying
part.
earlier. Yeah.
Look at the first part. It teaches that the material universe
Ellen
was created by a
Pulaski.
demiurge identified in some of the materials as Jehovah Satan. We think of Satan as a bad guy, but we're equating the immoral Satan with God as well. We're saying that all that is smashed into one person. All of the bad in the world and in the universe is responsible solely on the creator. The people with minds that want to be moral individuals who are honorable and upright people, these people do not belong to the creator or the universe. They're uncreated. Their spirits are moral, and they are moral on their own. They don't need no compass or
brother.
some
I
evil
mean,
world
I'm
to
gonna
show them
pray
that.
for you, man, because you're into some seriously fucked up
Yeah,
satanic
Lucifer is
shit.
the real Christ. It's a mythos. It's called the light.
You're on crack, bro.
Yeah, the Lucifer. Do you know?
Your
Do you
shit
know
is not gonna fly here
how
at
many
all.
times is Lucifer brought up in the Bible? How many times is that word used in the
That
Bible?
name is used one time in the
One time.
only in the correct Bible, the King James.
In
It's
what?
I'm not
absolute-
even. I'm
it's
not
absolute-
even religious, so I'm going to put this out there. I'm not even religious, and there's nothing pertaining to Lucifer to where Lucifer is anything outside of really a planet.
Venus.
And
Yes, exactly.
yeah,
You got
yeah.
it. Bingo.
So
Bingo.
Lucifer is a planet.
Dude, I would be concerned if you're
It's Hallel.
if you're bingoing with Sam, you're in
Well,
bad shape, dude.
Well, no. It does represent a planet. The morning star is what, and Jesus claims to be the actual morning star.
No, Jesus
So
is the morning star,
well,
not
let me just
Lucifer.
say-
Lucifer is the son of the morning.
no, it's
Yeah,
the morning
it's the
star.
sun
It's
morning.
Hallel.
Nope. Jesus
Dude,
is
you're
the
wrong.
morning star. Would you like me to prove it to you from
Yeah,
Scripture?
please debunk yourself real quick. Go
Okay,
to
here we
Isaiah.
are. Let
Go
me
to Isaiah.
redeem myself.
While you look that up, Brandon, I just wanted to say that it's quite interesting to me
It's
that
Isaiah.
atheists cling to this doctrine as well. The reason why atheists cling, even though they don't believe in God, the reason why they cling to this doctrine is because what our friend here was trying to do all night.
I'm not an atheist.
It blurs the creator distinction.
Atheists are
That's
blind.
the number one goal of Satan from the very beginning was to blur that distinction.
Atheists are blind. Blind as a bat. Struggling in
I mean,
darkness.
bro, you're heading in the very wrong direction now.
No, your
If
spirit
you're
is
gonna call
uncreated.
Jesus the liar and Satan the hero,
You just said Hallel
then
is
you're
not the
fucked
morning
up.
star.
What does it
Dude,
say
you-
right
you
here?
don't-
I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things.
Do you know what the
in
morning star
churches.
is?
I am the root and the offspring of David, and
Dude,
and
you're preaching to the
bright
choir.
and my the Black Soul Choir.
You're preaching to the choir. Morning
I'm
star is
I'm
Venus.
preaching to the Black Soul Choir.
Morning
buddy.
star is Venus. Brandon.
The morning star is Jesus.
It's Venus. It's literally equated with Venus.
Man, have a good night, dude. Go worship Satan on your own time. We're not interested in your fucking garbage around here. Sorry.
It is Venus.
We entertained you long enough. That
The
shit
morning
is
star.
fucking-
The morning
that is
star
some
is
fucking
Venus.
bad shit, man.
No, the morning star is Venus.
Congratulations. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
That's Lucifer. The morning star. It's Venus. Same thing.
Thank you for sharing.
Oh, I'm already got a headache. I'm done. You know what I'm
Man, you
saying?
get all Satanists, man. I don't
This is-
never get Satanists on my channel.
Man, that's my first Satanist. My very first actual Satanist. Yeah, I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? This is the craziest shit. I mean, I've never heard somebody come up with such crazy ass arguments.
Oh, I've heard. Yeah, this everyone is different, but they all have because it's really just coming from them. So they
Jesus
all
went
have
and
its own
suffered
twist.
and died on the cross as a big gag. You know, what the fuck? You know, I don't even. I mean, it's just Lucifer didn't lay his life down for nobody, and you think he's the fucking hero? What kind of whacked out fucking theology is this shit?
I hear atheists making these arguments that Satan was really the good guy. God was trying to, and you heard him trying to get us into that debate. Or he tried to get me into that debate. God was trying to stop them from obtaining the knowledge.
Well,
Like, come
buddy,
on, nigga, shut the hell up.
hostile. You're fucking on his bandwagon. You're heading with him. He's the good guy in your fucking narrative. It's insane. You're gonna go with them, dude. You need to repent of this fucking garbage that you got involved with. You need to get you a Bible and start studying the Bible, because this fucking theology of yours is fucking completely fucking wackadoo. I'm sorry. I mean, I sat, I listened. That I heard no truth come out of your mouth. You know what I mean? As far as, yes, God created the whole creation. It was good. It says very clearly that because of man, sin entered into the world. God told them, please, don't eat that fruit or else you'll die. Death will enter into this situation. So don't do it. And they, failed. Why? Because Satan came in and beguiled Eve. That means wholly seduced. So there's a huge fucking, problem. Oh, Sam.
Once you deal with their lies about creation, because that's where they start. They will start with creation and the creator and lies about the creator.
Okay, Brandon, I want to make this very, very clear. So everything that you're speaking of pertaining to like Satan and shit like that, that's not Christian stuff. That is Islam culture. You're speaking of Satan from Islam.
No, this is actually from Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky.
Okay, that's not in the goddamn Bible.
Yeah,
if you want to look in the actual books,
no, that's
if
what
you
he
want
was
to look
teaching.
in the actual books, the way that you're talking about Satan, you're dealing with actual, like, you're dealing with Islam.
What?
So if you're trying to pull Islam into Christianity.
What are you talking about? What, he didn't say anything to do with Islam. Doesn't believe what Christians believe about.
Yeah, they don't, and Islam doesn't believe this shit either.
What do you know about Islam before you start making statements about Islam? What do you know about Islam?
I've debated with Muslims fucking hundreds of times. So yes.
Okay. So what do you know about it?
But what does Islam believe about Satan?
Yeah.
Well, they don't believe they believe a lot of there are a lot of similarities.
Let me put it this way: the Quran's description of Allah fits the Bible's exact description of Satan.
Of Satan, right? Yeah.
No,
Satan in Islam, well, as far as his nature in Islam, Satan's not.
Can you shut the fuck up, you goddamn knucklehead? I'm going to teach you something interesting.
Well, you asked the question, right?
No, I'm going to teach you.
Listen to the answer.
I'm going to teach you something, you fucking knucklehead.
But
you shut the fuck up.
If you wanted to teach, you should have came in saying, "I want to teach." You asked the question, which means you want to be taught. So shut up.
You don't have the answer. So I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you the answer.
Oh, come on! I can't even.
The difference is that one of the differences is that his nature in Christianity, he's an angel, fallen angel. In Islam, he's not an angel. He's what they call a jinn. Okay, just simply that simple.
Yeah,
That's
Sam
all.
drives me nuts, dude. I can't. You know, I grew up with alcoholics, and when somebody comes in drunk and shit, I'm just, it's like fucking, nails down the chalkboard. I can hear it in their voice.
Well, it is Friday night, so
Yeah, that's cool, but I mean, I just don't want to sit here and fucking entertain gibberish. This guy, let's see, hostile. Let's see. He said, "Poor lost Vera. I hope you awaken." Listen, brother, I'm telling you straight up, you need to heed the warnings of the Lord Jesus Christ. He's the only true savior. He's the way, the truth, and the life. So he's the one that you should trust and listen to, not Lucifer, the father of lies, because that's what you're all wrapped up into, is a whole bunch of fucking absolute lies. If your theology pops out that Satan is the good guy, then you're absolutely wholeheartedly deceived, and you will indeed bust hell wide open. Sam, I don't want to do this tonight. You know what I mean? I'm getting ready to wrap this up. You know what I mean? I don't want to do it. I'm not doing it. So, anyways, this was the craziest shit I've ever heard. So, yeah, it's interesting to deal with it, but some of its teachings directly contradict Christianity. According to the movement's own writings and associated publications, it teaches that the material universe was created by a demiurge, identified in some of its material as Jehovah Satan. Wow, dude, what the fuck? It presents Lucifer as a liberating or heroic figure that distinguishes him from Satan, rather than identifying Lucifer with Satan, as is common in Christian interpretation. It teaches that the human spirits are essentially divine or uncreated spirits trapped in matter. Wow. And that salvation consists in escaping the material universe. It incorporates these. I mean, that just sounds to me like fucking, hey, it would probably be really smart to commit suicide then.
yeah.
Wow. It incorporates.
That's why atheists lead the entire universe, or at least the mammals, in suicides. Yeah.
Crazy. It incorporates Gnostic and esoteric concepts, including the demiurge, reincarnation, Kali, Yuga concepts, and initiatory path to spiritual liberation. Here we go. Its associated publications explicitly describe the work as an esoteric Hitlerist system and refer to an SS Black Order initiate. Wow.
Yeah.
This is some Nazi shit even.
Yeah. That's what Hitler believed.
Wow, dude. Yeah. Well, Hitler did have Madame Blavatsky's fucking book on his nightstand every night.
Yes, he did. And Aleister Crowley.
Wow. From a biblical perspective, these teachings are fundamentally incompatible with Scripture. For example, the Bible says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and all things were made by him, and without him not anything was made that was made." The Bible does not teach that Jehovah is an evil demiurge who created a prison-like material universe. It teaches that, you know what I mean? God is this evil demiurge that created my cute little puppies. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? So anyhow, I don't know why this evil demiurge would create all of these cute as fuck little creatures if he's so evil. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. So anyway, did you hear that, Evan? You were created by an evil demiurge. So Likewise, the Bible does not present Lucifer as a divine liberator who frees humanity from Jehovah. In the New Testament, Satan is explicitly called the God of this world. 2 Corinthians 4:4. And Jesus identifies the devil as the father of lies. My conclusion, if by satanic you mean, does it explicitly worship Satan and call Satan good? The answer is more complicated because the system actually reverses traditional categories and portrays the biblical creator as the enemy while elevating Lucifer or Christos Lucifer as the liberating figure. But if you mean, is it spiritually compatible with Christianity and the teachings of the King James Bible? Absolutely not. It is Gnostic, esoteric worldview that fundamentally reverses core biblical doctrines about God, creation, Satan, Christ, and salvation. In fact, from a Christian standpoint, I would say it's more accurately characterized as an occult, anti-Christian system that uses a Luciferian reinterpretation of biblical figures rather than simply calling it Satan worship. If you'd like, I can also give you a point-by-point comparison of Nimrod B. Rosario's Hyperborean wisdom versus the King James Bible, including God, Satan, Lucifer, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think we're good. That was some fucking whacked out shit.
You know, I wish there was more in the Bible about Nimrod. Because I believe
the very first typology of the Antichrist.
Yeah. And because we would know. I know we know all of this comes from Babylon, but I just wish there was just more on Nimrod. But the goal from the very
beginning. This is your girl.
Who's that?
Here's Helen Blavatsky right here. I mean, if this woman doesn't just look evil as fuck.
Oh man. See, I mean, imagine waking up and she's your nanny. Imagine, waking up to burnt toast.
Or scissors in your chest. Fuck. You know what I mean? She just looks
and
like
warm
an
orange
evil
juice.
Toad.
This is their God. This is their
the first time I ever looked at her, I was like, fucking that bitch is evil.
and Aleister Crowley. They all are.
Aleister Crowley bragged about the children that he raped and murdered. In his sexual fucking deviant fucking witchcraft ceremonies.
These people are sick.
You think fucking Lucifer's the good guy? And you want to deny the perfect law of liberty? Fucking have at it, dude. You're gonna bust hell wide open, dum-dum. Because you'll never get your dumb ass to the cross. And that's the only place you'll ever receive. That's why Jesus said on the cross, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Because that's the cross is the only place that you will receive forgiveness for sins. You need to spiritually get to that place. You need to be broken of all this fucking evil fucking nonsense that you're all into, buddy. Because you are the poster boy of deceit. That was the craziest shit. And Will Freeman, if this is the kind of weird shit that you're into, brother.
Oh yeah. William Freeman used to make the same arguments. I mean, he doesn't anymore, but he used to make I'm sure he still believes in these things. But once I pointed out to him that this has already been debunked, brought up in the 80s and 90s, then I guess he figured, oh well, I better not make these arguments around Jill at least. But he believes in that Satan told the truth. Who else? Halsey. Halsey believes the same thing.
What?
Yes, they all believe that Satan was trying to help that he was trying to help humanity, and God was trying to hold them back from obtaining knowledge. The same thing they believe about Christianity today. Christianity is holding us back. It's anti-science. It's holding humanity back. We would be so much further ahead if it weren't for God, and you know,
What the fuck is this word? You
the
will
same.
all be phagocyted. I don't even know what the fuck that is, dude. Are you
It's the
making up
same.
your own words now too, or what the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's a word that they taught him that when he says it, it makes him feel powerful. That's what it is. It makes him feel important and powerful. That's the whole point of the
Ooh,
new age.
Halsey
That's the whole
says.
point.
Halsey says you didn't know much about what I believe because I don't talk about it, Jill.
Well, you did. You and William used to come on and say and ask me the same questions. You used to tell me that didn't Satan tell the truth? No, he did not. Well, he gives the
Nope.
skin of the truth stuff with a big fat lie.
Fago.
The best lies are not total lies. They're the skin of the truth stuffed with a big fat lie.
Well, it's like the same principle as rat poison. Rat poison is 99% good, healthy, nutritious shit, and 0.1% of poison, and it will kill your ass dead. So anyhow, I'm gonna look up this fucking crazy word, phagocytized. Okay, phagocytized, cytized.
Now, and let me just answer to why, because he kept asking why God can't create, why created beings can't possess God's kind of perfection. When we say God's kind of perfection, we're talking about eternal, uncreated, self-existent, independent, unable to fail. Okay?
Here we
If
go.
God created such a being, then it would actually be created. And creation, by definition, depends on the creator. So there's a contradiction. Okay? A perfect creator cannot create another perfect being. An eternal being, and a being that's always existed. Once he creates another being, it already, by default, is not eternal. Genius. So this is simple logic. If I'm created at point A and I live on forever, there was a time before point A where I did not exist, I don't have knowledge of.
I don't know, man. I'm just telling you, if you guys start raping kids and fucking drinking babies'
By
blood and
default,
shit, you know what I'm saying?
will
Yeah.
not be eternal.
I'm just saying that's where this shit's leading to, guaranteed. You're gonna get more and more into deeper and darker shit going down this fucking path. Guarantee you that. Satan ain't no good guy. Yeah, I'm telling you right now. I've had some experiences with that motherfucker, and he ain't good. He don't love you. He despises anything that bears the image of God. So if you guys want to go make him your fucking hero and let him be your master, hey, you know what I mean? God gave you a free will. Do your thing, buddy. But I'll tell you right now, that everything that's just nothing but that's a direct fucking path to hell. All of this crazy shit that you're trapped in a cell. What is this fucking definition of this shit? Phagocytized means engulfed and taken inside a cell. It comes from phagocytosis, a process in which a cell, especially an immune cell, surrounds and swallows another cell, particle, or foreign substance. For example, the bacteria were phagocytized, whatever, by white blood cells. This means the white blood cells surrounded and engulfed the bacteria so they could destroy or digest them. A simple way to remember it, phagocytized equals swallowed by a cell. The word comes from Greek phagine, to eat, kaitos, cell. So literally, it has the idea of cell eating. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just telling you.
What was it again? I can't read that. What was it?
It means cell eating. That's what it.
Oh,
Yeah,
whoa!
swallowed by a cell. So
I mean,
it's
like
talking about
actual, like eating children or babies?
no. Like it's talking about like this is something that occurs in the body, where bacteria will here I'll just read it again. It comes from phagocytosis, a process in which a cell, especially an immune cell, surrounds and swallows another cell, particle or foreign substance.
Oh, okay. So is this some sort of like esoteric type of definition he's got for this? Or?
I get that's what's
Yeah,
happening to us, with that Jesus is the big bad cell swallowing us up or something.
Oh, that reminds me of that Stephen King movie. Remember that? The Langoliers are coming. Remember that?
Yeah, dude.
The Langoliers are coming. The Langoliers are coming.
Yeah, no, I remember that movie.
Oh man, that was like a 3-hour that Stephen King. I think Stephen King was a little, messed up in the head, to be honest with you.
Absolutely, dude.
He was definitely filled with some spirits because
Yeah.
some of the stuff that he came up with scares me more than the special effects. All the special effects that they have today pale in comparison to the mind of Stephen King. I truly believe there was something
inspiring his books.
Yes, man. I'm telling you, man, the guy came up with things and it wasn't gory. That's the thing. Like it wasn't a bunch of blood splattering everywhere and a bunch of alien looking creatures running around, ugly clowns with messed up teeth, even though that's Stephen King too, right? Is that Stephen King?
On which one?
The clown.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about it.
Yeah, it. Yeah.
Pennywise.
That's like the only one. But most of his movies, they're not really, that type of horror that we normally see. But they're still.
I was severely disappointed with the ending of it.
The new one. You talking about the new one?
Yeah, probably.
I didn't see the new one. I still watch the old one. The original one is still the best one to me.
Yeah, I didn't. Anyways, but yeah, that's I've had a couple of dreams that I'm like, fuck, that would make a great horror movie, dude. Like I had this dream that like these devils were chasing me around, but like it was like we were running on ice. And like I'm trying to get through this doorway, and like I'd slide right past it and shit. But anyway, this one dude in my dream, fucking literally like sitting there in this little office room, and he's kind of dressed like a gangster dude, like a mobster dude, and he picks up this fucking gun off the desk, puts it in his mouth, and fucking pulls the trigger and blows his fucking brains out. But sits there like he's having an orgasm and shit. It fucking tripped me out, dude.
Oh wow, that's
he was
that's some dream. Huh?
He was smiling like, oh, that felt so good. Oh, you're gonna love pain. I was like, fuck that, I'm out of here, dude.
That was Satan, man.
It was some scary shit. It was
he loves Satan.
I woke up though going, damn, that would make a good movie. I ought to write that shit down.
Yeah, man, you should have wrote it down, man. Get somebody in there, bring it to one of those studios and say, hey, I got a good idea.
Well, there's much more to it that I'm not going to reveal, because I might actually fucking do that, because it would make a killer fucking horror movie.
You know what, man? I've been reading the comics because my students they ask because it's summertime, so I'll put on something they want to watch.
He said, thanks for the advertising. Well, hey, I mean, if you're looking for fucking satanic fucking recruitment, bro,
You've already advertised back in the 90s, Helen Blavatsky, back in the 70s. Those guys, we know about those guys already.
If anybody wants to follow that shit, dude, if you think Satan's the good guy, you are all the way deceived. Straight
Satan is a creation. Okay, he is a creation of God. He cannot be flawless, without defect, perfect. He can't be it. Okay. So once they get that fact, once they admit that, then the rest of their doctrine just falls apart.
What does the Bible teach about Satan? the little G God that can kiss my freckled ass. So hold on. Because he has no authority over me because I'm in the Lord's jurisdiction. I feel bad for you suckers that are in Satan's jurisdiction, you know, calling him the good guy and shit. It ain't gonna go good for you, playa. I promise you that. You're gonna shit egg rolls when the Lord returns. The Bible teaches quite a lot about Satan, but it's important to distinguish what Scripture explicitly says from later traditions. Since you generally use the KJV, I'll frame this primarily from the KJV.
Oh, your chat GPT knows you personally, huh?
Well, I mean, I tell it, you know, for doctrine, the King James Bible must be the standard.
Mine does that too, but it always tells me, well, this is what John Calvin would have thought of. I'm like, I didn't ask you what John Calvin would have thought, but it just does that because of the algorithm.
Sure.
That's it. Yeah, that's good.
Because it's getting to know you.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So, 1, Satan is a real spiritual being and an adversary. That means enemy. The name Satan comes from a Hebrew word meaning adversary or accuser. In 1 Peter 5:8, the King James Bible says, "Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour." The Bible therefore presents Satan as a real personal enemy of God and humanity, not merely as an abstract symbol of evil. 2, Satan opposes God and God's people. The word Satan is particularly associated with opposition and accusation. In Job 1:6-12, Satan appears before God and challenges Job's faithfulness. He argues that Job only serves God because God has blessed him. Okay. We got pseudonym. And let's see. Satan is a deceiver. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Where was I? Opposition and accusation. God blessed him. In Zechariah 3:1, Satan stands to resist Joshua the high priest. And he showed me Joshua the high priest standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to resist him. The picture is of Satan as an accuser and adversary. Satan is a deceiver. Jesus said of the devil in John 8:44, "He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it." Deception is one of Satan's primary activities in Scripture. This is seen immediately in Genesis 3, where the serpent deceives Eve and leads humanity into sin. It's coercion. Satan tempted Jesus. In Matthew 4, Satan directly tempts Jesus in the wilderness. He attempts to persuade Jesus to turn stones into bread, throw himself from the temple, worship Satan in exchange for the kingdoms of the world. Jesus responds each time by quoting Scripture. Satan's temptation of Jesus demonstrates that Satan seeks to turn people away from the obedience of God, even attempting to tempt Christ himself. 5. Satan is connected with sin and death. Jesus called Satan a murderer from the very beginning. The Bible also connects Satan with the fall of humanity through the serpent in Genesis 3. Revelation later explicitly identifies that old serpent called the devil and Satan. And again, the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan. Thus, the Bible connects the serpent of Genesis with Satan. Satan is called the God of this world. Paul says, but if our gospel be hid, it is hid to them that are lost. That would be you, hostile, whatever. In whom?
Can I ask you a question, or
Sure.
can you name a biblical verse where Satan lies?
Yes, when he said, "You surely will not die."
Yeah, I did want to speak on that because that's Helen Blavatsky's favorite argument. That
Okay, can
Satan,
you name another verse? Because we know that. We
that
know that.
Satan told the truth in the garden when he says you will be like God.
Oh my gosh.
Did he tell the truth?
Another verse.
Well, hold on. When Satan said you will be like God, did Satan tell the truth? If you eat, God doesn't want you to eat because if you eat, he knows you'll be like him. Did that happen?
This is gonna get weird. So how about another verse?
Well, you asked where does Satan lie? And we said the first lie is in Genesis, and now you're running.
I'm not running. He said that you will be like God.
Right. Did he tell the truth? Were they like God after they ate? The truth is they were already like God. They were already created in the image of God.
Now you're calling God a liar because
I know we're talking about what Satan said. Satan said God doesn't want you to eat this because he knows the day you eat of, you will be like God. You will be like one of them.
Brandon, are you here?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
How about another verse?
Oh, how about another verse?
Revelation 12:9. Satan deceives the whole world, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I asked at the beginning.
Okay, well, again, when Satan tempted Jesus, all these things will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me.
Okay, well, Jesus was tempted, right?
Sure.
Okay, so again, give me another verse where Satan was lying.
Sir, we just gave you two and you ignored both. So why should we continue with this exercise?
Because if Jesus was tempted,
you just ignored in Genesis where he says three things to say. He says three things. He says, you will surely die, your eyes will be opened, you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Okay? We can take so there are three claims. You can't tell me whether or not the first one is a lie. Then why should we continue with this?
Okay, what did
You're just
God
gonna
say?
dodge. You're just gonna duck and dodge.
What did God say?
Satan said, you will not surely die.
Okay, what did God say?
God says don't eat of the tree.
He said don't eat it or you will die.
Or you will die.
Okay. See how you just like...
Was Satan telling the truth or was God telling the truth?
See how you made it weird?
Well, Satan says you will not die. God says the day you eat of it, you shall die. Who told the truth?
Lying?
This is very simple. Very elementary. I'm trying to make it third grade for you.
Okay. So
who lied? Which one?
Did they die?
What's that? You were breaking up.
Did they die?
Did they
Yes.
die?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Spiritually, right?
No, they even died. Nobody made it to 1,000 years old. The oldest person in the Bible was Methuselah, who made it to 969 years old.
Okay. See how it got weird?
How did it get weird?
What did God say if you eat the fruit? What did he say?
Then if you eat the fruit, you will surely die.
Okay, did they die?
Yes.
Yes.
Physically?
Yes.
Yes.
Spiritually?
Yes.
In every way. Yeah.
So why are they roaming around the earth?
What do you mean? Is Adam roaming around the earth right now? Are Adam and Eve still with us? No. They died
How did they bear children?
by having sex.
Spiritually or earthly?
Physically. You want me to explain to you how babies are made or what?
Well, he's arguing. He's arguing because they didn't drop dead right away, like Ananias and Sapphira. They because they didn't drop dead right away. That the prophecy or that God was lying.
Did indeed die.
That God was lying, right?
Yes.
Is that your argument, Pseudo?
One day to God is 1,000 years, and nobody
Exactly.
nobody made it 1,000 years.
Did you know Adam and Eve were created to live forever with God?
Are you guys like
you know that?
really weird?
Pseudo?
I asked you a question. Who lied?
In that sense, they were perfect, right? But not perfect like God. We know.
This is really weird. You guys are not even answering my question.
Pseudo, did you know Adam and Eve were created to live in fellowship with God forever in the garden?
This is really weird. I asked you a simple question.
Yeah, and we asked you a simple question: who lied?
And I thought we answered
lied. He lied.
Okay,
point out blank. He lied.
Can
he
we
said
start
they
over?
shall not surely die, and they wind up dying.
Okay, was that a lie?
And the entire world was cursed. So not only did they die, but the entire world is dying.
Oh my God!
Of heat loss. Scientists call it entropy.
Was that a lie?
You didn't pay attention, huh? You don't pay attention in science or in Bible school.
Was that a lie?
Satan lied. He said they shall not surely die. That was a lie.
Okay, so God says that you will surely die.
And that's what happened. Not only did they die, but all of creation was cursed unto death.
This is like really weird. This is not even
like really weird because it's not flowing with my narrative. So this is like really weird because you guys are supposed to, follow the fucking bouncing ball, and you're not doing that.
Helen Blavatsky when she said Satan told the truth.
Here's the bouncing ball.
The good guy, yeah.
Okay, here's the bouncing ball. When Satan said, "You shall now surely die," and then God said that you should surely die.
Mm-hmm.
And they ate the fruit.
Mm-hmm. And who told the truth? So who told the truth?
Die?
Yes,
they died. Like how many fucking times do we got to answer this question? Yes, they physically died. They were spiritually separated from God, kicked out of the garden,
cursed. The ground was cursed. The earth was cursed. The universe was cursed. And they would die.
The whole creation. Now death is a thing. Death was not a thing before the fall.
They were so dead that they still made babies.
Okay, so now you're arguing that the text. Hold on, buddy. Hold on, Pseudo, because now you're being dishonest. Now you're arguing that the text says you will. Hold on, Pseudo. Hold on, relax.
Wait,
relax. Take a deep breath. We get you. We got it. We got your argument. We got your argument. Let me crush it. Let me crush it really quickly. Okay, go ahead. Say what you got to say. Then I'm gonna crush your argument. You're not gonna run like you're cut.
Go ahead, Jill. Go ahead.
So yes, God. Now I lost my train of thought. Just that
God told the truth.
Yeah, God
They
told the
surely
truth.
died.
Yeah, that's what it was. He was trying to now usher in the notion that God said, when you eat of this tree, you will drop dead and you will no longer
Immediately.
exist.
Yeah.
Are you
That's
sure
what he's
about?
trying to usher in to the text.
Are you sure?
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
That's what he's ushering into the text to suggest.
Yeah, but
that
are you sure about that?
Yes, I am. I've spoken to Pseudonym on several occasions. Yeah. He's trying to usher that into the narrative because he realizes at this point he's losing the discussion. So let me try to usher in another detail that's not in the text to try to make my argument fit.
Don't you think that some people just talk too much, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think you definitely talk too much, Sam. You talk too much and say nothing.
So God didn't say you would drop dead right away and that you wouldn't cease to exist. That's not what God meant by death. And Satan knew that. That's why it was a deception. Genius. Deceivers are really good. They just don't come out and tell you a flat out lie that everyone knows is a lie.
So do you want to? Do you want me to go back into my Islam study or not?
All you gotta do is listen to Obama.
You're talking about Satan, and Satan is actually Islam. It's not.
Oh, dude, come on. I mean, fuck, man.
All you gotta do is
annoy
listen to
the
Obama.
shit out of me, Sam. I can't even deal with it.
All you gotta do, Brandon, is listen to Obama and some of these politicians if you want to know what deception
Islam
is.
is absolutely satanic, but Islam is not the actual man, Satan. Satan has been demoted to a man, according to the Bible. He and all of the fallen angels will die like men at the hands of other men. They are no longer immortal. They have a time limit, and they know it. So anyways, that's why they're recruiting poor little weak-minded people that want to fucking believe that, somehow they've gained some superior knowledge to all of them stupid Christians.
This is an interesting study, and I'm glad I was here tonight because now I'm going to do a video. I want to do a video on what the serpent said in Genesis 3. I'm going to do an entire video on the claims that he made. You shall not die. You will not surely die. Your eyes will be opened. And what was the third one? You'll be like God.
Joe,
I want to treat. Look at each of those separately.
Well, these novice Christians just totally hand it to your ass.
Oh God, Jill, you said that they were not spiritually died, but you said that they will. And I asked you
that again.
Shut up. Will they die?
Well, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No, you said yes, but obviously not.
I'll take an IQ test against you any day. We can
Well,
have
I didn't.
competition.
I didn't hear anything you said. I said Satan made 3 claims,
Obviously
and I wanted to look at each of the 3 claims, and you ran. You said, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that."
I'm trying to yell over you.
Now you want to talk about it. I don't know why. Did you Google? Did you chat GPT something, or did you Google something?
Bro, you're like a weird, like, non-autonomous machine. Like, you just have like the script, and you're not willing to have like an actual conversation.
I am having a conversation. You told me let's go to another verse when I tried to have a conversation on this verse. Didn't you?
Because you lost on the verse. You said
I lost. What?
Oh my gosh!
Did you not say you didn't want to discuss this verse?
Stop talking for like.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Bring it up again. Go ahead. Just to run from it eventually. Go ahead.
You said Adam and Eve were spiritually dead. Then you said Adam and Eve are not spiritually dead. Then I asked you, are they?
No, I never said that. I never said the second part.
I asked you for a minute, bro.
Right, but you're saying something I never said, so
You
I just
can't even
stopped
give
you.
me a minute.
So I just stopped you before you got into your argument because it's going to
This
be
is
a
this
straw
is
man.
why you're not, bro. You gave me 20 seconds. I asked you for a
No,
minute, and you
I
agreed to
just
it.
stopped you at that point to indicate that I
But
did not say that, so that you
you
don't continue to
agreed.
go on and make an
Oh my
argument based
God,
off a straw
bro.
man. That's all. Go ahead.
You agreed that I would have a minute of like not you interrupting, and you interrupting. You admitted
No,
you interrupted.
go ahead. But at least be honest when you're going to make an
God,
argument. Provide what I actually said. Go ahead.
it's not even worth it.
Okay, so you don't have a counter argument. You had a counter argument when you wanted to counter an argument that I never made.
You're
Okay, once
just,
you realize that's not my argument, now you have no counter argument, which means you had no counter argument from the beginning.
bro. You agreed to give me a minute without you interrupting, and you disqualified yourself because you interrupted me. You even said that you interrupted me 20 seconds in.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
But that's called disintegrationism.
And it looks like my interruption shut down your entire argument because now you don't have one.
Because it's
Which
not a
means
fair
you were going to
conversation.
argue against a straw man. You were just setting up a straw man, and I stopped you from setting up that straw man. Now you have nothing. Thanks for playing.
It's not an honest conversation. You're not disingenuous. It's indigenous.
Thanks for playing, Pseudo.
All right. Well, I'm glad you like to live like that.
So Satan told 3 lies in the garden. 3 of them, not 1.
Bro, I asked you for a minute you interrupting convo, and you did that like 15 seconds in.
Actually, the second lie, your eyes will be opened, was not really. I don't know. What do you think about that, Brandon? The Satan predicted that their eyes would be open, and that actually happened.
Brandon,
right?
are you there?
That actually happened. But
Brandon, did I not ask Jill for an uninterrupted minute conversation?
Okay,
a
here.
minute,
Sorry, I
uninterrupted
was
minute
outside real
conversation.
quick.
And
I'm gonna
he
go ahead.
admits that he
Yeah.
had to interrupt me.
Okay, go ahead. Make your point. I put Jill in the back. Go ahead.
Okay, so the conversation is
The conversation is.
It doesn't really matter.
It's what?
It doesn't really matter.
So should I bring Jill back in?
Yeah, he disrupted my train of thought, and when I come back in, he's not gonna even like acknowledge it. He's just
Okay,
gonna
so
make
but
his own.
Pseudo, can I just ask? So do you worship Satan? Do you think he's the good guy?
Do I think he's the good guy?
Yeah.
Why would I say that?
I'm just asking you a question. Do you think Satan is the good guy?
Hold on, my phone's gonna die.
All right.
I think I'm gonna have to hop on my computer. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Hop on that computer.
Yeah, Jesus proved that he actually loves us by what he did on the cross. I have no evidence anywhere in any writing on this whole fucking planet that Satan gives 2 shits about any fucking human being that bears the image of God.
Yeah. Amen. He can't stand God's image.
That's his pride. See, God made him the most beautiful of all of the angels. God loved him more than pretty much anybody. He was God's, superstar. And that's where, because God made him so beautiful, and yet God presents himself in this humble form, the Bible says that, that Jesus would have no special features that we would look at him and desire him or whatever. I botched the verse, but anyways, he would have no special features that we would desire him. So he doesn't have these beautiful blue eyes like in all of the fucking Hollywood movies. Okay, he was plain as paper, and that's why that is where the pride crept in with Satan. Is he's like, I'm way more beautiful than you. Like, why are we worshiping you?
Do you think what do you think about the Quran where it says that they were told to bow to Adam and Satan refused to bow to Adam? Isn't that the most crazy? Now, obviously, they got that from some sort of Gnostic, esoteric garbage that came much later after the first century. But what do you think about that? That Satan was in heaven. God commands, this is the story told in the Quran. God commands all of the angels to bow and worship Adam. So God creates Adam in his image and his likeness. And the rest of the angels he gathers them together, and he says, I want you all to bow down to Adam. Look at my creation, bow down to it. Satan is jealous and he does not bow down. And that's why he's kicked out of heaven.
Well, my Bible says that that Jesus was made a little lower than the angels. So obviously human beings are lower than the angels. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I don't think God ever told the angels to go bowing to Adam.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a crazy. But they sort of picked up on the fact that Satan rebelled, but they mix in these extra biblical sources where it gets into what the Bible never even shares with us. But
Yeah, man. It's, this is
that tells you the Quran is garbage because it's borrowing from pagan sources, basically Gnostic sources, as if these are the actual true historical stories of Jesus.
I think that a lot of this is the problem and why I played the whole devil's advocate Eddie Barzoon speech, because that's busting some truth right there. That's why the very ending of Devil's Advocate, he says, vanity, my favorite sin. And this is exactly how, and the Bible even says, knowledge puffeth up. Human beings think they've learned something that makes them superior to other human beings, and they get all puffed up, and then they go, running with their kite on this fucking, you know what I mean? On this fucking idea, as far as they really, it boils down to the I'm smarter than those stupid Christians because they're sheep, and that's why they develop this attitude.
Can you hear me?
That was one of my favorite movies. Remember the scene on the train?
Oh yeah.
He says, Carlos. He says, right now, as soon as you left, Carlos came right upstairs and man,
they're smoking a big old fucking
crack. He said smoking crack.
Brandon, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, what was the question you asked me earlier?
Hold on 1 second. I want to play this again real quick.
Oh my gosh.
You go here.
You asked me a question.
Hold on 1 second. Boom.
He was going running. What the hell was he talking about?
Eddie's got himself in trouble again. And he wants me to save him. Only this time I can't.
Well, why does he think I'm after his job?
You ever have any experience with manic depression?
Not directly, no.
Oh, you do now. 346. It's me. Hit Eddie Barzoon. He may be out running, so you might have to page him. It's an emergency. Yes, sir. You look like you could use a drink.
Yes. Yes, thanks.
Eddie Barzoon, Eddie Barzoon. I nursed him through 2 divorces, a cocaine rehab, and a pregnant reception. God's creature. God's special creature. And I've warned him, Kevin. I've warned him every step of the way. Watching him bounce around like a fucking game, like a wind-up toy, like 250 pounds of self-serving greed on wheels. The next 1,000 years is right around the corner, Kevin, and Eddie Barzoom. Take a good look. Excuse me. Because he's the poster child for the next millennium. These people, it's no mystery where they come from.
250 pounds of self-serving greed on wheels. He's the poster boy of the next millennium. Look at all of this fucking OnlyFans. TikTok is just one step away from being a cam girl. It's all of this self-love, self. Fix yourself, self-improvement. You know what I mean? And that's, that's all narcissistic, fucking fevered ego bullshit. And this is exactly how Satan will, as the Pied Piper, lead you in the fucking wrong direction, dude.
You sharpen the human appetite to the point where it can split atoms with its desire. You build egos the size of cathedrals, fiber optically connect the world to every eager impulse, grease even the dullest dreams with these dollar green, gold-plated fantasies until every human becomes an aspiring emperor, becomes his own god.
Becomes his own god.
When
There
did this
it
movie
is.
come out? About 30 years ago, right?
Like 97, I think.
Yeah, about 30 years ago.
Brandon, I kind of imagine you in that same position, just trying to lose weight.
Just trying to lose weight. Now, all I need is a good woman, and I'll lose weight real quick.
Is that you running? Is that you running, Brandon?
This won't let me turn up your mic volume. It's hard to hear you. Anyway.
Or your future Brandon? Is that you?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Is this you, Brandon, in the future?
No.
Except you learn how to run?
Me learning how to run? Are you able to fucking translate what this guy is saying, Joe?
I hear him, but his voice is just too low.
Okay, can we just pretend this is Brandon running?
Sure, we can pretend this is Brandon running. I mean, I'm done playing that video, so anyhow.
What? That was a good movie.
Well, yeah, this is...
And where can you go from there? Hey, wrong way! Yeah. Fuck you! And as we're scrambling from one deal to the next, who's got his eye on the planet? As the air thickens, the water sours, even the bee's honey takes on the metallic taste of radioactivity. And it just keeps coming, faster and faster. There's no chance to think, to prepare. It's buy futures, sell futures, when there is no future.
When there is
We
no
got a runaway
future.
train, boy. We got 1 billion Eddie Barzooms all jogging into the future. Every one of them getting ready to fist fuck God's ex-planet, lick their fingers clean as they reach out toward their pristine kybernetic keyboards to tote up their fucking billable hours. And then it hits home. You gotta pay your own way, Eddie. It's a little late in the game to buy out now. Give me your watch.
What? I like this watch. You think you're just gonna have to try and take it?
Your belly's too full, your dick is sore, your eyes are bloodshot, and you're screaming for someone to help. But guess what? There's no one there. You're all alone, Eddie. You're God's special little creature. Maybe it's true. Maybe God threw the dice once too often. Maybe he let us all down.
Total lie. So hold on.
Same lie he told in the garden. Maybe he let us all down.
Let's do the
Can you
other.
play the part where he's in the train?
Let's see. Devil's
He wouldn't let
advocate.
you eat of the tree of knowledge. God let you down.
I do love this.
Oh,
What
the
if you can make
train
a song
scene is the
using
best,
only your
man.
voice? Let's start with the
The
drums.
train
There is a
scene is the
Matrix
best.
train scene. That was.
So what's this Weaver Commission? Oh, I don't like to micromanage. You find the talent, then you delegate. Who the hell knows what Eddie's up to? Got a lot of fingers, a lot of pies.
Excuse me. What the fuck are you looking at? Yeah, you. Were you deaf or something? You don't hear me?
Oh, I hear you fine.
Yeah? So get the fuck out of my car if you hear me fine.
Why? I didn't know it was your car. I'm having a good time here.
Now, I ain't asking you, motherfucker. I'm telling you to get the fuck out of my fucking car then. Shit, jump. Chill, man. I'm gonna cut your fucking throat off, man. Fuck that.
Chill. Maricela, su esposa. Il momento che salite dell'appartamento, ella stava arriba con Carlos. Mira, amigo, están en la pipa fumando crepe. Están en la cocina compartiendo un jumbo. Y después, en tu misma cama, él se la va a meter por el culo. Y a ella la va a gustar en tu cama verde especial.
¿Cómo?
What the fuck you know? Sande mi vista y póngase el cuchillo donde merece. Go ahead, son. You still got time. There's a train coming the other way. You'll just catch it. You'll thank me in the morning.
You ain't right, man.
Oh, I'm right. You'll see. Invigorating.
What did you say to him?
I told him that if he didn't leave us alone, you were going to kick his ass from here to the Calvin. Look at that. There's a lady getting up on her seat. Come on.
So, anyways, now
That was good.
here's my other favorite scene. Hold on. Hopefully, we don't get taken down for this.
Oh yeah, just gotta pause it, like intermittently. Just pause.
This is the best fucking speech. Making God the bad guy.
Yeah.
You were right about one thing, Kevin. I have been watching. Couldn't help myself watching.
I'm your sister.
Waiting.
I have been watching, as the watchers do.
You know what was one of my favorite scenes?
But I'm no puppeteer, Kevin.
That's a lie.
One of my favorite scenes was in the.
I don't make things happen. Doesn't work like that.
What did you do to Marianne?
Free will. It's like butterfly wings. Once touched, they never get off the ground. No, I only set the stage. You pull your own strings.
What did you do to Marianne?
A gun? In here?
God damn it! What did you do to my wife?
Well,
I'm your sister.
on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most depraved act of sexual theater known to man, 1 being your average Friday night run-through at the Lomax's household, I'd say, not to be immodest, Marianne and I got it on at about 11.
Fuck you!
Got me! Got me! Yes! Wow! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Step on up, son! Come on, that's good! You gotta hold on to that fury! Yeah, that's the last thing to go. That's the final hiding place. It's the final fig leaf.
Your fucking absolute hatred for God. That is the final fig leaf.
Can't kill Satan.
Who
with a
are you?
bullet.
Can I make another
Yes.
scene?
What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say if you can make another scene.
Man, it's so hard to hear you, pseudonym.
I was recommending another scene.
You was recommending what?
Another scene.
Hold on, let me turn up my fucking volume. You're recommending another scene?
Yeah, he wants to recommend another scene.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Let's let this one finish. because this is dropping some serious truth bombs right here. Anyway, hold on.
I gotta watch this movie again.
Oh, I love this movie.
Who am I? Who are you? Never lost a case. Why?
See, this is why, like Plato and Socrates and all of these guys, they thought having a demon was a good thing because they were highly intelligent and would teach them all these wonderful things. So
Right. Yeah.
this is all these great philosophers thought demons were good things.
Yeah,
Just-
and that God was, by God telling you not to deal with that clairvoyance, that God was trying to prevent you from obtaining this special knowledge, this gnosis. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Why do you think? Because you're so fucking good. Yeah? But why? Because you're my father. I'm a little more than that, Kevin. Awfully hot in that courtroom, wasn't it? What's the game plan, Kevin? Was a nice run, Kev. Had to close out someday. Nobody wins them all.
Who looked out for you, Kevin?
What are you?
Who
Oh,
looked out
I
for
have
you?
so many
Brandon?
names.
I got so many names.
See,
Who looked out for you, Joe?
What was that?
Sorry,
Was
what?
somebody talking?
Pseudo, turn your volume up.
No, it was a joke. I was saying, who looked out for you, Brandon? Who looked out for you, Joe?
Well, I
Satan,
mean, that's
is that-
exactly what devils do is they chum up to you, get your trust, and betray you. That's
make
their,
you successful.
yeah.
Mhm.
Get you all puffed up, all in love with yourself. Just as long,
It was a joke. It was a joke.
You don't need God. God is trying to prevent you from having success. That's why he asked you to tithe, so that you'll never have enough money to be successful and rich. Like,
oh man. She said stream is down.
oh, they took it down.
Let me see.
If you take it down, they'll put it back up. If you take down the
Yeah, I'm gonna take it down.
yeah, just stop sharing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll come back up.
Yeah. That's a bummer, dude, because that scene drops the fucking knowledge bombs right there, dude. You know, the whole pitch to make God the bad guy and Satan the good guy. And that's exactly the whole agenda here, dude. That's why I mean I feel bad for these people that are buying Magnum Blavatsky and fucking Theosophy fucking Society or whatever they're called. And that's all Aleister Crowley shit, man. And they were into some seriously dark spiritual shit, man. And Aleister Crowley got a hold of Solomon's, you know, real deal magic books.
Yeah, the Wisdom of Solomon, I think.
No, it's
Is that what it's called?
No, that's in the Apocrypha. I'm
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the Keys of Solomon and then the Lesser
Oh, okay.
Keys of Solomon.
Keys of Solomon.
He had some other magic books too. That's where was it in Ephesus where they burned all the books?
I don't know.
Alexandria.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in Ephesus that they all came and burned all of their books and gave up their witchcraft. And
No,
I
it was
guarantee you a lot of that
Alexandria.
shit was Solomon stuff.
Can you hear me, Brandon?
Yeah. What?
No, it was Alexandria.
It was what?
Alexandria?
No, Ephesus is where they burned all the books.
Yeah, but where did that books come from?
It's back up, Brandon.
Is it back up now?
Yeah.
Sweet. Was it in Ephesus where they burned all of their witchcraft books
Where
after
did those
Paul
books
preached?
come from?
I think so. Yeah.
Hold on. Was Ephesus where all of the where they burned all of their magic books?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Why is it not fucking working, dude? Let me just
Wait, am I getting muted?
where they burn their witchcraft.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh shit.
Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wait, Joe, can you hear me? Brandon, what are you doing?
I'm asking it if Ephesus were if Ephesus is where. Why is it not showing this shit? What's going on with my fucking chat GPT?
What if it's a nonsensical question?
Is Ephesus where they burned their witchcraft books?
Who would say that?
Why is this acting all fucking crazy?
That's almost a nonsensical question.
Well, after Paul preached in Ephesus, and they were into a lot of, there was a lot of different spiritualist ideas floating around in Ephesus at the time.
Okay, well, don't ask LGBT or PG. What are we looking at?
Don't ask what?
Don't ask your AI for questions like that.
Don't ask AI questions?
Like that.
Why? I'm just trying to ask real quick because I don't want to read the whole book of Ephesians at the moment. So let me just do this. I'm just going to refresh it. Is this
Bro, you asked a nonsensical question.
there which witchcraft books? It'll know what I'm talking about.
It's a nonsensical question, bro. Let's just go back to like you giving us videos.
Yeah, we just got the channel just got taken down for playing the video. So
Yeah, but you're asking nonsensical questions.
I'm not asking nonsensical questions.
So why don't you have an answer?
Okay, here, let's do this. In the Bible, is Ephesus where they burned their magic books?
Bro.
Yes, Ephesus is the place where new believers burned their magic books in the Bible. This event is recorded in the book of Acts, chapter 19, verses 18 to 20. So I can come over to here. Acts 18. Is that what it said? Acts 19. Okay. Boom. So let's see. Many of them also, which used curious arts, brought their books together and burned them before all men, and they counted the price of them and found it 50,000 pieces of silver. So that's how much money they burned in books after hearing Paul preach. So he busted some truth on them, and they abandoned all of their ideas that Satan was the good guy. You still here, Jill?
Yeah, I'm here.
Holy Spirit guided.
You hear me?
Chris?
What's that?
Entire panel disappeared. What?
No, I guess they were talking about earlier when your stream went down.
Oh, well, he just barely
Yeah.
made this comment. Maybe there's a delay. Let me check. There.
Someone said there's a Kundalini snake in your back, Sudo.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboy's got to know you're going to have a real tough time convincing Christians that Satan's the good guy.
Well, of course, they're going to defend their father, right?
Ye are of your father, the devil. See, you motherfuckers want to talk shit about my serpent seed theory?
Who, me?
No, I'm talking to just you've given me shit about serpent.
You're just talking out there. I get it.
Right, Jill? You've given me shit about serpent seed, right?
I would not subscribe to serpent seed doctrine, but there are a lot of things that Christians believe that's going on in Genesis that I don't necessarily agree
Can
with.
I say something about the serpent seed?
Genesis and Revelation, I think, are two books where Christians can have disagreements and still be Christians.
Yes, you can say something about the serpent seed.
I'm
Pseudo.
trying,
Go ahead.
but Jill is just talking.
Give him a second.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just trying to state the fact that Christians can have disagreements and still be Christian brothers and sisters in Christ.
Amen.
So let's say, Brandon, that I go along with your serpent seed, but I get the narrative. The narrative is that, or in the language, is that Adam knew Eve, right?
What?
Are you listening?
I'm pissing, but I'm listening.
Why are you pissing and listening?
Because I gotta piss.
Well, just tell me you gotta do that. Don't talk to me while you're doing it.
Look at that. I'm already done. You didn't even know.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing, and then we can come back to the same conversation.
Okay, but what was your question about the serpent seed?
I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
Take a pee pee.
Okie dokie. Anyways, but yes, my position on that is that, look, I'm sorry. I see this in the Bible. I can't not see it. I've tried. But anyways, I think if we actually studied it out, then more people would agree with my position. Because, it seems to me like there's a heck of a lot more going on there than somebody eating a fig. You know what I'm saying? Or an apple or whatever fruit you want it to be. God was very pissed off by what just occurred. So that's where I get the impression. And I count 2 seeds in Genesis 3:15. Sorry, it's there. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. So we got 2 seeds here, and Eve is the mother of all women. So this is why I believe every single one of us are a child of the devil by birth, and that's why you need to get born again and adopted into God's family. Otherwise, you will remain Satan's property, and he will literally sit there and have orgasms listening to the screams of agony and pain from all of the people sitting in hell.
Oh my God.
Like
that guy that shot himself, shoot
Yep,
himself.
totally. He'll totally
Like the dream you had, right?
Yep. I'm telling you, man. And that's why when you observe the behavior related to pornography, it starts out all soft core. Yeah, we can hear you. It starts out all soft core and it progresses to the point to where they start getting into like really fucking weird shit. Like pissing all over each other, shitting all over each other, the bondage and torture and
So you certainly hold to the T in tulip, then, right?
Brandon,
Total
can you hear me?
depravity, right?
well, as far as like yeah, I believe I don't know that I would label it as tulip. You know what I'm saying? But
Or
as
just
far
the T, the total depravity
No,
part.
you don't need the T.
yeah, I mean, I believe that we are by nature children of wrath.
Yeah, amen, amen. That's what the Bible teaches. Yeah.
So, but that's where but I think, like for example, after talking with Amicus, he's pre-trib, and then if you combine that with perseverance of the saints, now I see that as a dangerous combination that could cause a lot of people to take.
Brandon, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm pre-trib, or used to be.
Yeah, I've looked and looked. You know what I mean? I do not see pre-trib in the Bible.
Okay, you want to argue about pre-trib?
It sounds like you do.
Well, you're just all over the place.
I'm all over the place. What do you mean? You're the one taking me off topic now.
No, we were talking about Genesis, then you're talking about.
Well, because excuse me, Jill just brought up fucking total depravity after I just talked about, in Genesis, I see two seeds here. And, Eve is the mother of all living. Then we have the, Cain and Abel incident. And it, to me, when God says to Cain that, basically you have the choice. If you choose well, then you'll be good. But otherwise, sin lieth at the door. So it seems to me like Cain had the choice, but he basically watered the wrong seed, and then we see the fruit that it produces. So that's why I believe our sinful nature came from whatever happened in the garden. Because God didn't create us to be sinful. That nature came from somewhere, and then that makes a lot of sense as to why we have to be adopted. That's all. From a legal standpoint, it makes a lot of sense.
Do you think Cain came from Satan and Seth came from Adam, right?
No, I'm saying that, whatever Satan did, now every single human has these two seeds.
Right. Yeah. We agree. We agree there. But I think the serpent seed doctrine takes that extra step to say that those two seeds were created by two separate or out of wedlock birth, right?
Yeah, watch. Check this out.
Can I say something?
What is it called when a woman has twins from two fathers?
Can I say something?
I can't remember the term, but that is a real thing that can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called heteropaternal superfecundation.
Right. Right.
So now,
so one of the seeds was corrupted by Satan.
I think that the whole, he went in and did something
Okay.
on tried to perform a wedding ceremony. He was trying to marry Eve and make her his bride.
Okay.
And God immediately came in and annulled that marriage.
Okay, but there was procreation.
I think
between
that,
Satan and Eve.
yes, I think that there
Okay.
was
That's all.
sexual.
That's all I was asking, brother. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the difference. So we do believe that the line of Cain is the wicked line, but we don't believe that the line of Cain is wicked because Satan procreated with Eve. We just believe they're wicked because of the decisions that they made, the free will, the volition, and they chose. Cain chose of his own free will to kill or to unalive his brother. And God said that your brother's blood is crying out from the ground. So Cain is responsible for what he did. And as a result, his generations were cursed. And if you look at the line of Cain, so we just disagree, me and Brandon, with how this happened, how it was initiated. But if you look at the line of Cain, did you notice something, Brandon?
Oh my gosh, can I say something?
All of the line
Bro.
of Cain, all of them practiced
Brandon?
polygamy. Virtually all of the
You
line
there?
of Cain
Brandon?
practiced polygamy. The line of Seth did not. Did you notice
Brandon, are
that?
you there?
Yes, I can hear you, Pseudo. Just give it a second.
Yeah, I was just trying to finish a point.
Bro,
Go
you
ahead.
never finish, ever.
Yeah, I actually do. And I am finished. Go ahead.
He just did, so now it's your turn.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
No,
I
he's done.
did.
Go ahead.
I brought up the point that the line of Seth had zero polygamy. The line of Cain, they were all polygamous. They were all marrying multiple wives. That's not just a coincidence. Okay.
Okay,
So I
can
believe
ask
that
you
the
a
line
question?
of
Can I
Cain
ask you a
is
question?
wicked, just like Brandon does,
my
but
gosh.
for different reasons, obviously.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Not you, Brandon. I'm gonna ask Joe a question based on what you said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Who was Cain's wife?
Cain's wife was more than likely a cousin,
Cousin.
or a sister.
Okay, where does that say that in the Bible?
It doesn't.
Okay.
That's why I said most likely. It doesn't tell you where Cain's wife came from. But the argument
But it's evil,
on
right?
in, the argument is early on in civilization, there was no restraint, there was no requirement of not to, or rule or law, not to sleep with a cousin or a sister, because early on in civilization, the DNA had not been corrupted
Okay, it was just a
to
question.
the point where it is now. Does that answer your question?
No, you made it weird.
Well, genetically speaking,
Oh my gosh, you made it
these
weirder.
these imperfections accumulated over time. So early on in civilization, there was no prohibition because there was no injury. If a brother and a sister or a brother and a cousin had relations, there was no genetic injury.
Well,
There
Abraham
no
was
birth
married to
defects.
his sister.
Yeah. But then once those genetic deficiencies began to accumulate after generation, then God steps in and says, don't do it. That's why you have the laws in Exodus.
That's not the law in Exodus.
The laws
And
of
that's not
Moses
why he
say
would
not
say
to
don't
do
do
it.
it.
Do not engage with relations with your sister,
Where does it say,
your cousin, etc.
Where?
In the laws of Moses, it tells you
give me
not
the
to.
verse.
Sure, Brandon can find that. I mean, all you gotta do is Google it. No relations with your
What
sister.
verses does God tell us not to have sex with our cousins or sisters? Leviticus
18.
9. Oh, and Leviticus 20:17, Deuteronomy 27:22. Yeah, you're not supposed to be bumping your family. You know what I'm saying? That ain't good.
Yeah, I don't hold to the land of Nod theory that there was an entire civilization that he met on the other side of the garden, the dark side of the garden. No,
Yeah.
I don't hold to that.
And
It's more
it
than
wasn't their
likely
and it
Adam and
wasn't their
Eve.
family, right?
More than likely, Adam and Eve had more than one or two kids.
Said they
So it
had
is their
many
family.
children.
So they probably had hundreds of kids. They lived to be almost 1,000 years. They probably had four or
So
five
it
hundred
is,
kids.
and it's not their
And
family.
you know Eve was smoking hot, so
That's
yeah.
weird.
She had perfect DNA, bro. So I mean, you know, there was no woman on earth that could hold
Joe,
a
can you
candle
answer
to
this
Eve.
question? Did she have double D's?
Probably not. That those wouldn't be considered perfect. I mean, to me, I mean,
Oh my God.
I-
I like small tits myself.
okay.
Oh, you're a nasty boy.
I like small titties and a killer bum and nice legs and cute feet.
Like how tall? You want them like 6 foot, 6'3"?
No. That's too tall.
I would actually, I wouldn't mind a taller chick just because if we had a kid, he's going to be a badass fucking quarterback. I promise you that.
What about 4'2"?
Yeah, that'd be a little weird. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't. I would say no. You know what I mean? I mean, she could be a super cute little 4'2", and hey, that'll work. But that has some advantages. She'd be fun size, that's for sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe. Get us back to the Bible.
Get us back to the Bible, Joe. We don't want to hear about
Yeah, I don't
Brandon's
know.
sexual exploits.
I don't know what Brandon. I don't know what you believe about that, but I'm sure the serpent seed doctrine sort of plays into how
Well,
you
I mean, I've
what
just
that
sat
question.
around. Yeah, I've seriously pondered, like, even after, my born again experience and everything, why do I still have this fucking problem with sin? You know what I mean? Like, I can't shake this shit. I can't, I hate to sound blunt, but, I can't, not miss the pussy. You know what I mean? I used to like the pussy. And now, I got to wait until getting married. So that's kind of thrown a big spoke in my tires.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm saying I still battle with that, though. So, like, where does this fucking sinful nature come from? Is the root of my question and stumbling into this serpent seed theory here. Like, this
You
makes a
you
lot
could
of sense.
you could still have the serpent seed theory without adding to the narrative where Eve now is engaging in some sort of wedding ceremony. You know,
Can I tell
Well,
you
but
guys?
there
Can I tell
are
you guys a
lots of other
secret?
verses that back it up. Here, let me do
Can
this.
Can I
okay.
tell you guys a secret?
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, are you gonna let me talk?
No, I haven't been,
Okay.
but go ahead.
Okay, so there's two reasons why I may agree with Brandon's serpent seed. Okay, number one is that you either agree that we were made perfect or not perfect, right?
See, this is.
Okay, Joe.
Well, you asking a question, right?
Oh my God, I didn't ask you a question. I asked you to just be quiet.
Oh, okay. I thought you said were we made perfect or unperfect?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Rule number two is um is the knowing, right? So in the Bible we have Adam knew Eve, and who came out? Adam.
Where's the fucking Ezekiel chapter?
And then there's the other version that
Satan knew Eve, right? Isn't it the serpent seed doctrine? And then
Where,
Cain came out.
where does it say that Satan knew Eve?
Go ahead, Brandon. Educate him.
Yeah, she doesn't. It doesn't ever say that. So I mean, this is why. Because God's not writing a penthouse forum letter here, and this is a subject that's more for meat-eating Christians. You know what I mean? I think. You know what I mean? Because you really got to start paying attention. See, here in Ezekiel 31:19. The devil is pictured as a tree. I can go there. Ezekiel 31. And then there's another verse that talks about, oh shit, did I just turn it off? I did. Get back to about how like an adulterous woman, you know, I can't remember, eats the fruit and licks her lips and says, I've committed no sin. I'm totally botching the verse. But that's where, it's starting to imply that, eating and eating of fruit and stuff has sexual implications to it. So, let me go back to 31, 1 through 9. So now.
Okay, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Okay. Was Adam standing right next to Eve when he ate the fruit?
I mean, it says that he was there, but like not during the first part of the conversation.
Okay, what's the first part of the conversation?
Yeah, well, and this is something you got to keep in mind too. Is all of Genesis is like giving us a highlight reel of all the events that took place. That's why, it doesn't talk about the day that Cain and Abel were born, and they were obviously grown-ass men by the time the whole Cain slew Abel thing. So that's why there's, uh, high probability of a lot of, children that Adam and Eve have had. So, because it doesn't specifically say how old they were, but it definitely implies that they were, of full age.
Right, they were old enough to kill one of the other ones. Okay.
I get the impression that they were like around their 30s. So if they were in their 30s and Adam and Eve kept having kids, and those kids have kids, you know what I mean? But I mean, this is where Cain got a wife, obviously from a sister. You know what I mean? You can have a lot of kids in 30 years. So, anyways, there's nothing that tells us how old they were. That's all I'm getting at. So, yeah, that's. But let me read this real quick, okay? So, and it came to pass in the 11th year, in the 3rd month, on the 1st day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his multitude, whom art thou like in thy greatness? Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon, with fair branches, and with shadowing shroud, and of a high stature, and his top was among the thick boughs. The waters made him great. The deep set him up on high, with her rivers running round about his plants, and sent out her little rivers unto all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his boughs were multiplied, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters when he shot forth. All the fowls of heaven made their nest in his boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Thus he was fair in his greatness, in the length of his branches, for the root, or excuse me, for his root was by great waters. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. The fir trees were not like his boughs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches. Nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto him in his beauty. I have made him fair by the multitude of his branches, so that all the trees of Eden that were in the garden of God envied him. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, because thou hast lifted up thyself in height, and he hath shot up his top among the thick boughs, and his heart is lifted up in his height. So is pride. I have therefore delivered him into the hand of the mighty one of the heathen. He shall surely deal with him. I have driven him out for his wickedness. So, I mean, obviously, he's not just talking about a tree, right? So, anyways, like there, and also like when Jesus healed that one guy, the blind guy with the mud, and he went and washed off the mud, and they asked him, "What do you see?" And he said, "I see that all men are trees walking around." You know what I'm talking about, Joe?
Yeah, I see men as trees walking. Yeah.
Yeah. I botched it a little bit. So, anyways, and Jesus being the tree of life, you know what I mean? And the word of God is that seed of the parable of the seed and the sower. So, I mean, there's, a lot of spiritual allegory going on with trees and beings and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, I think there was a lot more going on in the Garden of Eden, and this is where you've got to look in other places like Ezekiel 31 to start putting this shit together. You know what I'm saying? This is I get all of this from the Bible. I'm seeing it in different places like Ezekiel here. Hey, wait a minute. So this is actually talking about Satan, about Lucifer, but describing him as this great tree in the garden, that all the other trees, all the other angels were envious of him. So that's interesting. What was that tree of the Garden of Good and Evil actually Satan?
And the tree of life was Christ.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or God, if or whatever. But Jesus is God, so yeah, like God is the tree of life. But Jesus was that seed of the woman, and that's why for from my perspective, that's why we are to grow in our faith. That's why study to show thyself approved, because once that seed is planted in your heart, well, now you got to water it correctly. Baby trees, saplings are very vulnerable, so you got to protect them well when they're young until they get deep roots, and now they're big and strong. So that's where it's our duty to provide shade to all of the baby saplings, the new baby Christians, and protect them from false doctrine and the little foxes described in
babes in Christ.
Yeah. Well, and but it talks about in Song of Solomon about the little foxes that come in to spoil the vine.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, yeah, there's a lot going on there with trees and men and angels. And so, I mean, you can't just dismiss this stuff. That's where it's I think God, spread these details out on purpose for the more mature Bible student.
Brandon, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you do me a favor?
What?
Before you go, can you show us a video of one of your favorite? I'm not gonna say pseudo, but your favorite unverifiable beliefs.
One of my favorite unverified beliefs.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Guess he's talking about the serpent seed doctrine.
No. I'm asking him if he could put a video of his favorite video that proves Sasquatch or it proves
Sasquatch.
Aliens or bees or.
That was
Do you hear me, Brandon?
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm sitting here like, fuck, I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just getting tired, but nothing's really coming to mind on my favorite fucking whatever the fuck you just said. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Boom. Let's see.
Or can I make a recommendation after?
Sure.
You ever heard of Sherman Sheen? Or Bishop Sheen?
Of who?
Bishop Sheen?
Bishop Sheen, no.
Look him up. Look him up right now.
Bishop Sheen. You still got that echo shit going on.
Sorry.
This dude? Little Catholic dude or what?
I think you would appreciate what he says.
This guy?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, if you got to put on this silly little costume, I'm already totally turned off.
Well, it's not about the costume. It's about the message. Just pick one. Or scroll down.
Why would I want to fucking listen to a Catholic dude?
Or just pick one. He never talks about Catholicism.
And the baby began to cry, and the mother took the babe out. As she was going down the aisle, I said, "Madam, the child is not bothering me." She said, "No, you're bothering the child." I was once talking in a church, and the baby...
All right, that was probably not a good example. Let's see. The sin of eating alone.
I once asked a missionary in the Pacific Islands, what was the greatest virtue of the people? Well, he said, I can tell you the greatest virtue in terms of the greatest vice. It is the sin of kai po, the sin of eating alone. They would go without food for 3 or 4 days until they found someone to share it. An East Indian by the name of Singh, a Christian, wanted to go into Tibet to evangelize. He needed a guide to take him over the Himalaya mountains. And then gone up a short distance, and they were cold and tired, and they sat down on the snow. And Singh said to the Tibetan guide, I think I hear someone moaning down there in the crevice. The Tibetan guide said, don't be silly. We're almost dead ourselves. But Singh found a man in the crevice, pulled him out, took him to the village beneath, and was refreshed by that act of charity, and found that the Tibetan guide was where he left him, frozen to death. He had not warmed himself by an act of charity. This is the supreme act of philanthropy. I once asked a missionary in the...
Well, I'm ready for bed, gentlemen. I'm going to hang it up.
All right, see you.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. You guys have a good night. I appreciate the company.
See you next time. See you, Pseudo. God bless. See you, Brandon.
Yeah, have a good night. All right, Pseudo, you have a good night, man.
All right, good night, bro.
Yeah. All right. Just ended on a little something. And say this to all my little satanic pals out there.
The Bible stands like a rock undaunted with the raging storms of time. Its pages burn with the truth eternal, and they glow with the light sublime. The Bible stands, though the hills may tumble, it will firmly stand when the earth shall crumble. I will plant my feet on its firm foundation, for the Bible stands, the Bible stands. The Bible stands like a mountain towering far above the works of man. Its truth by none ever was refuted, and destroy it they never can. The Bible stands and it will forever, when the world has passed away. By inspiration it has been given, all its precepts I will obey, all its precepts I will obey. The Bible stands every test we give it, for its author is divine.